Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 155, Chapter 150, Loose Ends. Outside of Konoha, 5 figures stood around, all adorned in their combat attire as they seemed to be waiting for something. "I still don't feel comfortable with you staring at me like that, Sasuke-kun," Orochimaru said before he laughed off Sasuke's glare. "Are you sure he will emerge from here?" Jeriah asked, concerned that the alien may emerge somewhere else and gain the ability to cause great damage to Konoha. "Yes. The space-time fluctuations are the strongest at this spot. And with he will likely be prepared for battle," Sasuke said. Right afterward, a vortex appeared and out stepped a white-skinned alien with brown horns that sneered upon seeing them. "Oh, did you find yourself a few friends? I doubt that they would be any aid to prolonging your life," Urashiki said with a leisurely smile on his face. As they were about to prepare for combat, they noticed Tsunade and entered Sage mode while white flames fully covered her body. However, this was not the end, as water, wind, earth, and lightning began to surround her new form as she looked upon Urashiki. "You know, I haven't actually been able to use this form in an actual battle yet. I call it Elemental Chakra mode. And I truly hope you're ready to battle," Tsuna said before she appeared in the face of Urashiki, punching him straight into the face. Tsuna wasted no time following it up as she practically teleported before him at the speed she moved at, with her delivering an earth-shattering punch to his chest. Urashiki's eyes morphed into Rinnegan, his anger showing on his face as he stood back up. "How dare you? An ant like you dares to attack me?" Urashiki yelled, though before he could move towards her, Sasuke appeared beside him and attempted to cut off his head. Urashiki's eyes glowed an ominous blue color before he disappeared and reappeared a good distance away. "Oh. A space-time ninjutsu. Looks like my research will come in handy," Tsuna said as tens of chains appeared from her back, each formulating complex and unique kanji as she prepared a powerful fuinjutsu. Seeing this, Sasuke swapped places with a stone beside Urashiki in a bid to buy Tsuna some time. However, he was stunned when 3 individuals each appeared around Urashiki, with each of them engaging in taijutsu with Urashiki, showcasing the experience expected of a legendary Sannin. Jeriah created a massive Raiznon and sent it towards him, though he simply moved to a position quite some distance away to avoid the attack. Urashiki then used a rod-shaped weapon and sent it towards Tsunade, though Sasuke swapped places with her to block the attack with his blade. Sasuke then coated the blade with the black flames of Amaterasu, as he headed towards Urashiki while being flanked by the Sannin to begin the second round of combat. But, it was at this time that they all heard a voice that would signify a change in this battle. "Uzumaki Sealing Technique, Dimensional Isolation." The moment this was said, Tsuna appeared before him once again as she gave another earth-shattering blow to his face. She then utilized the elements around her by shaping the wind into a massive blade that slashed straight into him, leaving a massive scar. Urashiki had attempted to both teleport away through his time-based ability and absorb the technique, with neither of the two things working. He was unable to absorb the attack due to the senjutsu that was also imbued into it, while his space-time abilities were blocked by the space-time barrier she had erected. Tsuna then appeared above him and stomped his head straight into the ground, sending debris high into the air as she continued her assault. Down below, Sasuke and the others looked stunned as they hadn't expected her new form to be so overwhelmingly powerful. However, in the battle, Tsuna was putting her full concentration on continuing to suppress Urashiki. "If he was able to use his skills in a more refined and acute manner, I would have lost already. I have to keep up the pressure or else he'll be able to adapt to me," Tsuna thought as she once again sent him flying. But, just as Tsunade seemed to be gaining the full edge in the battle, Urashiki did something shocking as he ripped his eyes out and swallowed them. Urashiki then underwent a transformation that resulted in a boost to his power, making the dangerous powerhouse even more deadly. Tsuna looked at the new form and the absolutely absurd amount of chakra he had emitted, making her feel the difficulty had just gone up another notch. "Looks like I'll need to use that," Tsuna thought as she prepared to use the greatest boost to the strength she currently had. Fifth Gate of Limit, open. Tsuna's transformation took on a green hue as the earth around her began to tremble due to the sheer pressure she unconsciously emitted. She had trained many times with Due on the usage of the 8 Gates technique, letting them both increase their mastery of it. From what she could gather, the stronger someone's base strength was, the stronger they would be after using such a boost. So what happens if you stack this ability atop a Tsuna who was already above even Hashirama in terms of power? You get an overwhelmingly powerful individual, one that could even threaten the Otsutsuki. It was for this exact reason that she was confident in being able to defeat Madara, with her high-level fuinjutsu being the other. Urashiki created a black rod in his hand and sent it at Tsuna, only for her to casually knock it away as if it were nothing. Suna then flew in the air as the two clashed in the skies, each blow creating a shockwave that made the battle seem like something out of another well-known anime. Urashiki then created some distance before he held out his hand as he prepared another attack. Amenosaberiboshin no Mikoto, Gyako. A dense purple ball appeared in his hand, with him throwing it toward Suna while it multiplied on its way to her. The attack seemed to be the type that could follow its target as it chased Suna around the battlefield as she struggled to avoid them. Sixth Gate of View, open. Tsunade's aura grew even stronger as she turned and flew through the attacks, with her delivering an overwhelming blow to his chest, almost punching a hole through him. Amenosaberiboshin no Mikoto, Ryugu. Urashiki manipulated the remaining orbs into a massive single one, with him throwing it towards Tsuna, with it being followed by a demonic purple serpent that seemed powerful enough to consume the world itself. Sage Art, Touch of Order. Tsuna said as all the elements around her morphed into a powerful blast that not only equaled out the attack by Urashiki, but overpowered his. Tsuna's attack destroyed nearly half the body of Urashiki as he fell to the ground, barely alive as he fell. Tsuna walked over to the monster and stared him down, with him still looking at her in contempt, even in death. You ants will all fall to the might of the Otsutsuki clan. No matter what you do, nothing can save you from that fate. Urashiki said with a vicious smile. Tsuna emitted chains from her back that each began applying a powerful seal to Urashiki, one that would ensure his end. Uzumaki Sealing Technique, Existential Destruction. Urashiki's entire body began to turn into chakra as he screamed in agony, yet Tsuna simply stared at the monster as he faced his end. Sasuke and the Sannin joined her, as they enjoyed their victory as they had finally triumphed over the alien that had pushed even Tsuna to her limit. So this turtle has the ability to allow people to travel to designated timelines as long as you have enough chakra. Tsuna asked Sasuke and Boruto as they prepared to depart. Yes. Do you want to use it to travel back to your world as well? Sasuke asked Tsuna, willing to give it to her for her to accomplish that. Perhaps, but there is something I must do first. Tsuna said as she body flickered to Tsunade's office, in which were both Orochimaru and Jeriah. I have a proposition for you both. What if I take Naruto with me, and bring him back in 3 years' time? During that time, I'll train him to properly use the power of the Nine Tails and help him accomplish his dream of being Hokage. Tsuna said. However, before Jeriah could object, Tsunade looked her counterpart in the eyes and asked, do you truly care about him? Tsuna simply smiled as she responded. He's my son. I love him. Everyone in the room smiled in response to her answer before Tsunade sighed and pulled out a notice. Send out a note to the village and spread word Naruto has gone to Mount Myoboku for training. And you better bring him back safely. Tsuna simply walked over and gave her counterpart a hug as she said her goodbyes. By the time I come back, you two need to get over yourselves and get together already. Tsuna said before she exited the room to avoid the flustered looks the Sannin undoubtedly showed. She then arrived back at her house, as she called Naruto in the room to speak to him. Naruto, you're a smart boy. You know that I'm about to leave. How would you like to come with me? Tsuna said, only to be met with a hug and tears from the boy. I thought you were gonna leave me. Naruto said between his weeps. Tsuna simply hugged him back before lifting him up as she quickly packed everything up into her storage seal. She then left and met Sasuke and Boruto in the forest, as the two stood waiting for her. The group then activated it as the light consumed then, leaving Tsuna to say something to Naruto. Come on Naruto, let's go home. Read chapters ahead on patreon.com/killerdj. Chapter 156, Epilogue 4, Dream. MHH. Where am I? Tsunade questioned as she found herself in a room that looked oriental in style, filled with things that looked as if they were from her past life. Was all of that just a dream? Tsunade had to ask as she didn't wish to think that all her experiences were fake. I assure you Lady Senju, your experiences were quite real. Said a voice behind her, making her snap her head as she entered a combat-ready stance. I told you that she wouldn't like being caught off guard like that. Another voice said behind her as Tsunade finally was able to get a good look at the people speaking. The first was a man adorned in armor that seemed reminiscent of the Warring States era while he had long orange hair that went to his shoulders. The other woman was bald and wore a golden robe, with a great amount of jewelry adorned on her body, with the centerpiece being the amulet on her neck. Who are you people? Where is my son? Tsunade asked before she remembered the more important factor, that Naruto was missing. Do not fret. He has already been sent to your timeline safely, and once I send you back, you will also arrive at the same time that he does. I can assure you of that much. As for your second question, I am known as the Ancient One, the former Sorcerer Supreme of my world, and now the protector of the timeline. This here is Adrian, a man who I have employed to aid me on my complex task. Yao said, while Tsunade's eyes widened at the realization of who the people were. While her paranoia may have plagued her at the beginning, she had realized who the two reminded her of once she paid close attention. The first woman seemed like the ancient one in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, while the other looked eerily similar to Gildarts from the anime known as Fairy Tail. Okay. What the hell is going on here? Why have the ancient one and Gildarts, both people from entirely separate multiverses, come and abducted me from mine? Tsunade asked, causing both individuals to chuckle. Well, Lady Senju, we have reached out to you in order to gain your assistance in a matter far bigger than yourself. It concerns the entirety of our multiverse, or the Naruto multiverse, as some may call it. Let me give you a brief explanation. In general, there exists the original or prime world. Changes in this world that are small or very indistinguishable at the beginning, but can grow into major changes in the future, each become separate timelines. In each of these worlds, a small snowball grew into a massive avalanche. However, if a major change immediately occurs, then it doesn't simply branch off into a mere timeline, but an entirely separate universe. As the amount of worlds grew to a greater degree, so did the threats that could cause chaos throughout it. One of these threats has begun to threaten the entirety of the multiverse. Yao paused for a moment in realization before she continued. Oh. It seems we have come a bit too early. I'm afraid I shall have to cut this conversation short. We will meet again, Tsunade. Before Tsunade could make a single movement, she felt herself engulfed by a white light once again. Tsunade opened her eyes again to see herself back in Rorin, with an asleep Naruto by his side. What was that? Tsunade questioned as she left to return to the village with Naruto, with the conversation she had just had weighing heavily upon her mind. Tsunade arrived home and immediately recounted her adventure to Hiruzen. The third Hokage was shocked at the revelations of what occurred, as he stated that he had just sent her on the mission the day before. The fact that Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails of that world, was brought to their village also made Hiruzen happy, as it meant Konoha had another card to use against opposing villages. Tsunade finally finished her debrief, with her bringing the nervous Naruto with her. What if they don't like me? Naruto said with worry and fear. They'll love you just like I do. Tsunade said as she rubbed his hair before opening the door. We're home. Read chapters ahead on patreon.com/killerdj. Suffering from slight writer's block, so comment suggestions. And not going to delve into multiverse issues right now, so just worry about the story and relax. Chapter 157, Chapter 151, Politics. Time in Konoha is known at this point to move at a rapid pace, as the time flew like the leaves from the great tree of Konohagakure, with 3 months quickly passing. Inside of the hospital, Tsunade sat at her desk, filling out the paperwork that had arrived that morning. After a few reforms in the system and changes in its layout, Tsunade was able to turn the facility that many didn't pay much attention to into a key strength of Konoha, as the village was ahead of nearly everywhere else in the world when it came to medical ninjutsu. Add on the innovations that she saw the future versions of the village use, and you get a medical system that many consider fantasy due to the skill level of it. Many powerful nobles and even daimyos of smaller nations frequented the hospital for their checkups or surgeries, as they trusted the doctors of the building with their lives. And if Tsunade was to be the one doing the surgery, they would nearly faint in joy as they knew that their lives would be safe. On another note, the noble that she saved on her way to Rorin turned out to be the son of the current daimyo, with him convincing his father to grant Tsunade the title of princess in the entirety of the Land of Fire. This technically meant that Tsunade could even enter the race of succession for the position if her past, though such things never interested her. But the title made Tsunade as much as royalty as you could get, even without counting her terrifying lineage. However, just as Tsunade finished the last document, she felt a familiar chakra signature enter into her office. Lord Hokage has summoned you to his office, Lady Tsunade. The masked man spoke with a monotonous voice. Tsunade smiled as she answered back, I'll meet you there, Tsukumo. Tsunade could swear she saw the man's body twitch slightly before she took off in the direction of her teacher. She arrived quickly, with her noticing 3 children in the office that each looked at her with curiosity. One had eyes that were nearly blank, making her immediately guess that it was a Hyuga. The next was a boy that had raven-colored hair and eyes, with an unreadable yet seemingly arrogant expression upon his face. That has to be an Uchiha. Tsunade thought, knowing that only they could look at someone with a casual expression yet still seem arrogant. She then looked towards the final boy, with him appearance bearing a striking resemblance to her sensei. After that, she turned her eyes to her teacher, him staring at her with a calm but serene smile upon his face in his robe, though she could see a slight flicker of amusement in his eyes. Wait. 3 kids. Hokage's office. Only I'm here. This bastard is trying to make me teach these brats. Tsunade realized as she began to mobilize her chakra, ready to fight her way out of dealing with them. Hello Tsunade. I'm glad to see that you're still in good health. At the last council meeting, I couldn't help but notice that in your report you stated that the hospital was running smoothly and that with all the departments you created, you didn't even need to be there every day to ensure it functioned smoothly. So, then I thought about how Jeriah has been leading those children he brought back from the Land of Rain while Orochimaru is leading multiple divisions of the Umbu, and I quickly questioned, why doesn't Tsunade get more active? It was afterwards that I decided that when this batch of children graduated, I would choose the 3 most excellent of them and place them under your care as an assault team, similar to how ours was structured. So, what do you think? Hiruzen finished with a devious smile on his face. Hiruzen had known that Tsunade would loathe the idea, yet he remembered when the evil little reported his uses of the crystal ball technique to Biwako, leaving him on the couch for weeks. And who are these kids I'm supposed to lead? Tsunade said, resigning to her fate as she simply sighed. This is Fugaku Uchiha, Hayashi Hyuga, and my son, Shimonosuke Sarutobi. They will make up the entirety of your team. Hiruzen answered, smiling at seeing Tsunade's despair. However, Tsunade suddenly gained a sharp look in her eyes as she placed her demands, making his smile disappear. I need a month to train them into competent shinobi. After which we will go straight into C-ranked missions, skipping the lower level since they'll grow camaraderie by surviving my training together. And I want all the debt I have to you, Orochimaru, and Jeriah cleared. Is that fine? Sensei. Tsunade said, with her making the end of her sentence sound so evil that it sent chills down Hiruzen's spine. Why yes, that's fine Tsuna. Hiruzen answered, simply wishing that this demonic student of his would simply get out of his office upon seeing his plan of watching her suffer not work. Thanks. Come on brats. You 3 are about to go through hell. Tsunade said as she led the 3 kids out the door. Hiruzen simply gave them a look of pity. This is why Orochimaru is my favorite. He doesn't threaten me like those 2 do. Hiruzen though as he turned to the window. However, his gaze turned serious upon thinking of Orochimaru as he thought of the words that was shared by he and one of Hiruzen's old teammates at the last council meeting, one that Tsunade missed due to her son being slightly sick. The impending chaos that would erupt in Konoha between the 2 main factions would be overwhelming. The Hawks, led by Danzo while also including the other 2 elders, and the Lotus, led by Orochimaru, Tsukumo, and Shirkai, were gradually heading towards a massive impasse. And with Jeriah focusing on training his students, he wasn't as major of a factor in the political warfare. However, Tsunade, someone granted the title of princess by the daimyo, having the backing of the 2 of the 4 great clans and a former Hokage, the leader of the most financially beneficial part of the village, and strength that even he couldn't feel the depth of, would be detrimental to the power of Konoha. Too much of one ideal would be horrible for Konoha, no matter how much he disagreed with one side or the other. Therefore, with he and Kagami remaining neutral alongside the other clans, keeping the balance, the village stayed stable. But with both sides growing tensions, he had to remove her from the playing field before either side could draw her to them. He even guessed that she had already predicted his action, making him chuckle at how insightful his strongest student was. Even now, I bet she read me like a book. Either way, I must maintain order in this village. Orochimaru will have to wait until he wears this robe if he wishes to bring his great changes. I can't let the village lose any power to the chaos of politics right now. Hiruzen thought as he looked at the Hokage mountain. Chapter 158, Chapter 152, Test. Tsunade and the trio of kids arrived at a training ground, with her creating a bench for herself to sit on while the trio sat on the ground. Alrighty kids, introduce yourselves. Let me know your likes, dislikes, and dreams in life. Tsunade said. My name is Hayashi Hyuga. I like training in the gentle fist. I dislike people who can't be worth their positions. My dream is to lead the Hyuga clan to greater success. Hayashi said as he answered first, with his calm expression never changing. Tsunade nodded at his statement, feeling his similarities to Himichi. Though Hayashi was a direct successor of the clan, marking their difference. My name is Fugaku Uchiha. I like practicing my shuriken jutsu and fire release. I dislike those who disrespect the Uchiha clan. My dream is to lead the Uchiha clan to become the #1 clan in the village. Fugaku said. Tsunade looked at his proud expression and couldn't wait until his face changed to one needed for survival once she began their training. Perhaps I've been spending too much time around Kuna. I'm becoming a sadist these days. Tsunade thought to herself. My name is Shimonosuke Sarutobi. I like learning new ninjutsu and training with my father. I dislike those who abandon their teammates. My dream is to become the 4th Hokage. Shimonosuke answered, a resolute expression on his face as he revealed his dream. I'm afraid he'll have to wait for the 5th position to open. I don't see any reason why Orochi won't take over in the next few years. Tsunade thought to herself as she decided to test her new team. Well, my name is Tsunade Senju. I like spending time with my family and protecting my village. I dislike Otsutsuki and losing. My dream is not important right now. Tsunade gave her response, making all 3 look at her with a weirded out expression. Tsunade then grew a serious look on her face as she began to tell them what their task would be. Alright kids, it's time for us to do a test to determine if you deserve your positions. In my hand are 2 bells, with them being the sole thing that can allow you to become Genin or simply return to the Shinobi Academy. Your goal will be to take these bells from me before noon. However, I will also not move from my position. If you can force me to move, then all three of you automatically win. If you can't, then I'm afraid I'll have to send you back to the academy, clans be damned. Tsunade explained as the eyes of the three widened at her statement. While they wouldn't believe that if it was some random shinobi, the woman before them was hailed as one of the most powerful in the world. If someone like her were to demand that they return to the academy, even their clans would not be able to leverage her into changing their decision. The three immediately dispelled the thought of not making her move as well as they knew she would be too much for them to handle. However, Shimonosuke picked up on the fact that there were only 2 bells, prompting him to ask. Can only 2 of us pass the test since there are only 2 bells? Tsunade smirked as she nodded her head in agreement, making all 3 grow serious looks on their face as they understood the implication. Though a single question was lingering in their minds. How do we take this monster down on our own? Begin. Tsunade said calmly with a smile, with this being the signal they needed as all 3 ran in different directions, attempting to camouflage themselves. Tsunade tapped her foot lightly on the ground, immediately figuring out where the 3 of them were. Tsunade then turned her head slightly to see Hayashi charging at her, his Byakugan already activated as he attempted to attack her with the gentle fist. Tsunade calmly blocked all of his palm strikes with ease, after which she delivered a powerful palm strike of her own to his chest, sending him flying into a tree. It was then that she heard a whistling noise in the air, with her dodging the shuriken that were flying towards her. She then punched the air towards the source, sending an overwhelming gust of wind directly into Fugaku, sending him flying into a tree. She then casually glanced at another tree, shocking Shimonosuke as he had thought his location was concealed. He immediately body flickered away, with that saving him from a powerful punch of his own from her. He went to where Hayashi and Fugaku were, both showing damage from the small attacks that she had already done. We need to work together. Shimonosuke said, with both Fugaku and Hayashi nodding in agreement, not seeing a way they could take the monster down on their own. The trio then formulated a plan while Tsunade created a stool for herself to sit on and summoned a glass of lemonade from her storage seal, relaxing as she basked in the sunlight. However, Tsunade's break was cut short as she glanced up to see both Shimonosuke and Fugaku in the air, as both yelled their jutsu simultaneously. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The duo both sent raging fireballs towards Tsunade, with her simply smiling at the fact that they had finally begun working together. She was originally going to throw it back towards them, but she decided to see what plan they had come up with, allowing the attacks to land on her. It's not like they'll do any damage anyway, she thought. The attacks created a cloud of smoke and debris, one that Hayashi capitalized on as rushed towards her at supernatural speeds while his Byakugan was activated, hoping to grab the bells in the smoke. Just as his hand was about to grab the bells, he felt a hand grasp his wrist, making him tense as the person then slammed him onto the ground repeatedly. The smoke cleared to show Hayashi in a crater while Shimonosuke and Fugaku breathed heavily, though they could not even make another move as roots sprung from the ground and bound them before it then absorbed the chakra they had remaining, rendering them unconscious. The last thing Shimonosuke heard was Tsunade's voice as she spoke. You brats did good. Read chapters ahead on patreon.com/killerdj. Chapter 159, Chapter 153, Bill. Shimonosuke awoke to a mild headache as he found himself lying on the grass. It was then that his memories of the past few hours came to his mind, causing him to jump up and look toward his surroundings in caution. He was surprised to find both Fugaku and Hayashi knocked out on both sides of him, with him then looking forward and seeing Tsunade sitting in a chair, watching him with what he could only attribute to be the smile of the devil. Well, since one of you is awake, I may as well wake you all up, Tsunade said, with both Fugaku and Hayashi jumping awake as if they had been startled. Shimonosuke saw a lingering amount of electricity under them, yet he chose to be quiet to avoid a similar fate. I didn't expect for you 3 to decide to work together so soon. The point of the exercise was to demonstrate to you that you could accomplish more if you worked together. Even if you 3 had been given the sage's great miracle that would allow you to take the bells from me, I would have still sent you brats back to the academy. I still don't like the fact that Sensei is letting you graduate now instead of when you turn 15. But since he feels you 3 are capable enough to work under me, then I'll ensure that you 3 are able to. Go home and rest, because I guarantee you that you'll be experiencing pure hell for the next month. Tsunade finished as she walked away while the 3 boys felt a slight shiver go down their spines, as if warning them of what was to come. The 3 then glanced at one another before going to their homes, each wishing to ask their parents about the monster that was their teacher. At the same time, the majority of the leading figures in Konoha stood in the conference room, all of them eerily quiet as they were about to vote on something of an extreme magnitude for the village. The new bill was extremely simple in nature, yet the implications of it were immense. The bill stated that the village and the clans would contribute ninjutsu up to the C rank to the academy, with those in the 8th grade and up able to access, learn, and practice them. The bill was initially proposed by a member of the civilian council, with them paying the bill little attention while moving on to other matters, assuming that the shinobi would never support it. However, it was when Orochimaru saw the bill and began to push for its implementation that the bill gained a leg to stand on. And now, the originally dead on arrival bill was suddenly getting pushed in a heated battle between Orochimaru's group and Danzo's group, with both sides having the support of various clans. The Senju and the Uzumaki stood behind the bill alongside Orochimaru as their clans had already contributed many of their ninjutsu and fuinjutsu to the village, and as long as no high-level ninjutsu of secret techniques of the clans were given, they were not against an idea that could strengthen the village. On the other hand, the Uchiha and Hyuga surprisingly stood behind Danzo, with the Uchiha feeling that none of the ninjutsu they collected over many years should be disclosed, while the Hyuga didn't wish for the bill to affect their taijutsu techniques that, while not on the level of the gentle fist, were still something only they possessed. And now, the bill was about to be discussed openly, no longer hidden among secret discussions between patriarchs or factions. The Chancellor stood as he announced the agenda, though his slight hesitation was seen as Hiruzen gave him a nod to continue. The men gulped as he began. On today's agenda, the first bill to be discussed is proposed by the lower body of legislature, the Civilian Council. The bill they have proposed would allow academy students in the 8th grade, all the way to the 10th and final grade, to learn and master ninjutsu, taijutsu, fuinjutsu, or medical ninjutsu up to the C- rank if they are able to. This bill would allow civilians to better bridge the gap between themselves and their clan counterparts, while also increasing the overall strength of the village. Copies of it can be found in front of each of you. Are there any opinions on this matter? The room descended into an eerie silence, with everyone waiting to see which side would make the first move. I have supported the bill up to this stage, and I will continue to do so now. As a shinobi who comes from a civilian background, I have to give praise to the new system that the village has implemented at the request of Lady Tsunade. Such changes have led to an overall increase in the quality of our shinobi, while also decreasing the mortality rate for fresh genin as they now possess the skill to deal with lower-ranked chunin from other villages. However, with the tensions still increasing at the border with Iwa and Kumo, and the fact that Suna ignored the demilitarization part of their surrender, leads me to believe that we would be fools if we didn't train our shinobi to the best of our ability. And allowing them access to techniques that, while unattainable to them, are commonplace in the clans, would be essential. Anyone who disagrees with such facts could not be acting in the best interests of the village. Orochimaru said, with him glancing at Councilman Danzo near the end of his statement. Yet, you forget the dangers of such things happening. What if, by chance, a young civilian shinobi were to use his newly learned ninjutsu on another civilian in the public, wouldn't arming them further lead to a spike in crime? Said the Inuzuka patriarch, with him seemingly being one of the few who had yet to choose a side. Would a civilian be any more dangerous than a shinobi from a clan? What's the difference? I see none except their rank in our society, something that should be changed if they are capable enough. If a mere civilian shinobi can use these teachings to rise to the level of those with Kekkei Genkai or clan techniques, then why shouldn't we trust them with them? That's not to mention the fact that the ANBU or police force can intervene in dangerous situations. Orochimaru said calmly, seemingly already prepared for the question. It seems the Inuzuka has secretly allied with Orochimaru, with him being able to give a response that would make anyone who supports the bill feel as if they were superior to the regular shinobi. Hiruzen thought as he simply watched the chaos unfold without interfering yet. If this bill is passed, it can lead to a massive amount of instability in the village. The entire power structure, the structure that fully supports the village, would completely be uprooted. We would no longer be able to offer low-ranked ninjutsu as rewards for missions for lower-ranking shinobi due to them already knowing them. That means we would either have more shinobi choosing to take monetary rewards for their missions or teach potential spies high-ranking ninjutsu that the villages possess. The first option is unviable as it would damage the economy, and decreasing the amount earned per mission would simply make the ninja unhappy. And teaching spies some of our more powerful ninjutsu is something I would rather not see. While I was not originally a fan of the revamp to the original academy, the newer variation has done wonders in preparing the next generation. I see no reason for us to make drastic changes such as these currently. Danzo spoke, the room growing a chilly atmosphere as he offered his own point of view on the topic. Isn't it the job of the root to root out spies? Does that mean that an organization that gets a plethora of resources is unable to prevent high-ranking shinobi from infiltrating us from their youth? Perhaps we could use that money to better fund these shinobi. Orochimaru asked sarcastically with a smile, everyone understanding the implications of his words. Isn't the strike task force also assigned with a job similar to the Roots? Perhaps both organizations would be inefficient in such a scenario. Yet the Root has remained consistent in its job. I can't say the same about strike since its records are sealed. Danzo said with a smile of his own as Sakumo glared at the men. How many ninjutsu would each clan be forced to contribute? Ashina asked as he stroked his beard, amused at the youngsters. A mere 5 for smaller clans, while 10 for the larger clans, and the decision of which ones needed to be contributed would be fully up to them. Orochimaru said, causing some patriarchs to mumble amongst themselves. It is now time for us to vote on the bill. If the bill is vetoed, it can be reintroduced at a later date, while if approved, it would begin to be enacted in the next academy year. The Chancellor said. The vote was then taken. Unsurprisingly, the elders, Danzo, the Uchiha Patriarch, and the Hyuga Patriarch led the vote on one side while Orochimaru, Tsukumo, Ashina, and Haru led the vote on the opposite end, with the smaller clans voting alongside one of the two ends. However, the key votes that had not been accounted for were Hiruzen's and Tsunade's, and with Tsunade not present as the director of the hospital, the sole person with power to decide the vote. Hiruzen let out a sigh as he voted with Danzo, choosing to maintain the status quo that they had decided rather than push the village into more rapid changes. Orochimaru gained a gloomy atmosphere around himself, clearly not happy with the result of the vote. The meeting then proceeded as usual with no more controversial topics being discussed, though Hiruzen could feel he and Orochimaru would need to have a conversation after the meeting ended. Read chapters ahead on p@trian.com/killerdj. Chapter 160, Chapter 154, Plan. Hokage's Office. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen sat with an expectant smile on his face as he waited for his favorite student to arrive. He knew Orochimaru would come and confront him about his ruling on the bill he had just voted to decline, yet he knew his decision before he even entered the conference room. He expected Orochimaru to barge into the room and question him about his decision, and he had already prepared his responses to many of the questions Orochimaru would ask. It was at that moment that he heard footsteps approaching the door, making him straighten his back and stare straight ahead, showcasing the full majesty that he had as the Hokage. The cold and chilly aura that surrounded Orochimaru when he entered would make Tsunade believe that she was seeing the future version of her friend instead of the one she knew. "You already know why I'm here, right, sensei?" Orochimaru asked as he stared at his teacher with a blank expression on his face. "I do." Hiruzen responded back, not taking his eyes off of Orochimaru. "Then why? You purposely dispatched Jeriah to the border and gave Tsunade a task on short notice with the sole purpose of blocking the bill from being passed. Even with what Danzo said, the benefits of that bill would have vastly outweighed any disadvantages it could have had." Orochimaru questioned. "I know that as well," Hiruzen said calmly as he relaxed in his chair. "Then why, sensei? This bill could have revolutionized the village," Orochimaru said, this time with anger fully laced in his voice. Hiruzen stood up and looked out the window behind him, staring at the stone monuments. He then signaled for Orochimaru to come beside him and look at it, with them both staring at the three great faces. The first Hokage created the village with unparalleled might that only his granddaughter can hope to replicate. The second Hokage created countless systems that have been integral to our village and even adopted by other villages, which only serves to emphasize its success. He also led us and nearly sacrificed his life to give the village the peace that we so desperately craved. The third Hokage, myself, led us after the fall of the second Hokage and throughout the second Great Ninja War, while also implementing systems, at the behest of Tsunade, to increase the power of our education and medical systems. I have already achieved greatness in my lifetime, and I am content with what I have done. The accolade of that bill would practically make the civilians view you in reverence, and I'm afraid I have no need for such a thing. But a new and upcoming Hokage, one that made himself known in the Second Great Ninja War as a member of the legendary Sannin, and is titled the Snake Sage, could use that bill as one of the first pieces of legislature that he passes once he takes over. It would give him an unshakable position to stand upon as he becomes the new leader of the village. Hiruzen said, not taking his eyes off of the Hokage faces while Orochimaru stared at him in shock. He understood what Hiruzen was saying. If he were to reintroduce this bill when he was Hokage, a lot fewer people would dare to go against it. Therefore, he would be nearly guaranteed to get the votes needed and could use it to solidify his position in Konoha. Tensions are rising, Roki. I have no doubt that the other villages still feel anger about how we suffered very minimally in the last war unlike them. The third Great Ninja War could happen a lot sooner than I predicted. That is without even mentioning the chaos that may soon erupt in the Land of Fire. So before any of this can be used against us, I plan to inaugurate you as the fourth Hokage. Hiruzen added, this time looking straight into Orochimaru's eyes. What's your goal, sensei? Orochimaru asked with skepticism laced in his eyes. He did not believe his teacher would simply give away the seat of Hokage for something as trivial as it being his dream. My goal is to bait the 4 other nations into attacking Konoha, at least 3 of them. Then, I would ask for Tsunade to be sent to the battlefield of Kyumo, some of the patriarchs and I to be sent to the battlefield of Suna, Tsukumo, and Dewey to be sent to Kiri, and Jeriah and Kenta to be sent to Iwa. With Tsunade's might, she could quickly overpower the army of Kyumo and deal devastating damage to them. The other groups may not be able to do the same at such a quick pace, but they could win nonetheless. And, after each village agrees to peace treaties upon their defeat, it would allow the heroes of this war, the new generation, alongside the leaders of powerful clans, to showcase themselves to the world. This would begin the process of fading out my generation, allowing the new generation to shine brighter than any before them as the old leaves become nutrients for the young sprouts. This was the same process Tobirama-sensei used for us, and I believe it could be even more successful with your generation. And the devastating damage we dealt to the other villages would give us a time of peace. an era without the need of war for the next generation. Sometimes it is necessary for us to spark the conflict, especially in a situation when we know that it is coming yet we are unable to do anything due to the daimyo wishing to maintain the moral high ground. But, with this plan, we could allow an entire generation of Konoha to enjoy their childhoods far more than mine or yours did, giving them a true chance to be children and grow, rather than becoming soldiers at the first inconvenience that a village has. Hiruzen explained his crazed plan, with Orochimaru staring at him in shock. He hadn't expected his teacher to be so insane to make such a plan that would practically use the other ninja villages as a platform that Konoha could use to grow. The aftermath would see Hiruzen, Danzo, and the rest of the older generation fall from power as his generation would become the main governing body in the village, allowing the new innovations and customs that they wish to be adopted to be enacted. Therefore, instead of looking at Hiruzen as if he were a fool or insane, the serpent gained a chilly smile upon his face, with the single question he asked giving a perfect representation of his stance on the matter. When do we begin? Read chapters ahead on patreon.com/killerdj. Chapter 161, Chapter 155, Teacher of Torture. Uchiha Compound. Inside of the Uchiha compound, Fugaka sat before his father as he faithfully reported the events of the day to the patriarch, not daring to leave out any minuscule details. However, while Fugaka thought his father was focusing on the intricacies of his day, he was instead pondering on the fact that Tsunade was now his son's teacher. Why would Hiruzen assign her to become Fugaka's teacher? And he also put the Hyuga heir and his own son on the team as well. Wait, perhaps he used this to prevent Tsunade from partaking in the vote, with her being occupied at the time of the vote. But for what reason would he have for ensuring that the bill failed? Even I am unable to properly understand that part. Kaito thought to himself before he was broken out of his stupor by his son staring at him. Is there anything else, Fugaku? He asked. Is Tsunade Senju as powerful as the rumors make her out to be? He asked, with him no longer having the great pride he truly usually showed, with him instead wishing to know if his new teacher was as powerful as commonly discussed. No. Kaito began, causing Fugaku's expectations to fall. She is most likely more powerful than any rumors speak of. In my long life, I have only seen one shinobi that carries themselves in the same manner. And that man had the power to make a tailed beast seem like a mere pet. If she has truly reached the same level as him, then I'm afraid that there is no better teacher that you could have gotten. And that includes myself. Kaito continued, with Fugaku looking in awe after his father finished. He attempted to hide his excitement as he prepared to leave, though he suddenly remembered something as he turned to his father and said, "Oh. She also said that we would be training continuously for the next month." Fugaku said before he left, making him unable to see his father's horrified gaze. I must ask her to spare him. Kaito thought as he immediately headed towards the Senju compound to plead for his son's life to the demon known as Tsunade Senju. He had heard horrors of her training from Kenta, and he didn't think his son's sanity would be intact afterwards. He only prayed he wouldn't be too late. Hyuga compound. A similar interaction occurred in the Hyuga clan as Hayashi explained to his father about his new teacher. However, unlike the Uchiha, the Hyuga patriarch was thinking of the ties his clan would have to the Senju clan due to this. Perhaps we can use this to claim a bid at the Hokage title whenever the fourth generation comes around. He thought to himself. Hayashi then brought up the fact of his training before he left, causing Hinato to summon Himichi in a bid to gain an explanation of what the training would entail. However, once he heard the horrors that Himichi explained, he quickly left in hopes of persuading Tsunade to lessen the burdens of her training, not wishing to kill his heir. Sarutobi clan. Hiruzen sat on the couch with his blanket as his wife had found out that he appointed Tsunade as their son's teacher, knowing the torture that he would endure. He could do nothing but sigh, as he knew the consequences of his actions and the unrelenting nature of his wife. He laid down and went to bed, deciding to allow this to be the next day's problems. Senju compound. Hinato and Kaito both arrived at the Senju clan compound at the same time, with them both inferring that they were there for the same reasons. They both knocked on the door of Tsunade's home, with them expecting one of the known residents to arrive and open the door for them, yet they were stunned when a young boy with blonde hair and whiskers opened the door. "Granny Mito, we've got guests." The boy yelled as he escorted them in and into the living room, where Mito entered and rubbed her hand through his hair before she spoke. "Let your mother know she has a few guests," Mito said, to which Naruto smiled and left to find his mother. Mito's smile faded as he went up the stairs, with her stare turning cold and calculated as she sat in front of the men, with her asking the integral question. "Why have you two come to my humble abode?" Read chapters ahead on patreon.com/killerdj. Chapter 162, Chapter 156, Plans. Hinato and Kaito audibly gulped as they were stared down by the former Senju matriarch, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Mito Senju. They both hadn't seen the old monster since she gave the position of leader of the Senju away to her daughter and son-in-law. Just as the two were about to explain, the front door opened again, with it revealing Ashina, Tobirama, Kuna, Ayako, Haru, and the children entering. "We're home." And we brought ramen for every Ashina's words halted in his throat as he noticed the two patriarchs sitting in their living room. Come on kids, let's go see what Naruto is doing. Ayako said as she led the children out of the room, leading to the remaining adults joining the discussion in the living room, making the already paranoid patriarchs feel as though their end was near. Why the hell does the second Hokage, the Senju Patriarch, the future and current Uzumaki Patriarchs, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and Tsunade Senju all live in the same place? You can't tell me that this wasn't a setup. Kaito thought to himself as sweat dripped down his back due to the intense aura that the people before him were emitting. However, once he gained control of his emotions, his proud look returned as he spoke. I apologize for intruding at such unforeseen times. It's just that I heard that Lady Tsunade was appointed as my son's teacher, and I simply had to come and meet her to discuss his education. That is precisely the reason why I have come as well. Hinato added. Well, what questions do you have? I would love to hear them. Tsunade said as she came down the stairs. The two patriarchs glanced at each other as they prepared to formulate their words in a way so that they didn't offend the people before them. Well, Lady Tsunade, we have heard many reports on the somewhat grueling nature of your training, something that can push even the strongest to despair. It is due to this that we request that you can make your training a bit more bearable for them, especially if it will be continuous for at least a month. Kaito said with a small smile on his face. I'm afraid I'll have to decline. If I were to take them out on missions and they perish due to insufficient strength, I would be quite ashamed of myself. So, I think they'll be fine. After all, wouldn't you wish for the heirs of your clans to hold a higher level of strength by studying under me? Tsunade asked as she stared at the two. Both men knew that based on Tsunade's stance, she wouldn't change her opinion anytime soon, causing them to simply agree with Tsunade's wishes before leaving. As Kaito headed back to his clan compound, a single thought was lingering in his mind, based fully on the feeling he gained once he laid eyes on them. Who was that young boy? Root headquarters. Inside of one of the rooms in the home base of the Root, Koharu and Hamura stood before their old comrade Danzo as they discussed the results of the bill. I truly didn't expect Hiruzen to vote with us on this bill. I was expecting us to have to introduce limitations on the bill that would allow us to still have the upper hand. Koharu said as she sipped her tea. Hiruzen must have had another agenda behind his behavior. He wouldn't have voted with us if he didn't view a reason for him to. Hamura responded, with him still pondering on Hiruzen's actions. Either way, it is as irrelevant as the entirety of this bill. In both news, I have already begun the implementation of Operation Whiteout in the Land of Fire. Danzo said, making both Hamura and Koharu's necks snap towards him. Are we fully prepared to initiate it now? After all, we don't have a strong majority in the village, and we wouldn't need any unforeseen consequences to arise from it. Hamura said with worry. Even if we are not, it is not us that will face the fallout of the plan. The end result of it will only lead to two inevitable outcomes. Either Hiruzen will fall from grace and lose the title of Hokage in a bid to let himself take the blame for it, or our true target will face the retribution for his depravity and actions that lead the shinobi world to despair. And if the pillar of the Land of Fire falls, it will be up to Konoha to take its place as the leader of the nation. Soon, the daimyo shall fall. Read chapters ahead on patreon.com/killerdj. Chapter 163, Chapter 157, Cold. Flashback. On a cold winter night, the wind blew strongly as it sent large amounts of the snowy ground in every direction. And on this night, a young man with deep-colored black hair and a scar on his face walked calmly through it, as if the terrors of Mother Nature simply didn't affect him. The men had guards that watched him from a distance, the masks on their faces and body language showing no visible emotion, as if the people were merely tools to be used to aid the goals of the men who led them. The men arrived at a beautiful home, with the house having 3 stories and appearing as if it housed very important individuals, which it did. The man knocked on the door, with him showing no surprise as a man with red hair opened it, a questioning look on his face. Counselor Danzo. The men questioned before welcoming him in, showing no surprise to the men to surround the home as if to intervene if things went wrong. You all have a beautiful home, Lord Ashina. Danzo said as he was escorted to the private study, the room used by the family to meet special guests. I'm afraid I can't take all the credit. Hashirama and Mito designed their home to be one that showcased their love and care, and I'm confident to say they did just that. My choosing to live with them is one I enjoy nearly every day. Ashina replied with a smile. The duo arrived in the room as Ashina began the conversation. So, what can I assist you with, Counselor Danzo? I am afraid I was not expecting a visit today. I've come to have a conversation with my teacher. It's about time that I faced my questions with the men who could give me the answers to them. Danzo answered while taking a sip of his tea. I see. I'll let him know that you are here. Give me just a moment. Ashina said as he left the room. Danzo stood in the room in silence, as he waited for the most difficult conversation that he had ever needed in his life to take place. A man who was like his father figure had not chosen him as his successor, and he needed to know why. He couldn't believe that Tobirama would merely choose the person to take over the position of the Hokage over something as trivial as who would sacrifice themselves first. A man as intelligent as he would have never made a foolish trial like that the basis of his choice, as he always thought that if Koharu or Hamura had volunteered, he would have told them to do so while the group escaped. It wasn't to say he was heartless, merely, he was realistic and pessimistic enough to know the benefits and downsides of every situation. And with that being the case, Danzo came to the assumption that Tobirama merely used Hiruzen's eagerness to sacrifice himself as a way to convince the rest of the group that Hiruzen deserved it more than they did, simply due to his selflessness. This would make the group fully aid Hiruzen as the new Hokage, while also ending any thoughts that the group may have had of anyone else deserving the position. But Danzo needed to know why. Why was Hiruzen the better choice than me? Danzo's thoughts were ended as he watched the figure who entered the room. The man, someone whom Danzo had always looked up to, still had the same authoritarian presence to him, as if his aura hadn't diminished with his age. The man gained a small smile upon seeing his student, as he took the seat across from him as the two stared at one another. Danzo could barely formulate his words, not knowing how to approach the situation, something rarely seen from him. He had thought he let these thoughts go, but knowing his teacher was alive caused them to come back to the forefront. And the sight of him now only solidified this further. Sensei. Why? That was all Danzo could get out while using all his might to keep his face emotionless. However, instead of feigning ignorance, Tobirama just sighed as he rubbed the temple of his. Because you were too much like me. The response caught Danzo off guard, making the surprise grow evident on his face, though Tobirama paid it no attention as he continued. You and Hiruzen represented two sides of myself that I both equally respected and loathed. You represented all of my prejudice, all of my extreme tendencies, and all of my insecurities. You represented the entirety of my past. Hiruzen represented all of my hope, all of my goals that I wished I could achieve. He represented my hope for the future. So, instead of choosing the next leader of the village to be a more pessimistic version of myself, I chose a more optimistic version. And while there is no doubt that I was uncertain about the future that either of you two could bring, I felt that even if things went awry, the village would still stand stable. Tobirama explained. Yet Hiruzen lacks the drive to make major decisions. Why choose someone who has Northwest true drive other than a foolish dream of peace? Danzo asked, the years of frustration finally showing as his emotionless mask broke apart. Because he has the will to achieve what his fellow Hokage before him could not. And perhaps he could be an integral part of the peace that is brought to the village. That was the reason that the village was built in the first place. Hiruzen has my faith that he can achieve something that neither I nor my brother have not. Tobirama stated. Danzo stared at his teacher in utter silence, before he stood and began to leave, though he said something in the doorway before he left. I will accomplish something that even Hiruzen cannot. I will bring true peace to the village, something none of the Hokages have accomplished nor will accomplish, and that shall be how I prove you wrong, sensei. Danzo then bid farewell to Mito and Ashina who sat in the living room, with him once again going into the deep cold night, quite similar to himself. It was this night when the plan of his came to be concocted in his mind, serving as the birth of Operation Whiteout. Read chapters ahead on patreon.com/killerdj. Happy Thanksgiving, I have to go fight some grandmas at the mall now. Chapter 164, Chapter 158, The Start. Present. The next morning, Tsunade stood on one of the courtyards as her 3 students sat around her, all waiting in anticipation as their training would commence. So, to begin, place these bracelets on your arms and legs. Tsunade said as he handed them the black bracelets and anklets. The trio placed them on, with Tsunade then pulling out some sheets of paper, with each of them realizing what they were. I will be using these papers to test your chakra nature so that I can better formulate the training plan for each of you. Tsunade said as she handed them to each and instructed them on how to guide their chakra into them. Fugaku's paper burned into ash, Shimonosuke split in half before one side burned and the other crumbled, while Himichi's became completely damp and sank to the ground. Alright. Fugaku's chakra nature is fire, Himichi's is water, and Shimonosuke's are earth, wind, and fire. Good, now I know exactly how to train each of you. The 3 then stood before Tsunade as they expected her to give them their first instruction, though they suddenly fell to the ground as their limbs became obscenely heavy. What's happening? Fugaku said, as he could not lift his body from the ground. The first part of your training is very simple. You simply have to stand up. I've already informed your guardians that you'll be staying with me, and I have bought a plentiful amount of ration pills to keep your hunger handled. Therefore, we have all the time in the world. We're going to do this every day for an hour between training sessions. Our training will be over when you can confidently walk. So, good luck. Tsunade ended with an enthusiastic smile on her face. However, to the 3 boys, it looked as if the Demon King was looking down at them. Inside of a tavern near the outskirts of the village, 3 individuals stood in a secret backroom. The 3 men each wore necklaces that each showcased a piece of a flower, with them being 3 of the 6 founding members of the White Lotus. What made you call us so urgently, Tsukumo? We couldn't even spread the message far with the level of distress you made. We thought you were compromised. Kenta said as he looked at his old teammate with a questioning look in his eyes. Tsukumo took a deep breath, ready to explain the terrifying information he learned merely a few hours beforehand. A senior intelligence that we had stationed in one of the villages near the border detected signs of a suspected root agent being stationed there while undercover. Upon further looking into it, he detected that the agent had been a proponent of spreading information about the corruption that takes place in the capital and a growing amount of civil unrest. While we had heard other signs in recent months, he stated that the anger of the civilians and farmers is growing to a profound degree. While we struggled to obtain proof, we realized that a large amount of weapons and other war materials were being bought discreetly by many civilian merchants and wealthy organizations. If all these factors are put together, it could mean that a revolt is on the horizon. Kenta and Jeriah could merely gasp in the reveal, as such an event had not occurred in centuries. We need to get a group meeting together now. If what you said is true, then there could be cataclysmic levels of repercussions following this. I'll go inform Orochimaru. Jeriah said as he practically jumped to his feet. The trio took off in different directions, ready to converge the group to make a decision of the events they had just learned about. Root. Sir, everything is in order as you predicted. Shall we proceed on schedule? An agent of the root asked his lord. Danzo closed his eyes tightly, as if having an internal disagreement before muttering to himself, this is for Konoha. Only with this can the village truly grow. Yes. Proceed on schedule. Danzo said with an iron will. This will only be the start. I will sacrifice everything. Danzo thought, determined in his goal. Read chapters ahead on patreon.com/killerdj. The Grandma's One. I was hit with a cane for a half-price waffle maker. Chapter 165, Chapter 159, Meeting of the Lotus. The night sky shined brightly over the village of Konoha, with the bright lanterns and lights in the village showcasing how alive it still felt. And in separate parts of the beautiful village, two separate meetings of grand importance were taking place. Around a long table, the most important members of the new generation gathered as they would discuss the issue discovered that morning. The gallant, Jeriah. The serpent, Orochimaru. The white fang, Tsukumo. The crimson eye, Kenta. The dark mind, Shirkai. The empress of Shinobi, Tsunade. These 6 people represented the pillars of the generation, with each having their own political and physical power to support them having their seat. The organization, known as the White Lotus, was one that was established by Tsunade following the conclusion of the Second Great Shinobi World War. Its primary focus was maintaining the peace and balance of the village, though the hope was that it could one day grow into an international organization, which would allow a new era to arise for the Shinobi world. What we discovered earlier is that the civilian population may be preparing for a revolt against the standing government. What are we going to do about this? Tsukumo began the discussion, going straight into the crux of the issue. What do you expect us to do? Tsunade said abruptly, stunning everyone at her tone. Aren't you concerned about what issues could arise due to our inaction or even the danger of us being dispatched to take the lives of civilians en masse? Jeriah asked back, not understanding Tsunade's point of view. Why should I be? Our sole purpose here is to maintain the status quo and prevent a singular party from taking over the full decision-making process of the village. I've been aware of the growing sentiments that the citizens of the Land of Fire have, and I honestly don't find any issues with their views. If you investigate the current state of living that those outside of the village suffer from, you wouldn't disagree with their views either. Tsunade said. What do you mean? Jeriah asked, causing Shirkai's face to grimace slightly as he knew what her answer would encapsulate. Well, to start with, the vast majority of citizens outside of the Land of Fire are unable to gain high-paying jobs or even sustainable work, as well as being unable to find steady education that will allow them to get the more affordable jobs that they wish. Many abandon their children or sell them to the nobles as servants or other remedial jobs that guarantee them very few rights. Why do you think Konoha gets so many requests to allow civilians to migrate here? It's because they feel that many other opportunities are exhausted, and that the only hopes that they or their families may have is to become a shinobi. These people struggle immensely because of the system that we currently have. Even essential jobs like farmers struggle deeply due to the high taxes imposed on them to pay for the war. But even if a revolt were to occur, we wouldn't be getting involved unless we were the ones leading it. Tsunade said. Oh, why do you say that? Orochimaru questioned the last part of her sentence, unsure of what she meant. When my grandfather first built Konoha, both Grandpa Tobirama and another thought of this issue, with them writing into the village laws that the village is under no obligation to get involved in any political matters, while also not holding any political power itself. This both limited the scope of the power that the village could hold in the future, but also protected us from getting involved if the leader of the village did not wish to. Think of it as the daimyo preventing the Hokage from growing enough political influence to usurp him, but also preventing the daimyo from forcing the village to become an aimless force for him to point at anyone who disagrees with them. So does that mean that we will refrain from intervening? Tsukumo asks the most important question. No. That means that now, the only man who can decide our intervention is the leader of our village. The Hokage. Chapter 166, Chapter 160, System. On the opposite end of the village, a similar meeting was taking place, with it being between arguably the two figures in Konoha who hold the most political sway. On one side of the desk was a man who stood in the prime of his life, with him unconsciously emitting an aura of strength and power, one that would make anyone near him feel confident and safe, as if there would be no danger if he was around. His mastery over the elements stood near the pinnacle, with many going so far as to dub him as the second Shinobi no Kami, or God of Shinobi. This was all due to the near-absolute control he held over the 5 elemental chakra natures, as well as his knowledge on many of Konoha's ninjutsu. He had even begun to study Yin, Yang, and Yin-Yang releases, with his hope being to master them to boost his combat prowess even further. That man was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. And on the other side of the desk, an elderman sat calmly with an analytical gaze, as if he could see through anything and everything as if it were glass. In his prime, many considered him as the most powerful water release user in the world, and the frontrunner for the title of the most intelligent in the shinobi world. The amount of ninjutsu that he created for the sole purpose of defeating opposing forces is astonishing. And his infrastructural abilities that allowed him to become the main proponent in the successful establishment of the village showcase his immense intelligence in a varying amount of fields. And even in his old age, no one would dare to underestimate him, as it's unknown how dangerous this genius has become with more time to develop. This man was the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. For the first time since his return, Tobirama had requested a meeting with his student, causing the meeting between two Hokage. "How can I help you today, sensei?" Hiruzen asks, though the respect held in his tone is completely evident. "I believe you already know why, but I'll humor you this once. I'm here to ask, what do you plan on doing with the current situation that has arisen throughout the nation?" "Nothing. Nothing. Nothing." Hiruzen responded, staring at his teacher with a blank face that displayed no emotion. "You do realize that I expect an adequate response, right?" Tobirama stared back at him, his face displaying the authority of being Hiruzen's teacher. Hiruzen sighed as he began his response. "Any actions we make could only lead towards worsening the situation. If we were to intervene, we could potentially worsen the conflict. It may cause the perception of the Land of Fire to change from a peaceful and kind land with the great Konoha as its protector to a dictatorship that sees us brutally and cruelly victimizing our citizens. And if we side with the civilians, we would become the enemies of the entire world, as we would be going against the daimyo system itself. My hands are fully tied in this situation. Don't delude yourself, monkey. You know as well as I do that this event isn't some randomly occurring event. Someone has fanned the hatred in the hearts of the civilians, and that is causing the Land of Fire to enter into an extremely delicate state." Tobirama said, a bit annoyed that Hiruzen was attempting to avoid the information that he undoubtedly possessed. Hiruzen's face gained a small frown for a moment due to him not understanding how his teacher was capable of obtaining such information, though it quickly morphed back to normal. "And I assume that you already know who is doing it, seeing that you haven't dispatched any shinobi to help discover the culprit. If you are the type of Hokage that I think you are, then I have no doubt that you would have quickly sent someone to investigate the source. But seeing that you have not, it means that you either are fully confident in a suspect or have already deduced it, coming to the same conclusion as I." Tobirama stared at Hiruzen, analyzing his body for any patterns or slight movements to give him his answer. And it was the slight shiver in Hiruzen's shoulder that gave Tobirama the answer that he needed. While Hiruzen was a master at concealing his emotions and preventing them from becoming apparent, he was not on the level where he could fool someone with an analytical mind as powerful as Tobirama. "I've dealt with the daimyo before, Hiruzen. It was his suggestion that I travel to the Land of Lightning on the day that I went missing. And no matter how much people like to compare the two positions, the position of the Hokage is that of a general to a king. And I have no doubt that he was likely aware of the issues going on there. So, be prepared for the king to use the general as his sharpest weapon, no matter how we wrote the constitution of the village. Because unless we are fully willing to end our connection to the Land of Fire, you will have to follow orders, the same as I. And if he is behind this as I expect, then you will be forced to put him down, personal feelings aside. Is that what you have come here to remind me, sensei? That I'm a cog in a machine that will never end, and never allow me to break free from it? Or that I'll be forced to kill my best friend from my own hand if the daimyo finds out and orders it?" Hiruzen asked, his mask breaking and brightly showcasing his emotions fully. "No. I'm here to remind you of your duty as the Hokage. And that ultimately, the choice to change or maintain the system will be up to you. For that is the burden you carry, as the Hokage of Konohagakure." Tobirama finished as he stood and headed to leave. However, before leaving, he decided to add one final thing. "Though I reminded you of the lives that will follow your decision, remember to also follow what your heart feels is correct, for only then will you be able to determine the proper answer." Read chapters ahead on p@trian.com/killerdj. Finals week is next week, so no chapters. Chapter 167, Chapter 161, Dinner, 2. And, so after a horrible illness, I'm finally back and ready to work. Side note, I got good grades for this semester. Tsunade quickly arrived at the gate to the Senju compound not long after the end of the meeting between the leaders of the White Lotus. The decision had been made for the group to simply await the final decision of Hiruzen, after which they would decide their course of action. Tsunade then noticed someone approaching, though a slight amount of sensing allowed her to realize that it was simply Tobirama, though she did wonder what he was doing out so late. Have you picked up Grandpa's habit of gambling? I'd hate for Grandma to nearly kill another grandfather of mine for nearly losing the deed to the house. Tsunade said with a small smile on her face. Even I'm not foolish enough to invoke the wrath of Mito. Though I assume you wish for your whereabouts to remain just as secretive as mine's was. So how about we simply head home? Tobirama said before he and Tsunade headed towards their home. They arrived to see Mito and Ayako setting the table while Haru and Ashina sat in the living room with all of the kids. I'm glad to see that you two could join us. Now I can have the full family here for dinner for once. Mito said, though Tsunade slightly flinched, knowing she was likely referring to her. Her position at the Konoha hospital had led to many late nights for her, and her break from it seemed to be a blessing in disguise. Sorry. Tsunade mumbled slightly before she assisted Mito in finishing setting the table. It was just when Mito was about to begin placing the meal onto the table that a knock was heard at the door. Tsunade went to the door and opened it, with it being Jeriah there as he stated that he had forgotten to return one of Tsunade's Fuinjutsu scrolls form when she was teaching him. Oh, is that Jeriah? Come on in. We have enough food for you as well. Mito said with her grandmotherly smile shining with a certain aura that made Jeriah feel that he would be unable to refuse. Therefore, he was forced to join the family of 10 at their table, allowing them to enjoy the home-cooked meal. How was your day, Naruto? Tsunade asked with her motherly smile showing, one that Jeriah couldn't help but take a small glance at. Tsunade had told them about Naruto once she returned to the village, though she had only stated that she found him on her mission in Rorin and had chosen to adopt him. He couldn't come up with an argument to fault her, seeing that he had adopted the 3 orphans from Omegakure and had been raising them as Konoha shinobi since the end of the Second Great Shinobi World War. It was great. Granny Mito taught me some new Fuinjutsu and even let me use one of them. She also said that she would teach me the gravity seal tomorrow. Naruto said with excitement and joy in his voice. Under the care of his new family, Naruto had been able to leave his previously near malnourished state and clothing, adopting a look that Tsunade deemed befitting of the Prince of the Senju. He had also increased his skills in such a short time, able to fully showcase his talent once he had individuals fully devoted to training him while also giving him the warmth and love that he had always wanted. Jeriah perked up at hearing this, sensing this as a chance for himself to grow closer to the boy that he felt a slight connection to due to Tsunade. Perhaps he can go on a mission with Konan, Yahiko, Nagato, and I. I'm sure he will enjoy being able to work with people his own age and dash. Jeriah's words were cut short as he felt 5 pairs of eyes lock onto his body, each emitting a horrific amount of chakra and murderous intent as if daring him to finish his sentence. If not proven in the past, the idea was amplified further currently. That is, there is only one thing more terrifying than raging-tailed beast, and that is angry grandparents. I mean, perhaps he come with us in the future. He still has to finish his training right now. Jeriah laughed as the pressure on him decreased, making Tsunade simply smile in amusement at them. Perhaps you could take the kids to the park tomorrow, Uncle Tobirama. They would love to spend time with you. Kuna said as she finished her second serving and went back for thirds. Nawaki and Kushina's eyes widened in delight, the 2 5-year-olds both excited at the prospect of being able to visit their favorite place. Of course. Anything for my grandchildren. Tobirama said, though, with his bland and expressionless face, his statement seemed quite contradictory. The table then spread into many different conversations, with all of them making a lively and bright atmosphere surround the table. Mito watched all of this in a mood of pure bliss, with the happiness she felt at seeing her entire family making her feel as if her entire life was worth it. However, it was at this time that an unseen guest decided to make its presence felt, as the being inside her flared its chakra simply to ruin her mood and spite her. She was able to suppress the beast in a quick manner, before any of her family members could notice and ruin the good mood that they had. However, Mito didn't realize just how terrifying Tsunde's perception had grown, nor the small frown that came to her face. It seems that I and the QB need to have a heart-to-heart talk. Tsunade thought, determined to take care of the issue with the 9 tails now. Chapter 168, Chapter 162, Faults. The family dinner ended not long after, with everyone heading to their respective rooms while Jeriah was told to stay the night in the guest room. However, unlike the others, Tsunade didn't head to bed, but instead headed to her grandmother's room, ready for the two to have a conversation about the entity inside of her. She arrived at the room and knocked on the door, with her then hearing Mito's voice, signaling her to enter the room. She came in to see Mito sitting in the chair near her bed, with her reading a thick book while relaxing. "What's wrong, Suna?" Mito asked, sensing the slight amount of worry coming from her granddaughter due to her monstrous sensing abilities. Tsunade's eyes scanned across the room, with her feeling as if she was back in her youth, with Hashirama and her sitting on the opposite side of the room while gambling, all while Mito watched them with a smile. She hadn't visited the room many times since Hashirama's passing, as it always seemed to upset her. However, she was brought out of her senses as she remembered the purpose of her visit, ready to have a confrontation with the Nine Tails. While she had spoken to the nine-tailed fox inside of Naruto, that Kurama was far more willing to listen and could believe her story due to Obito's attack on the night of Naruto's birth. But this Kurama was one whom her grandfather took the freedom of and enslaved both he and his siblings, all in a foolish attempt to create peace. While Tsunade couldn't say that disliked her grandfather, she practically felt he was mentally challenged for handing out the tailed beasts to the other villages. He practically handed open her original world's equivalent of nuclear weapons, all in a vain attempt to create a balance between the villages in hopes that they would all agree to remain peaceful with each other. But instead, he simply amplified the wars that would be waged to a brand new level. While Tsunade hadn't been alive during the Warring States period, she simply couldn't equate the current system to being a better alternative, as it simply led to wars on a larger scale than previously. And it was due to that Tsunade felt a slight drive towards changing the current status quo of the shinobi world. Yet, her mission of protecting Konoha, which was entrusted to her by those before her, completely contradicted this drive, making her feel as if she was simply stuck between a rock and a hard place. "I felt the Nine Tails earlier. I think we can convince him to work with us," Tsunade said, causing Mito's eyes to widen in horror. The two had never really spoken about her grandmother's status as a Jinchuriki, and that fact alone amplified the importance of Tsunade bringing it up. "I understand you wish to help Tsuna, but I'm confident in being able to suppress the Nine Tails," Mito said, her gaze firm as she felt prepared to deal with any complications that may arise. "But what if we don't have to suppress him? The Biju have sentience, that much is known by all of the major villages. But if they are sentient, then why have we not come to an agreement with them? I met the other version of the Nine Tails, and I can guarantee you that it is not simply a mindless beast, but a being that is suffering because of us. It's my job to correct the wrongs that my grandfather made, even if his intentions when making them were good. Do you truly believe that it's right for us to enslave this beast for a false sense of peace, especially when we simply can find a way to cooperate with them for the betterment of both us and him?" Tsunade finished with her question, staring straight into her grandmother's eyes. Mito sighed, knowing that she wouldn't be able to change the will of her granddaughter. "Fine, Tsuna, I'll give you a chance to prove your point. But if you are wrong, we shall not visit this topic again," Mito said, to which Tsunade nodded. Tsunade walked over to her grandmother and held her hand, with her channeling all of her Yin chakra to travel into Mito's mindscape, ready to meet the one being that would possess more hatred for her than any she had met prior. Chapter 169, Chapter 163, Nine Tails. "And I finally got around to creating a sustainable schedule. My winter session classes have really been getting in the way. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Naruto, the strongest Senju. Tuesday/Thursday, Naruto, the sorcerer supreme. Saturday/Sunday, alternating between One Piece, Rules of Justice, My Hero Academia, The White Queen, and Naruto, Daughter of the Mist. Now, enjoy the chapter. Hopefully I can get the chapters stockpiled enough by Friday." Tsunade opened her eyes to find herself in a beautiful landscape, with flowers and rivers adorning it to where it looked as if she was in paradise. She looked to her side to see her grandmother, with her looking as her skin glowed in the beautiful atmosphere. "Well, let us go," Mito said with a determined look on her face, though Tsunade still looked in awe at the level of complexity that Mito's mindscape showed. Even she was unable to manifest a landscape as vast and beautiful as this, though she simply decided to ask for her grandmother's advice on it later, with them heading towards the holding place of the Nine Tails. They soon arrived at a cave, with them entering to see the pathway adorned with torches all down the path. What you felt earlier was most likely the Nine Tails simply attempting to rattle the chains that bind him, though he wouldn't have been able to escape no matter how he felt, Mito said without taking a glance at her, with them continuing to head towards the central location. They finally arrived at their location, with Tsunade being absolutely shocked by what she saw. Instead of him simply being locked behind a cage, Tsunade saw the majestic fox being bound by a tremendous amount of chains, with the chains extending from things like his tails and limbs, to the smallest things like his claws. The Nine Tails opened his eyes upon sensing their presence, with them staring at the two with a monstrous amount of hatred and malice in his eyes. Tsunade began to feel as if the sheer emotions that he was emanating were becoming physical, as she stared at the terrifying creature. "How dare you show yourself to me? I'll rip you apart once I am released." Kurama showcased his hatred in his words as realized who the two people before him were. One was the wife of the bastard who sealed him, while the other was his family member and carried the same blood as the men. He truly wished to rip apart the two beings before him, as if that could cause Hashirama some suffering from beyond the grave. "Nine Tails, I've come to bargain." Tsunade said with a determined look upon her face as she walked directly before the being. Oh, and what could a measly monkey like you possibly have to offer me? Unless it is to wipe out your bloodline followed by yourself, then I'm afraid I won't need it. I'm afraid I can't meet that demand, but what if I can offer you some facet of freedom? This statement made both Mito and the Ninetales turn their attention towards Tsunade, with a questioning gaze accompanying them both. While I can't offer something like releasing you after my grandmother's death, especially since I wish to prolong her life as long as possible, I can offer you an alternative. What if we pull some of your chakra into the physical world and I use it to mold a smaller body for your consciousness to inhabit? This could allow you freedom while also giving you the gift to enjoy the outside world for the first time in decades. Tsunade said, making Mito's eyes widen while the Ninetales just chuckled in contempt. While the offer seems kind, you also likely won't allow my full body to be released to save the life of this wench. And even if that is the case, why should I trust someone like you to keep your word? It is worth just about as much as your grandfather's life, and you see where he is. Perhaps. But wouldn't it better than simply being a caged pet for the rest of your days? Tsunade retorted. I am no one's pet. The Ninetales yelled in anger as all of the chains rattled due to his power, his overwhelmingly dense chakra crashing into both Tsunade and Mito. Mito prepared to reinforce the seal, though Tsunade didn't make a move, and instead stared at the being before her. I'm offering you a chance, Ninetales. I'm willing to admit my grandfather was wrong with his approach to you and the other tailed beasts. And I also hope to be able to help the situation of you all one day. But this is the best I can do right now. So if you want a chance at freedom, a chance to see the world with your own eyes, then you have to trust me. Tsunade said. The Ninetales stared at the human before him, unable to feel that he was being tricked. The girl was a descendant of the bastard known as Hashirama, causing him to already be hated by her, with the only bloodline he hated more being the Uchiha. But he could detect no lies from her, making him frown as either she was a liar good enough to fool even the mighty Kyuubi, or she was telling the truth. And it was that fact that made him, for the first time in his long and illustrious history, choose to put his trust in a human. Very well. I have decided to put my faith in you, Tsunade Senju. But know this. If my trust is betrayed, then I shall send you to a seat next to your grandfather in hell. Chapter 170, Chapter 164, Lurking Threats. Tsunade opened her eyes once again, this time finding herself back in the real world as Mito stared at her. You do realize the implications of your words? The Ninetales is not a simple creature. Who knows what schemes it may concoct to restore its full power? It may become a danger to the village in every regard, foretelling doom unto us all. Tsunade didn't bat an eye at her grandmother's claim, instead, staring her straight in the eye as she gave her response. If grandfather was strong enough to fight Madara and the Ninetales at the same time, then I am confident that I can do the same. There are far greater powers in the world than just the nine-tailed fox, or any of the tailed beasts for that matter. Just the fox and there won't be enough to cause any issues as long as I am here. Is that so? Is that why you feel comfortable having another Ninetales inside this home, practically doubling our troubles? I love Naruto, as he is my grandson. But I'm going to need you to explain where exactly he has come from, as nobody other than I possess enough sensory ability to detect it. And if it were to become common knowledge that we possess two Jinchuriki, or even worse, the village comes under the suspicion that we can duplicate tailed beasts, the Senju Clan will not be able to escape without a proper explanation. So, I need you to tell me the truth of what we are dealing with, what greater powers exist in the shinobi world, and of Naruto's origins. You and Tobirama have been hiding things for far too long, and I have had enough of it. Mito finished, her demand lingering in the air. Tsunade looked into her grandmother's eyes, seeing the determination that showed that she would not let the topic go without a proper explanation. So, Tsunade sighed as she explained everything. And she meant everything. From the fact that Madara was still alive, to the fact that he was being manipulated by an ancient entity that originated from the goddess of chakra, she told this to Tobirama as well, though she claimed she discovered the information while in Naruto's timeline, to the fact that the clan of the goddess wants to consume the energy of the planet and use it to become gods. And while she knew that the Ninetales may be able to listen to the conversations that Mito had, she hoped that he would also hear of the potential dangers that the shinobi world as a whole was in. The terrorizing figures that would be coming to the shinobi world were something that Tsunade had been unable to fully prepare for, as she didn't have the full background on the threats to come, with her only being able to get separate bits of information from Boruto and its sequel series about the threats that may exist. All she knew was that she had to prepare Konoha for the threats that may be on the horizon, with people with the strength of Hashirama becoming more commonplace in Boruto. The shock that went through Mito as she understood the many implications that their village was small in the grand order of things and that the threats that existed could easily destroy the dream that her husband had created, was something that left her with a newfound feeling. She stared into the air as if contemplating over an extremely important thing before her determination steeled as she came to a decision. Mito reached into her mind once more, appearing before the Ninetales once again. I don't doubt that it is very unlikely that we will ever be able to truly coexist, or even become friends in this lifetime. But if what Tsunade said is true, the world that your father created will no longer be able to protect itself, as the end of all life that we know of could be on the horizon. My only request is that we can work together to combat this threat. After finishing her statement, the large number of chains surrounding the Nine Tails vanished, allowing the being to no longer be fully imprisoned, though he still remained in a sealed state. HMPT. Instead of the expected hostility or aggression that he could have shown, the Nine Tails laid back down, after which Mito left while having a sigh of relief. Though once outside, she felt herself able to draw on a newfound source of chakra, and with the slightest pull on it, she found herself surrounded by golden ethereal flames. Tsunade seemed absolutely awestruck, not expecting that the Nine Tails would voluntarily give Mito his chakra so quickly. Mito then opened her eyes, staring at her granddaughter, and with a newfound determination as she spoke. We shall protect everything that Hashi built, no matter who we have to face. Chapter 171, Chapter 165, Talk Between Friends. The night prior quickly ended, with Tsunade and Mito coming to an agreement that they would begin preparing a new defense to protect the village. They would begin preparing a new Fuinjutsu array, one that would be powerful enough to turn the village into an unbreakable fortress, the likes of which had never been seen in the shinobi world. Tsunade then went to bed, allowing her to gain a proper rest to get ready for the following day, though such a peaceful scene could not be seen in other parts of the village, or even the Land of Fire as a whole. Root Headquarters. Inside the Root's home base, Danzo Shimura sat at his desk, awaiting the inevitable meeting that he had been dreading. He knew that it was only a matter of time until Hiruzen learned of his plans, though he had prepared multiple failsafes depending on how the situation played out. Hiruzen would either take him down and decide to kill or imprison him, allow him to continue in his plans while declaring his neutrality, or support and aid him in taking down the current system that plagued their world. And while he truly wished for his best friend to give him his support in his Titanus task, he knew that Hiruzen would try to dismay him and that he would only act if he represented the best wishes of the village. Just at that moment, a Root agent frantically body flickered into the room. Lord Hokage is here to see you, Lord Danzo. Just as the masked shinobi finished, a man dressed in the majestic robes of the Hokage entered the room, his face showing none of the usual warmth he shows when facing his best friend. The man who entered was not Danzo's rival and friend he had made during the first week in the academy. The man who entered was the person who carried the highest amount of power in the village of Konoha, a man feared for his combat prowess and ability to command the elemental chakra natures. And the fact that he came without the usual levels of respect or order made Danzo feel a slight feeling that he could only attribute to something he very rarely felt, fear. Hiruzen. Danzo said, not taking his eyes off Hiruzen, though if that was due to reverence for his friend or fear from the Hokage could be argued. We need to have a talk. Hiruzen said, the solemn expression on his face making it clear that he was not here for any kind of pleasantries. The situation has already begun, Hiruzen. There is nothing I can do to stop it now. The world is going into a new revolution, and I plan to force its evolution. Danzo said as he stood, choosing not to play innocent as he knew it was going to be foolish. And are you aware of the chaos that could arise if the situation goes through? We would be thrown into the middle of a civil war, one that could put us in a vulnerable state in the eyes of the other villages. Have you thought about how this may affect the citizens of the nation if their uprising fails? And even if they succeed, how are uneducated individuals supposed to run our nation? They would lead it straight into ruin. Hiruzen yelled, his anger palpable as his chakra emitted frantically, causing cracks in the walls and ground due to its density. Then that means that someone needs to take over and lead the nation. The person who holds the sole leadership over the military powers, and the person who leads that village as if it were a sovereign nation inside of the Land of Fire. It is about time the two positions of power are consolidated anyway. Listen to me, Hiruzen. Imagine what we could accomplish if we had control over the Land of Fire. We would no longer be forced to play in mindless wars that the nobles and daimyo create simply to keep us in check and prohibit us from growing too far. This can be the nail in the coffin that we need. Imagine expanding the village, so that we create smaller villages that are of similar meaning to Konoha, letting powerful shinobi lead each of them. Our military might would boom exponentially, and our defenses would become nearly impenetrable to any hostile forces. This could be exactly what is needed, I just need you to see that. Danzo pleaded. He wanted Hiruzen to understand his goals, to see that he had thoroughly prepared for the chaos that would erupt from this event. But his pleas seemingly fell on deaf ears, as Hiruzen stood, his face unchanged. I hope you know what you are doing, Danzo. Because, if I am ordered to do so, I will have no choice but to take your head myself. So just ensure you are cautious in your movements. The Land of Fire cannot bear to be the enemy of the entire shinobi world. Hiruzen then prepared to leave, though as he was heading through the door, Danzo said something that made him feel as if he still had underestimated the scheme of his old friend. And who told you that Operation Whiteout would only be implemented in the Land of Fire? Chapter 172, Chapter 166, Daimyo. Nagoya. In the capital city of the Land of Fire, a court of powerful and influential individuals was convened, with these people being the individuals who held the most political sway in the nation. And at the head of all the seats, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, a man viewed by many as the most powerful man in the world, sat at the helm. His seemingly innocent and aloof personality seemed to be one that wouldn't usually be seen by important or powerful figures. Yet the facade the man showed was merely one used to lower the guards of merchants or other nobles he conversated with. Anyone who remained a member of the court knew of the man's ruthlessness, and that was the precise reason that they were cautious around him, as no one could truly predict what was occurring in his mind. But on this day in the court, they would have to discuss the arising tensions that have been growing all throughout the Land of Fire, something that they once thought would casually blow away, yet now they see it would be a larger issue than they inferred if not handled carefully. Each noble stood in their seats, each with a hidden agenda to propel their own goals, while their samurai stood behind them with an alert expression, ready to step in at any moment that the need may arise. So, I assume everyone has heard about the issues that have arisen with the civilian population. What's your opinion on the matter? The daimyo said as he fanned himself, an aloof smile on his face as if he were playing some minuscule game. The situation with the civilians has become increasingly dangerous. There are many merchant groups from other nations that have begun buying weapons and arms off of the black market. Though they undoubtedly have gained assistance from the other nations, the amount that they have been able to procure is very surprising. According to our reports, they have gained many swords, kunai, and even explosive tags. We've also heard from our spies that they may even be planning terrorist attacks on some of the major cities. The Minister of Finance said as he stood, giving an explanation on the large influx of monetary funds that had began being used in the Land of Fire. But how does that relate to how we shall respond? Are you perhaps insisting that we make the first strike? But how should we strike them if we are unable to find their leaders? One of the nobles said. I am not insisting anything. I am only stating the facts about the so-called revolution, and the facts about the monetary power that they seem to wield. The Minister of Finance added. Can't we just put a task out for the shinobi to take care of this? It would be a lot simpler to do that than deal with these issues. A newer noble said, wishing to dismiss this issue as soon as possible. I'm afraid that it is impossible. Unless Lord Daimyo forces them to do so, they won't accept any political request that pertains to our nation. And we don't even know who leads the organization, and since they won't investigate it further, we're stuck in a perpetual cycle. An advisor of the daimyo explained. It was then that the bickering began, with many wild and outlandish ideas being thrown around by the other nobles in the room. From some claiming that they should simply wipe out anyone thought to be aiding the terrorists, to some hoping that they simply wait until they learned who the true leaders of the movement were to act. But, all of their words were merely inconsequential, as at the end of the day, only the daimyo had the final say over what would and would not occur. And as they all looked over at him, they saw he still sat with the same smile while fanning himself, as if looking at an amusing chess game. We will come to a decision once I have had a decent amount of rest. We shall reconvene tomorrow at this same time. All the nobles left in an orderly manner after that, leading only the daimyo, his advisor, and their samurai guards still in the room. Have you decided, my lord? The advisor asked his leader, his tone showing both respect and awe. I have. Have the Shinuchi and Kobai families executed in a week? They are likely amplifying the issue seeing that they wished for me to attack all the civilians so that their outrage may grow further. I believe a suitable strategy could be placing the blame on a third party and steering the topic of the discussion. Perhaps the next war should begin a few years early. After all, the shinobi world has been at peace for far too long. And so, as if he simply was moving pawns on a chessboard, the fate of the shinobi world was practically decided by a single man. However, he was not the only individual with the arrogance of a god who felt as if they controlled the entirety of the world. And this arrogance would soon lead to a set of events that would elevate the shinobi world into a new plane of chaos. Read chapters ahead on p@trian.com/killerdj. Chapter 173, Chapter 167, Implications, I. The shinobi world as an entity was one that was currently facing a man-made crisis of unparalleled proportions. While the issue was currently only prevalent in the Land of Fire, as the other nations secretly aided in the chaos, hoping to amplify the flames of crisis that would arise, they were unaware of the crises that were growing in their own home nations. Land of Wind. In the Kazakage's office, a man with deep-colored hair sat in his robes while the honored elders stood across from him, with all three having solemn expressions on their faces. Are you sure this information is accurate? If it is, it would directly cause the collapse of our nation. The third Kazakage said as he read the contents of the information once again. It still amazed him no matter how many times he read it. Yes. I've verified it repeatedly just to be sure, but I keep coming to the same conclusion. These new revolutionists plan to assassinate both the daimyo and you, Lord Kazakage. How they are going to do it is currently unknown, but it can be presumed that they would rely on outside forces to do so. Ebizo said. This is outrageous. If these plans were to come to fruition, we wouldn't even be capable of functioning as a country. Are these rebels truly this foolish? Chiyo yelled, her anger palpable as she was unable to understand the goals of the rebels. It does not matter what their goal is. We shall fully assist the daimyo in taking them down, after which they will no longer be a threat to the stability of the sand. The third Kazekage said, his determination resolute. He quickly drafted the papers to send to the daimyo, after which he ordered for 2 guards to join him as he would deliver in person, hoping to both regain the favor of the daimyo and emphasize the village's support for his stance against the rebels. Land of Stone. To think, someone is capable of manipulating the shinobi world to this extent, I can only imagine how horrible the repercussions of these events will be. I expect that the next war may spark off in a few months rather than my original projected time frame. But as we support the daimyo in oppressing the people, we would be playing directly into their trap. The third Tsuchikage thought as he sat at his desk. Instead of the men who possessed a horrid back and a weaker physical body, the Inoki here could be described as one of the greatest fighting forces that stand in the world. Being a member of the strongest generation of Kage, he stands among the pinnacle of all Kage as he holds the title of being the strongest Tsuchikage. Only 3 people, outside of Tsunade, can be argued to currently stand on that level to the public. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, who possesses an overwhelmingly powerful Kekkei Tota and mastery over earth release, as well as flight. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, who commands all elemental chakra natures and has knowledge of nearly every single jutsu that Konoha has to offer, as well as the mastery to combine them. The third Raikage, A, who possesses unparalleled speed, monstrous endurance, and physical strength, as well as a secret technique that makes many afraid to face him. These 3 stand at the peak of shinobi currently, and every one of them could feel the tidal shift that was occurring in the shinobi world. But, back with Inoki, across from him stood Rashi and Han, both of the Jinchuriki of the stone, as they tried to come up with a suitable solution to the present situation. Is there any way we can declare neutrality in this situation, keeping ourselves from making a direct choice but also contributing our support for the daimyo? Han asked. No. Even if we offer to protect the daimyo, he could demand of us to aid them in dealing with the rebels. And this situation could backfire for us, especially if the next war breaks out. Imagine if our intel was given to our enemies in a bid to harm us and prevent us from winning, it would be disastrous. Rashi said, fully understanding the situation that they were in. It's fine, I have come up with a major reprieve for the situation. We shall simply wait. Inoki said, stunning them both. Are you sure that is the proper choice, Lord Tsuchikage? Han asked, with Rashi also having a confused look on his face. Yes. Something big will happen in the shinobi world before we can begin the action of battling the rebels. I'm sure of it. And when that time comes, be prepared, for the third great shinobi world war will begin. Chapter 174, Chapter 168, Implications, 2. Land of Lightning. In the Raikage's office, a man who seemed like a monster sat at his desk, the frown on his face evidently showcasing his displeasure at the news he was currently receiving. Unlike the anger-ridden A that would take over after him, the third was capable of controlling his emotions, not letting them rule his decision-making. But, the news that the Land of Lightning citizens were unhappy was something that surprised him, as their land had arguably the greatest treatment for civilians with how much support the nation gave to smaller towns and villages. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the growth of the displeasure by the civilians seemed to grow far too exponentially to be natural, leading to him determining that there must be some outside factors interfering with the matters. But, the daimyo in the Land of Lightning isn't seen as unfavorably as in the other nations, causing him to not wish to make such extreme measures against the rebels. Instead, he wished for the Raikage to negotiate with them, so that the issue could be resolved as soon as possible. But the news that the Raikage had just received stated that the diplomats he sent for the village were found killed, basically proclaiming that the rebels showed no desire for peace. Something is not right about this situation. It's as if they... It was at that moment that realization dawned on the Raikage, making his eyes widen in disbelief. They want the next war to break out. But are they doing this in every nation or just in the 5 great nations? Either way, I have to start preparing the village. If I don't, then I'd just be a sitting duck with a target on our backs. The third Raikage said as he called for his strongest general to join him. Asuka arrived in his office not a second later, as she stood, ready to take on whatever order her leader would give her, though her expression morphed into one of excitement and shock after hearing his words. Begin consolidating our forces into the village. We are preparing for the next shinobi world war. Land of Water. In the village hidden in the mist, the third Mizukage, a man shrouded in mystery, stood in his office as he overlooked his village. The man was an enigma in the view of the other village, with this being due to the mist's lack of involvement in the Second Great Shinobi World War. But, this figure had governed the village for over a decade and a half, making the man a living legend inside of his own village. However, to the outside world, little is known about the man, with knowledge of his Kekkei Genkai or other abilities being unknown to many. And even worse, the nature of the hidden mist was one that adored and loved violence. But now, that man saw a prime opportunity on how to re-enter the major scene of the shinobi world. To think that some rebels would choose to oppose the daimyo. Did they truly believe that we wouldn't wipe them out with no hesitation? Either way, this is a prime opportunity, as if our intelligence is correct, the other nations are facing similar problems. They will need to spark a war to divert the world's attention, and I can use this to gain more lands for the nation instead of simply islands. The third Mizukage thought to himself. The man was one who exemplified cruelty, and he was willing to fully showcase this feature in the next war. He beckoned for one of his ANBU agents to come down from the ceiling, after which he gave his orders. Call for the 7 ninja swordsmen to report to my office. And tell them to bring their blades. The man said, his cruel smile evident on his face. Land of Wind. The Kazekage stood at his village gates, ready to depart on his journey to his nation's capital, with his 2 ANBU guards surrounding him. Ensure that everything is maintained until I return, Lady Chiyo. The third Kazekage said. Don't worry, as long as no monsters come, I'm more than enough to protect the village. Chiyo said with a smirk as she saw him off. The third quickly departed, ready to arrive at the capital as soon as possible to deal with the situation arising in their nation. However, unbeknownst to him, a figure quietly followed him in the distance, showcasing the danger the man was currently facing. Read chapters ahead on p@trian.com/killerdj. Chapter 175, Chapter 169, Assassination. The desert winds blew strongly as the sand flew in many directions, making it seem as if nature itself was angry. And in this wild weather, the third Kazekage and his 2 ANBU guards traveled at immense speeds, with them both hoping to arrive in the capital soon. However, the third Kazekage couldn't help but feel a slight feeling of something being off. But this feeling became heightened as his instinct finally kicked in, making him jump from a powerful fire-style Justa that incinerated his 2 guards in an instant. I should have known that I would be unable to kill you that easily, otherwise you'd be unworthy of your title of a Kage. Even more so that you are known as the strongest Kazekage in history. I can already feel that this will be troublesome. A man said as he stepped through the sand to reveal himself. The man was one that was feared by many as a bounty hunter by many and was rumored to have even attempted to assassinate the first Hokage. He possessed the ability to do something that only the third Hokage could also claim to do, with it being controlling and manipulating all 5 elemental chakra natures. And, this old monster had made an exception to his rule of not intervening in the matters of major nations, all due to the insane amount of money that was offered to him by an anonymous individual. Kakazu. A rouge shinobi from the hidden waterfall that has been known to hunt many shinobi for their bounties. Whatever they have hired you for, I'll double it. The third Kazekage said, though he was already moving his sand underground. I'm afraid your village lacks the funds to even feed itself, and especially not enough to double the price for your head. Kakazu said as he jumped into the air, dodging the emergence of iron sand from beneath him. Earth style, earth spear. Kakazu's limb turned noticeably darker as he charged toward the Kazekage. In response, the Kazekage manipulated the surrounding sand to turn into both an armor and a sharp blade, with him dodging Kakazu's first punch before attempting to slice off the man's head. Kakazu's neck turned into that darker color as well, stopping the blade from piercing his skin. The iron sand behind the Kazekage morphed into a dragon as it blasted into Kakazu, sending him flying backward. However, he was unable to let his guard down as he suddenly saw a monstrous stream of fire coming his way, making him morph the sand surrounding him into an iron wall. But, the attack proved too potent, as it melted through his wall and hit him head-on, blasting the Kazekage. He morphed his now heated armor off of himself, as he looked upon to see Kakuzo walking towards him with his chest exposed, showcasing the stitches on his body, while 2 monstrous beings seemed to be walking behind him. It seems that holding back against an opponent like you would be futile. The third Kazekage said as he threw off the charred remains of his Kazekage robe, ready to finish this battle quickly and efficiently. Magnet style, world order. A massive amount of iron sand that the Kazekage wielded morphed into 2 magnetic orbs, with him pushing the 2 together. Kakazu, as if feeling the danger that the technique could potentially have, attempted to go on the offensive as the 2 monsters behind him joined. However, the remaining bits of iron sand left in the air suddenly shot toward Kakazu at high speeds, with Kakazu barely being able to avoid the bullet-like projectiles, keeping him at bay for a small amount of time. Lightning style, false darkness. Another monster seemed to come out of the back of Kakazu as it blasted lightning at the Kazekage, with him being forced to block the attack with all of his remaining sand. But, thankfully for the Kazekage, his technique finally completed as the 2 balls morphed into one, after which it generated an abhorrent amount of spikes that quickly overtook the battlefield. Once the dust from the attack cleared, it showed a Kakazu that was stabbed through the heart and died based on how his body was, while the monsters around him could no longer be seen. The third Kazekage seemed relieved that the battle was over, especially due to how draining his last technique had been, with him showcasing major signs of fatigue. However, one of the monsters he thought had died suddenly burst from the ground and jumped into Kakazu's body, with him standing back up and breaking the spike from him as if it had never occurred. I didn't think I'd lose 2 damn hearts without even killing you. I underestimated you far too much. Kakazu said with irritation laced in his voice. But, the Kazekage merely responded by conjuring more of his iron sand, as he stared at the monster before him while preparing to finish the seemingly undead creature. Their battle once again began, with neither knowing the major implications that the aftermath would have. Read chapters ahead on patreon.com/killerdj. And, ready to throw canon fully out the window now. Chapter 176, Chapter 170, Future Threats. Konoha. In Konoha, the sun rose early as three individuals sat in Mito's room, all of them wearing serious looks on their faces. While the rest of their family and Jeriah slept in the other rooms, Tsunade, Mito, and Tobirama sat with each other as Mito asked them about their plans for dealing with the threats that she had just recently learned about. From the danger that Madara represented since he still was alive, to the newfound legend of the Otsutsuki clan that she had just learned about, resulting in her and the Nine Tails inside her uniting against such threats. But right now, she needed to know how Tobirama and Tsunade plan to combat the threat of these dangers, and learn how she can contribute to protecting the legacy that her husband created. I still don't see why you involved Mito in this. Ignorance is bliss for a reason, and her knowing about these threats won't do anything for her safety. Tobirama said as he glared at his granddaughter. But before Tsunade could retort, Mito coldly stared at her brother-in-law. I'm a woman who could single-handedly perform seals that would take other Fuinjutsu masters from my clan months in mere seconds. I was capable of suppressing even Hashi if he didn't take me seriously, and now I have the conjoined power of myself and the nine-tailed fox. I do not need to be protected from anyone. I can assure you that I won't be going to join my husband until I finish what he started. Mito said as she promised to end what Hashirama had begun. Well, are you still going to try to tell a Jinchuriki of the strongest tailed beast who also happens to be a Fuinjutsu master what she can and can't do? Tsunade added with a smile as she teased the elderly man while Mito just smiled. Fine. If she chooses to help us, then the more the merrier. But, more importantly, do you feel that Madara is fanning the flames of the current situation that is happening? Even Danzo wouldn't have the pull to make the situation grow as exponentially in the other nations as it has. Tobirama asked, making the situation turn tense once more as Tsunade closed her eyes in contemplation. You're right. I had seen the information about the growing situation in the other nations, but my focus had been on the rebels in the Land of Fire. But, if he is encouraging the situation, then there can only be one goal that he has in the end, causing a catalyst that will spark the Third Great Shinobi World War. Tsunade said. But what is it that we can do? If the Third Great Shinobi War begins, our best hope is that we take down the opposing nations as soon as possible so that we can consolidate our power to deal with those future threats. Mito said. That is assuming that Madara remains passive in the current situation. If he were to feel the situation or the village's strength is growing past his initial estimates, then he may decide to take a more active role as he did with me. Tobirama added. Then it will be my job to put him down for good. I'm confident I can defeat Madara if I go all out. And even if I cannot, I'm more than confident that with the aid of you two and our allies, we can put an end to the Azura of the shinobi world. Tsunade said with full conviction, confident in her own abilities. Mito and Tobirama smiled at Tsunade, though they couldn't help but worry, especially since they fully understood the terror that Madara represented. However, Tsunade suddenly stood as she headed to leave, surprising Mito. Where are you going? She asked. Naruto just woke up. We're gonna go on a walk around the village. Tsunade said with a smile, ready to see the precious face of her son. In the destructive and hot landscape known as the desert, Kakazu stood over the near-deceased third Kazekage. To think I'd lose 4 of my hearts fighting you. Truly a terrifying man. Kakazu said as he prepared to extract the heart of the third Kazekage to replace his that he lost. I know that the village can survive without me. I hope Chiyo and Ebizo lead correctly. And with Raza, Bakura, and Sasori all growing into great shinobi, our village shall one day prosper. I'm just sad that I didn't get to see it. But it seems I can let go of all of my regrets. The third Kazekage thought to himself as he mobilized his chakra one last time. I'll see you in hell, Kakazu of the waterfalls. The third said as Kakazu realized something was wrong and wanted to flee. But, the Kazekage grabbed hold of his leg as he released his magnum opus. Magnet style, magnetic destruction. A massive explosion occurred deep in the desert, ending the lives of both the Kazekage and the men who attempted to hunt him. Read chapters ahead on patreon.com/killerdj. Chapter 177, Chapter 171, Serenity. On an early morning in Konoha, a blonde-haired woman, a blonde teen, and a white-haired man walked around the village in its early hours. These three, Tsunade, Naruto, and Jeriah, were basking in the enjoyment of the village's peace. Many villagers saw them and spoke kindly to them, making Tsunade feel a special type of warmth. She closed her eyes, feel that she was back in her own childhood, being walked while on Tobirama's shoulders and heading towards the Hokage's building. That was the time before she had to worry about anything, being able to enjoy peace with her new family. However, feeling a slight tug on her arm, she opened her eyes and looked to see Naruto looking at her with an expression of concern on his face. She simply gave him a reassuring smile as she continued at their steady pace, peacefully enjoying the calmness that they were experiencing. The trio walked all throughout the town before they arrived at a nice apartment complex, with Jeriah stating that the place was his home. "You guys should come in. The kids would love to see you and Naruto again," Jeriah said to Tsunade, with her agreeing due to his excitement. They entered to find a nice and tidy home, with 3 children who possessed orange, blue, and red hair sitting at the kitchen table eating cereal. Their eyes seemingly shimmered with excitement as they saw Jeriah enter, though Jeriah ran towards them expecting a hug. "It's okay kids, your lovely father has come home to give you all a big hoo-dash." Jiraiya's words were cut off as all 3 delivered punches to him, sending him flying into the wall near the door. "Bastard! You promised to bring us ramen last night." Yahiko yelled in anger at his surrogate parent. After the end of the Second Great Shinobi World War, Jeriah chose to adopt the 3 children he chose to save, making him the closest thing that the trio would be able to once again call a parent. The 3 had become citizens of Konoha and changed to become Shinobi of Konoha. And only at the age of 12, the trio had become Chunin of Konoha, showcasing their immense talent. They were Jiraiya's pride and joy, as both his students and his children. But, he was currently regretting all his life choices up to that point. "Pervy sage, if you can't keep promises about ramen, what kind of shinobi are you?" Naruto said as he joined the trio in their anger after learning why they were mad. Tsunade merely smiled as the interaction while Jeriah was dogpiled and abused by the children, with her seeing it as nothing more than the childish antics of children. "Well, it's partially my fault since he got stuck at our house for dinner last night. Though next time I'll make sure he brings you guys. But how about I make it up to you? I usually don't allow it, but I'll make an exception and cook you guys some ramen for breakfast," Tsunade said with a smile, making the 4 turn their attention towards her with faces filled with happiness. "Well, only because it's you," Yakiho says while the others nod in agreement. Tsunade stepped into the kitchen and quickly utilized her culinary skills from her past life to make some excellent bowls of ramen, and after around 20 minutes, she served it to the 5 people who all sat around Jiraiya's dining table. "Wow. Mom, I didn't know you could cook ramen this good," Naruto said, though he quickly shut his mouth after a quick glare from Tsunade. "You have to come live with us. If we could eat this every day, we'd be in heaven," Konan said as she slurped another noodle. "Well, Tsunade has her own fam dash. Even if I did live with you or the other way around, you wouldn't be allowed to eat ramen whenever you wanted. It's not healthy. That's why I don't let Naruto eat it all the time," Tsunade said, while his brain short-circled as he thought of Tsunade living with him or the other way around. He then looked around to see all of the children as well as the smiling Tsunade, making him feel as if he had a family already. He then looked at Tsunade, feeling his heart beat faster as he thought about something he hadn't thought about in quite some time. But before he could expand on it, Tsunade spoke again. "I have to begin my students' training today, so I'll be leaving Naruto here with you guys. Make sure you all take care of yourselves. In fact, Jeriah, bring them and join us for our family dinner tonight, we'd love to have them," she said before giving Naruto a kiss on the forehead and leaving, all the while Jeriah still sat in his stupor. Nagato seemed to be the only one to notice as he stood beside Jeriah and timidly whispered, "You know Dad, to be Jeriah the gallant, you're quite stupid." Jeriah couldn't agree more. Chapter 178, Chapter 172, Students. Tsunade stood on the training grounds with amusement laced in her face as she watched her students struggle to stand from the gravity that forced them to the ground. However, she could see that the trio had vast potential that she could truly help flourish under her command. Shimonosuke had an extremely large amount of chakra for his age, something Tsunade could only attribute to the monstrous genes that were given to him by his father. And if he had even half the talent that his father did in the area of elemental mastery, then he may very well become 4th person in Konoha to completely master all 5 base chakra natures, only behind Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and herself. Then there was Fugaku, a child who she knew the direct parallel from the anime, at least from the slight implications made of him. While him possessing a Mangekyo Sharingan practically proved that he was a threat of unparalleled caliber in that world, there was also the fact that some people even theorized that his abilities were related to time. Such factors made him incredibly powerful in that world, though Tsunade could already see the stern men from the future in the arrogant child before her. Yet, she planned to make that terrifying monster into something even stronger, since she had long felt that the potential that the Uchiha had was widely wasted. What if she taught him mastery over fire release, medical ninjutsu to the level that he could heal himself in the middle of battle, and fuinjutsu on top of all the abilities that he already could train as an Uchiha? She could practically see the monster she would create in the future after she was done training him. Though, if wasted potential had to be taken into account, the clan that showcased it the most had to be the Hyuga. A clan that could quite literally be the bane of ninjutsu had been downgraded to mere sensor ninja and taijutsu specialist. If someone had the ability to see through ninja and ninjutsu alike, why couldn't they merely destroy any ninjutsu of a certain level with merely a tap of their fingers through the process of using its weak points? While it would be useless amongst higher-powered attacks, it would make them nearly invincible to any shinobi under the rank of Kage. With that being the case, Tsunade planned to turn all three of her genin into monsters second only to her generation. Once the time finally was up for their gravity training, Tsunade immediately soothed the three with medical ninjutsu before preparing them for the next exercise. However, just as she was about to, a familiar ANBU flickered before the group, making Tsunade raise one of her eyebrows in curiosity. "Lady Tsunade, your presence is needed in the Hokage's office. Please follow me." Tsunade simply tapped her foot on the ground as three wood clones emerged. "Alright brats, you three are gonna get taught by my clones until I get back. Once I do, be ready for your personal hells to continue," Tsunade said with a smirk as the three grumbled before going off with their respective clones. Tsunade then glanced over at Tsukumo before bursting towards the Hokage's office at blinding speeds. Tsunade hadn't been urgently called to the office of the Hokage since the time of the Second Great Shinobi World War, and she definitely hoped that the third was not about to begin early. She arrived in the room to see Orochimaru, Danzo, Koharu, Hamura, and Hiruzen, while Tsukumo joined alongside her as he arrived shortly after. The grim expression on Hiruzen's face gave signals as to what was about to be announced, yet Tsunade definitely couldn't have foreseen the news she got. The daimyos of the Land of Fire, Land of Lightning, and Land of Earth have been killed, as has the third Kazekage. Only one word personified Tsunade's thought process perfectly. F******. Read chapters ahead on p@trian.com/killerdj. Chapter 179, Chapter 173, Balance of Powers. Do we know how it happened? Tsunade immediately asked, all playfulness and joy gone from her face as she stared into Hiruzen's face. While she had definitely expected the situation to grow into an international crisis, she was only expecting for the next world war to begin early. But this, the assassination of leading figures from 4 of the 5 great nations, is something that not even she could have foreseen. From what has been reported, all of the daimyo's homes lost contact with the outside world for around 7 minutes and 30 seconds, with it taking that long before the few members of their respective 12 guardian ninja noticed something was wrong, with them each discovering the remains of not merely the leaders, but also their families. We now have no direct successors to the daimyo's line in our nations, and his court is merely attempting to gather their own power. Thousands of civilians have already arrived on our doorsteps, with many more seemingly on their way since we may be viewed as the last safehold after the death of the daimyo in the capital city. We have to strategize what our next move should be, since any sign of weakness may lead to abrupt actions from the other nations. So, what should be our next move? Hiruzen asked, his face showing a grim expression as he couldn't even take another smoke from his pipe. Tsunade stood and contemplated what action would be needed for the village to be able to prosper in the coming days, as she could only see 2 probable events based on their choice. Konoha could choose to remain impartial, not involving itself in anything other than investigating the death of the daimyo, yet that would lead to an economic decline in the village that would turn it into the next Suna. On the other hand, they could choose to accept the new citizens, expanding the village whilst the nation is in chaos, while also giving them an increased presence in the political landscape of the Land of Fire as a whole and a population boost which would allow more shinobi for the next generation. And to Tsunade, the answer was as clear as day. We let the civilians in, Tsunade said. Everyone's eyes immediately locked on her as they all understood what she meant, though that didn't mean they agreed. Do you understand the implications of your words, Tsunade? Koharu asked, her face displaying no emotion. I do. If we hesitate now, the Land of Fire will lean toward the path of collapse. At least, that is how I view the current situation. Tsunade responded. I'm afraid I agree with Tsunade. Any hesitation on our part may lead to the inevitable collapse of the village. Not to mention the large amount of help that this could have on the village, as we may even begin to be able to implement the advancements that Tsunade spoke about over the years. Danzo said. Tsunade paid no heed to Danzo's words, as she felt that he was one of her 2 suspects as to who had orchestrated this entire chain of events. From the deaths of the daimyos in the 3 most powerful nations in terms of military might as if to prevent them from making any actions, to crippling the ability of the Land of Wind to declare war by killing the Kazekage, these events are far too closely alien for them to just be a mere coincidence. So either Danzo was able to manipulate this chain of events, which Tsunade highly doubts due to the levels of manipulation one would have to reach to achieve it, or more likely, Madara played a hand in this. So, Tsunade could only place her full focus on increasing the chances of increasing the Leaf's power, both politically and physically, and she could merely hope that the village could withstand the changes that were to come. I'll call for both councils and convene a vote from there, after which, we shall move forward with whatever plan we decide. Hiruzen said as he seemed to finally be able to calm himself. What shall we do about the situation with the daimyo? Hamura asked, with them all growing quiet. The lord of their nation was murdered, so they must do something otherwise they would be seen as traitors. I will address that at the meeting as well. Hiruzen said. The group of people left to their own devices, while a certain trio returned to the root base. Danzo. We did not agree to all of these actions. This has practically destroyed the balance of the world. Do you have any idea what we are going to do? Koharu yelled. Danzo stood in silence before turning back to two of his closest allies with a grim expression. Operation Whiteout was not to begin its next stage until the end of the year. Whoever has killed the daimyos and the Kazekage, they are a danger to the entire shinobi world on an unprecedented scale. Chapter 180, Chapter 174, Response. Danzo was a man who could be categorized by many as being a devout war hawk. The man was someone who would do whatever it took to protect Konoha, no matter who had to be harmed or face any issues due to said events. He was a Kenjutsu master, a Fuinjutsu user of the highest order if the Uzumaki weren't counted, and his understanding of wind release may even surpass that of Hiruzen. He led one of the three branches of ANBU in the village, essentially giving him his own powerful army that he could call upon to defend the best interests of the village. Hailed as the darkness of shinobi, he was akin to the boogeyman of the leaf, a monster that hid in the shadows to ensure that the tree stood. Yet at the current moment, Danzo was gripped with an emotion he hadn't felt in years. Fear. The fact that someone not only realized his plan, but twisted it and utilized it in a way that went to extremes that even Danzo wouldn't go to made the one-eyed man feel great tension. His plan had been to gradually lead the world to a revolution, one to change the status quo of the world and to lead to a new era of peace, so that children would not be forced to bear the same evil that he had to endure during the First Great Shinobi World War. Danzo knew the dangers of being in the dark for too long, the dangers of becoming lost in it and losing sight of his original goal, yet he felt his presence would be necessary for the protection of the hidden leaf. His loyalties lie only with his village, and if anyone were to doubt that, then he would view them as a complete and utter fool. But this newfound situation that had changed the landscape of the world would not be something that he would do on his most desperate day. Not only would the death of the daimyo place the Land of Fire on lockdown, essentially stopping all economic and military ventures outside, but it would also make the nation, and by extension, the village, look as if they were unable to protect their lord, which may even call the need for shinobi villages into question. But, if the situation could not get any worse, the daimyos of the both two leading members of the five great nations also lost their daimyo, changing the issue from a national crisis to one that had the concern of the entire world. So Danzo was currently faced with an unparalleled crisis, and even worse, Hiruzen likely believes that he may be the one behind the chaos. This made him lack his strongest ally, and one that he would need in a situation as terrifying as this one. But Danzo was not known as the darkness of shinobi for no reason, as he immediately began thinking of ways to not only contain the situation but manipulate it to the benefit of the village. What's our next move? Hamura asked, adjusting the glasses on his face, though he was still sweating at the words his friend had previously stated. We will need to begin doing crowd control. We will dispatch a large amount of high-leveled ninja to the capital so that we may showcase strength while also displaying the amount of importance we place on this issue. Danzo said. Will we be able to send such a strong amount of manpower with the other villages likely to be in volatile states as well? How do we know they won't take advantage of this situation? Koharu asked. They'll be too busy dealing with their own issues to worry about us. I can safely say that whatever we are dealing with, the other villages have it 10 times worse than us. Therefore, we can place our main focus on dealing with our domestic issues. Danzo answered. Who are our allies in dealing with these issues? Hamura asked. We can be sure that us three, as well as the Hyuga and those Uchiha, may assist us in tackling the problem with my proposed plan. Tsunade's plan to allow more civilians to expand further will also be a great idea, as it may contribute greatly to the public perception that the shinobi are doing whatever it takes to defend both the lords and the people of the Land of Fire. This is a delicate situation. We must handle it as well as the coming meeting with utmost caution. Danzo said back to his two old friends, stressing the importance of it. You are correct, Danzo. And we have much to discuss on the developing crisis, said a voice that made all three elders assume battle positions. However, they turned to the lone door in the room to see the granddaughter of both their sensei and his brother standing there, a serious expression on her face that showcased the severity of the issue. Tsunade had held off from delving too deep into the politics of the leaf, but now, the situation forced her to become the heavy hand that may both guide and protect the village. Chapter 181, Chapter 175, Options. Inside of the Hokage's building, a meeting that would decide the course of history for the entire Land of Fire was about to take place. At the meeting chamber, an assortment of individuals that would send any opposing village into a state of fear were all sitting, each having different viewpoints and opinions on the crisis that the village, and by extension, the Land of Fire, was facing. At the center of the seating arrangement, the Hokage sat, his face showcasing no emotion while he passively emitted a presence that made everyone feel as if he truly deserved the title of God of Shinobi. On one side of him sat Koharu and Hamura, while on the other side sat Danzo and Mito, the other elders and perhaps the greatest powerhouse that the public knew that Konoha possessed. The people closest to them were the leaders of the greatest clans in Konoha, and arguably clans that each had the power to single-handedly change the tide of a war. The head of the Hyuga clan, Hinato Hyuga. The head of the Uchiha clan, Kaito Uchiha. The head of the Senju clan, Haru Senju. The head of the Uzumaki clan, Ashina Uzumaki. Past those four were the heads of Konoha's mid-level clans, though their power was not one that should be overlooked, such as the Yamanaka, Aburame, Nara, and Akimichi. Ending off the assembly of powerful shinobi were the heads of the organizations or prominent S-class shinobi, with those including Kagami, Tsukumo, Orochimaru, Jeriah, and Tsunade. The leaders of the Civilians' Council, the Merchants' Union, and other civilian organizations took up the remainder of the seats, though in times like these, their input may not hold as much importance. Even Tobirama had chosen to take an honorary seat at the meeting, not that anyone would dare bar him from joining the meeting. Overall, the meeting gave an explicit reason as to why Konoha was feared by the world and an apt acknowledgement of the vast power at its disposal. Everyone should be well aware of the crisis that we are currently plagued with. I would like to hear both immediate and long-term ideas that may deal with the severity of this issue. Hiruzen began the meeting, his pipe nowhere in sight as he spoke with a deadly amount of intensity. As I stated earlier, with the vast amount of civilians that feel unsafe and have traveled to Konoha for refuge, we should allow them to join the village, as it would both give us the ability to expand our population and increase the militaristic and economic prowess that we wield. Tsunade began to the surprise of some, as she usually didn't intervene in issues unless they were related to the academy or the hospital. That may be so, but what about the immense amount of pressure it would place on our current wealth? The village currently has a population of around 250,000, with half of those either being active or retired shinobi. With just a rough estimate, there are already around 40,000 civilians outside of the village walls, with there being no telling how many more are on their way. Such a rapid expansion would take years to finalize and create workable housing. How do you plan to account for that, Lady Tsunade? The Uchiha patriarch asked. Tsunade glanced over to the men, with it sending a shiver down his spine, before she responded. By using the village's bylaws that allow us to expand the village in case of any housing crises for our citizens. I can utilize my mastery over would release to create housing for them as we adjust our economy to account for the new influx of citizens. However, the most obvious path would be for us to have a majority of them become shinobi through the enrollment of their younger generations into shinobi courses. However, I understand that even that will not be enough to withstand those issues. So, I also suggest that we send for the capital to learn who the new daimyo may be and sway him to live inside of Konoha. Tsunade's last statement made everyone's eyes widen, as the implications of it would mean that Konoha would become the new central hub of the Land of Fire. Konoha would become the new capital city of the nation, leading to a new influx of jobs and giving the village more than enough financial resources to become home to such a large amount of people. Perhaps we could utilize that idea, though it would be best to hold off on any decisions like that one until we can send our shinobi to the capital. Tobirama said. Indeed. If we can convince the new daimyo to come and live in the village, we can definitely implement your idea, Tsunade. Hiruzen said. We also need to begin fortifying the border. If not for the fact that Kyumo and IWA were suffering from the same issues that we were, we may be in an even more dangerous position. Orochimaru added. I agree. Hinato Hyuga said. The ideas on how to proceed were continued to be debated, with everyone have different and contrasting viewpoints on how they should take their next course of actions. However, in the end, it was decided that Tsunade, Jeriah, and Orochimaru would be dispatched to the capital, sending all three sages on a mission for the first time in years. Chapter 182, Chapter 176, Families. Jeriah. Jeriah arrived at his home, with him going inside to be encountered with the sight of his three children each lying asleep on his couch. He smiled at the sight, with him gently picking up the three and taking them to their bedrooms. If you had asked him after the end of the Second Great Shinobi War if he was ready to be a father, he would have immediately shot down the idea. Being a parent was something he never thought he would have the opportunity to experience, especially since he could never work up his courage for Tsunade, yet he also wouldn't give any other woman the true time of day. Even his perverted attitude never went too far, as his love for Tsunade eclipsed anything that could have been perceived by him. But, when he returned to Konoha with the three orphans and was told that the three would be sent into the orphanage, he made the abrupt, and at the time, foolish, to adopt the three as his children. And so, he began the task of raising the three. From enrolling them into the academy, to making sure they got their annual checkups, to ensuring that they would always have whatever they needed. While they didn't open up to him immediately, the group of four eventually grew into a tight-knit family. And the trio had made him proud immensely over the years, from having graduated at the top of their academy class, to them each branching out into their own unique yet insightful pathways. Konan possessed a unique Kekkei Genkai that seemed to be a merger of Yang and Earth Chakra. Tsunade had diagnosed that it would make her nearly immune to taijutsu if she mastered it to the highest degree, whilst the girl also seemed to be interested in fuinjutsu and medical ninjutsu. Yahiko seemed to be extremely headstrong, with his fighting style being the most similar to Jiraiya's own, making him able to train the boy a bit more closely. Jeriah had already been planning to propose for the boy to sign the toad summoning contract, though he needed to speak with Ma and Pa first. However, while he could see the two doing exceptional things in the future, the one who seemed to excel the furthest had to be Nagato. The boy soaked up elemental ninjutsu at a rate that trumped that of even Orochimaru's, something that made the Toad Sage very proud. His Uzumaki heritage gave him a chakra amount that rivaled some of the best of that clan. And, on top of all of that, he also owned the eyes that the Sage of Six Paths once wielded. He felt that his student may even be the one to bring peace to this world, even if the great Toad Sage had stated otherwise. But even with all the greatness he knew that they would bring to both the village and the world, he viewed them as no more than his great children. And as he packed for the mission that could decide the fate of the shinobi world, he knew he had to succeed so that they may continue to enjoy their current lives. Tsunade. Tsunade sat at the edge of Naruto's bed, a soft smile upon her face as she glanced at her son's sleeping face. A boy who in another world had gone through an unfathomable amount of trauma had latched onto her, and she had refused to let him go afterward. Honestly, she was a bit amused by the situation with him and Kushina having a sibling relationship even though she was his mother. But the love that her family had given him was something that she appreciated greatly, with all of them viewing him as if he had always been a part of the family. If not for the fact that she knew he slightly missed his friends, she probably wouldn't allow him back to his timeline due to how dangerous it was. But she would definitely train the boy in every aspect she needed to so that she could ensure he survived by skill rather than by luck. Even in the short time she had been training him, she had already noticed his latent talent in Fuinjutsu, as well as the ability to excel in elemental ninjutsu that surpassed merely being his wind affinity. And even then, she had 2 more years to help guide and train him until some may view him as the next god of shinobi in his world. But the love and care she held for him was something that she had not experienced before in either of her 2 lives, yet it gave her a sense of peace or purpose that eclipsed that of her joy from being a shinobi or medic. However, seeing how her world was teetering towards the beginning of the next Great War, she refused to allow it to do so until after Naruto was back in his own timeline. I refuse to make him suffer through the horrors of war. She thought silently. As she exited the bedroom, she bumped into Tobirama, with the man apologizing in his usual way, by pretending nothing occurred. "Are you ready for your mission tomorrow, Tsuna?" he asked softly. Tsunade nodded with a smile on her face, happy to see that her grandfather still seemed sentimental about her safety even after all this time. "You know it's only one person who could have accomplished this, right?" Tobirama asked. While she wished she could just chalk it up to being the thoughts of an elderly man, she knew he was correct in his assumption and she could only nod again, though this time it possessed a trace of solemnity in it. "After the inevitable Third Great War, I'll be placing my full focus on ending him, once and for all," Tsunade said. Why she wanted the Third War to happen was a thought for another time, but Tobirama seemed to understand her as he nodded in agreement before the duo hugged each other and headed to their respective bedrooms, a chance to sleep before the eventful days ahead of them. Chapter 183, Chapter 177, Missions. Jeriah, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, the legendary Sannin, found themselves assembled once again as they headed toward the gates to Konoha. "Did you two remember to pack everything? Weapons? Food? Seals?" Orochimaru asked with both caution and concern, though this made Jeriah quickly grow irritated. "Of course. Do you think that the great Jeriah would forget something as trivial as that?" Jeriah said. "You've done it before. I wouldn't be surprised if you were as foolish as to do it again," Orochimaru said with a smirk. "Why, you little dash. Enough," Tsunade said while turning to them, making both of them turn their heads with indignant expressions. "Damned Sundaras," Tsunade said while smiling at her 2 teammates. "Hey Ayako, is that the legendary Sannin leaving out of the village?" one of the 2 guards of the gates asked. "Yeah, right. Lady Tsunade doesn't even go on missions. And Lord Orochimaru doesn't take many active missions," Ayako said in response while rolling his eyes while still resting his head on the table. "But they're literally right there. Just look," Hizuko yelled, getting pissed at not being believed. "Fine. If the Sannin really are right there, I'll kiss Lady Tsunade and lick Lord Jiraiya's feet," Ayako said as he finally raised his head, though the sight terrified him. He saw Tsunade glaring at him with an irritated expression, Jeriah seemed to be angry and ready to tear him apart, and Orochimaru was laughing to the point that it seemed to be hurting himself. "Well, aren't you gonna get to it?" Orochimaru said, making Jeriah and Tsunade turn their attention to him, with the serpent suddenly feeling danger near himself. "Say one more thing and you will no longer be able to have children," Tsunade said blankly, making all 4 men wince. "I apologize for my outburst," Orochimaru said quickly, while also body flickering away to avoid getting in any more danger from Tsunade. Tsunade then turned over to the 2 men, with both of them praying that she let them off with a warning. Tsunade merely waved her hand, generating a massive force that sent them both flying away. Are they going to be okay, Tsuna? Jeriah asked, a bit of concern in his voice. I'm not sure, perhaps I should do it to you as well and we see how you end up. Tsunade said as she glanced at him. Well, they have definitely pissed her off. Jeriah thought. You know what, they'll be fine. Come on, let's go join Roki. Jeriah said nervously while sending a silent prayer for the two of them. The two then caught up with Orochimaru, with them setting off for the capital of the Land of Fire, hoping that by the time they arrived, a new daimyo had already been chosen. Hokage's office. Inside of Hiruzen's office, an impressive assortment of shinobi were gathered together, with Hiruzen staring at them all with a grim expression on his face. It would seem that we underestimated the village hidden in the mist. Just a few minutes ago, we received word that the situation in the Land of Water has changed drastically upon learning of the attacks on the daimyo. In an attempt to take advantage of this situation, multiple groups of shinobi have departed on their way to our border, with this including the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Your mission is to deter them from getting past our border, or, better yet, eliminate them completely. Am I understood? Hiruzen asked the shinobi assembled in front of him. Before him, stood the Tsukumo Hatake, Might Due, Den Kato, Kenta Uchiha, Shiro Aburame, and Akari Sarutobi. Each of them nodded with solemn expressions on their face, though they each understood the importance of the mission ahead of them and the determination needed to succeed in it. Very well then. Tsukumo Hatake will serve as your commander. May your fire burn brighter than ever before. Hiruzen said, as all 6 shinobi departed, leaving the Hokage to himself. I can't help but feel that something larger is at play here. Something is wrong about this entire situation. Hiruzen thought to himself, unable to discover what made this situation strike him as strange. Read chapters ahead on patreon.com/killerdj. Chapter 184, Chapter 178, Ambushes. The trio of Sannin were able to make it halfway to the capital in merely a day, with them deciding to take a rest as the sun set. Tsunade created a decent-sized hut for them to reside in for the night, though before they could even get a proper rest, the trio found themselves surrounded by bandits. Well, look at what we've found here. The leader said with a smirk on his face as he saw the three. The trio could hardly hold their laughter as the bandits did their best to look intimidating around them. Okay, Jeriah. You can take care of these scrubs. I'm about to go to bed. Tsunade said as she yawned and entered the hut. Don't take too long, Tsunade may end up getting pissed at you if you do. Orochimaru said with a smirk as he also entered. The bandits suddenly felt a chill go down all their spines, with Jeriah turning towards them all. Is there any way that I can convince you guys to leave peacefully? I really would hate to hurt you but I hate pissing Tsuna off even more. Jeriah said in a kind tone. TSK. Do you think we are a joke bastard? After we're done with you and the other freak, we'll have fun with the blonde whore. The man said while licking his lips with a cruel smile. However, before the men could even think, he suddenly found his body sinking into the ground, with him unable to gain any proper footing. He looked around to see all of his subordinates in similar predicaments, with them quickly going into the ground and drowning from the mud. The last thing he could see was the white-haired man staring at him coldly, the kind and amicable smile no longer upon his face as he gazed at him and spoke. Let this jutsu send you to the underworld faster for daring to disrespect her. I hope you can just find peace in your next life. That would be the final this that Jeriah would ever hear, as he would never see the light of the world again. Jeriah merely sighed as he solidified the ground, with him heading towards the hut with his 2 friends. I can't believe I let my emotions get the best of me. I guess Sensei was right when he said that it would always be my biggest weakness. Jeriah thought as he entered to join his 2 friends, though his thoughts remained on how he reacted to the men disrespecting Tsunade. About time. I was thinking that they had gotten the jump on you. Orochimaru said with a smirk when he saw Jeriah enter, though he grew slightly concerned at seeing Jeriah seemingly distraught. I'll be fine. Jeriah said decisively as he lay on his bed made from Tsunade. However, neither noticed that Tsunade had not fallen asleep on her bed, with her eyes still being open as if thinking of something. The moon had begun to shine brightly in the night sky as the 3 Sannin finally went into the deep embrace of rest. The elite squad led by Tsukumo traveled quite the distance in merely a day, with them finding themselves at the last place that the swordsmen of the mist were reported being. Tsukumo looked at the area and begun to weave hand signs, after which he summoned a hound. Ado, can you trace any sense from this area? Tsukumo asked. The old dog sniffed the air, for a second before suddenly going alert, something that everyone in the group picked up on. The scent seems to have never left the area. Ado said grimly, causing everyone to grow defensive. And before any of the group could do anything, they found the environment suddenly filled with a thick barrage of mist. Prepare yourselves. Our mission is to eliminate these fiends once and for all. Tsukumo said as his blade began to crackle with lightning, signaling the beginning of an immense battle. Hey, my great granny is sick. I'll have to rotate that in college so chapters may be a little late. Chapter 185, Chapter 179, Advent of the Swordsman. Tsukumo moved quickly upon seeing a slight disturbance in the mist, with him blasting straight into the person he detected. However, the person merely blocked his blow with what he could only assume was a club of some kind, making Tsukumo pay close attention to the men. He grew even more wary as he realized he was facing the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Fuguki Suikeisen. Oh, it seems I got lucky. I get to hunt the prestigious White Fang. I didn't think your village were dumb enough to send you straight to your death. Fuguki said while smiling viciously, as if he found easy prey. I'm afraid you won't get the chance. I'll be eliminating this threat to my village now, so that I don't have to worry about the leaf shinobi who may die by your blades tomorrow. Tsukumo said as his blade crackled with so much electricity that it seemed to come alive. That seemed to be the signal that was needed to signal the beginning of their battle, with Tsukumo beginning by sending a barrage of slashes towards the large man, making him dodge each narrowly while accumulating slight wounds. Tsukumo then delivered a powerful slash toward him, though the blade he had in his hand seemed to absorb the lightning from the attack, negating a large amount of its damage. Fuguki seemed to wish to take advantage of blocking the attack as he slammed Samehada down onto him, in an attempt to crush him. However, Fuguki vastly underestimated the speed that Tsukumo possessed as he appeared behind him and delivered a swift slash at his neck, with him just barely able to dodge a fatal blow with it only grazing him. Fuguki jumped back as the wound began to bleed due to the attack, though Tsukumo seemed to not be satisfied with barely that as the lighting around him thickened even further before he began the barrage of attacks again, though this time the attack seemed far swifter and more dangerous. So this is the legendary blade Samehada. It's negating the lethality of my attacks and absorbing large amounts of my chakra. I'm already down about 40% just from engaging him this long. Tsukumo though grimly. Fuguki could only rely on the ability of Samehada to absorb a vast amount of the lightning to lessen the attacks, though he didn't know how long he could keep up, as Tsukumo wouldn't even allow him to gain distance to perform any jutsu. Using Samehada, Fuguki spun and slammed the blade into the ground again, giving him some distance to breathe. Realizing the danger he was in, Fuguki began preparing his trump card to allow him to merge with Samehada, yet he noticed the new stance that Tsukumo had taken, sending shivers down his spine. Hataki sword style, white wound. Tsukumo's speed increased to unparalleled levels as he delivered a devastating slash to Fuguki's chest, sending him flying backward into a tree. The attack left Fuguki with multiple critical wounds, with him assuming that he wouldn't survive another minute if he didn't merge with Samehada. However, he didn't think he would get that opportunity as Tsukumo charged at him as if a force of nature. But, both were surprised when another bolt of lightning appeared and blocked the attack. Hurry up, Fuguki. We already lost Fushigumo. Raiga yelled in panic. These few precious seconds gave Fuguki the time to perform the hand signs needed to merge with Samehada, transforming him into an entirely new type of creature. He stood with his wounds healed as he looked at Tsukumo, a smile now gracing his face. Time to die, White Fang. However, it was then that a man engulfed in a green aura appeared beside Tsukumo, the aura he emitted being immense. Sorry, Tsukumo. I eliminated one of them but I was unable to catch that one in the 6th gate. Flashback. Dewey stood in the mist warily as he eyed the mist around him, with him being cautious to leave the others. There are 2 of them in that direction. Dewey, you should deal with them. Akari said as she sensed 2 of the swordsmen. Dewey nodded as he immediately opened the 6th gate, with him immediately taking off, leaving nothing but a crater where he previously stood. Just as moved in that direction, his instincts screamed at him to move, making him dodge the incoming attack and send a powerful kick toward whoever attacked him. Well Fushigumo, looks like you need a bit of help. I'll help you take out the green beast of Konoha. Raiga Kurosuke said as he held his blades. However, before Fushigumo could say a word, Dewey blurred and appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch that completely shattered the man's ribcage inward. Raiga could only widen his eyes before charging to aid him. However, Dewey exhibited superior speed to anything he had seen before, with him delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying back. Run Raiga. Fushigumo said. He could feel his death was imminent as he sent all of his chakra into the Hiramakarei, turning it into a giant mallet in an attempt to crush the man. But, he could only look in shock as Dewey caught the mallet and threw it off of him, with him then ending Fushigumo's life by kicking him in his head, snapping his neck. Dewey immediately turned his attention to the fleeing Raiga, as he began chasing him at full speed. Flashback end. Raiga stared cautiously at the 2 men, with Fuguki seeming to be confident in his ability to win the battle in his new form. Dewey. Fuguki possesses the ability to absorb chakra-based attacks. I'll leave his defeat to you. Tsukumo said while his friend merely nodded. I'm afraid both of your deaths are guaranteed at this point. Fuguki said as he began to emit a massive amount of chakra. The green beast of Konoha will now transform into the blue beast, so beware of my newfound youth. Dewey said as he suddenly grew serious. 7th Gate of Wonder, open. His aura suddenly transformed from a green aura into a massive blue one, with the chakra being so dense that it was visible. Tsukumo's blade crackled with lightning once again as he set his sights on Raiga, the lightning specialist of the mist who boasted of having the sharpest blades in the world. A Hatake and a member of the Mito family would stand side by side once again as they dealt with the remainder of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Unbeknownst to them all, the other 4 swordsmen had already fallen in battle. Chapter 186, Chapter 180, Fall of the Swordsman. Kenta. Kenta stood with his 4 remaining comrades, his guard remaining up while he cautiously drew his tanto from its sheath while eyeing the mist around them, with him being prepared to take out the next opponent that would reveal themselves. There should be 4 of them left if Tsukumo and Due are dealing with the 3. That makes this an even battle for all of us. Be prepared to deal with whoever reveals themselves and do so as fast as possible so that we can quickly assist each other. Kenta said as his blade suddenly began to emit a massive amount of heat. Suddenly and without warning, a massive blade burst through the mist in an attempt to cleave through the group, though Kenta blocked it with his own and knocked the blade to the ground. Found you. Kenta said as his Sharingan spun, with his using it to trace back where the blade was sent from. Kenta immediately performed the body flicker to move in the place that the blade came from, with him seeing the man widen his eyes before sending a flaming slash toward his shoulder, causing him to jump back while wincing due to the wound. The man eyed Kenta warily while avoiding his eyes as he seemed to be silently weighing his options. Juzo Biwa. The newest member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. I'm afraid you won't have the opportunity to grow in your new role. Kenta said. Right after finishing, Kenta burst with immense speed, using his flames to enhance even further as he attempted to decapitate him and end the battle instantly. Juzo dodged, yet the searing heat from the blade seemed to burn his throat just by being near it. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Juzo spat a massive dragon towards Kenta, yet he seemed unbothered by the attack, with him merely smirking before leaving signs of his own. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Kenta sent a powerful blast of fire that engulfed the area they were in into flames, devouring both Juzo's jutsu and the man himself, turning him into nothing more than a charred corpse. Looks like I overdid it. I forgot not everyone can counter me with monstrous water release like Tsuna can. Kenta thought while sweat dropping at his actions. However, he immediately became serious again as departed to aid whoever needed his help. Shiro. Oh, it seems that the battles are going to end quickly. Why? Because we easily outclassed the swordsmen of the mist in terms of combat prowess. Shiro thought to himself as his bugs locked onto his target. I'll finish this quickly. Shiro said to his comrades before quickly running toward the enemy. However, just as he arrived near the men, he was forced to quickly dodge as an axe hit the spot he previously was. Oh. Shiro said, questioning the men who attacked him, with him calmly analyzing him while staring at the vicious smile on his face. An Abirame. You bastards never show the right expressions when I kill you. Genin Akabino said while grinning. And just like that, Genin had managed something that very few had accomplished and something that even fewer would dare to attempt, pissing off an Abirame. Just as the man was about to begin the battle, he suddenly found himself unable to mold his chakra, after which he felt excruciating pain. My insects were quietly entering your body through the gaps within your pores. They are a new variant that possesses the ability to drain chakra. However, I've instructed them to not just devour your chakra, but to also devour you. From the inside out. Shiro merely walked away while the seasoned shinobi began to beg for him to kill him, the insects beginning a cycle of devouring him and laying eggs to increase their number to increase the speed of the process. I wonder if the others need help. Shiro pondered while the screams seemed to leave him unbothered. Dan. Dan looked at his surroundings and gave a small smile to Akari, with him then turning his attention towards the signature he sensed that seemed to be attempting to hide. Be safe. Akari said, making Dan pause slightly before going towards his target, intending to finish the battle swiftly. Dan traveled a small distance before stopping, where he looked to find Kushimaru Kuriere, with him shooting him a cold smile. The man was viewed by many as one of the most cruel members of the swordsmen, and that was worth acknowledging for someone who came from the bloody mist. Dan wasted no time in enhancing his movements with wind release, allowing his kunai to become even sharper and his movements to become even swifter. Kushimaru sent the needle towards him, though Dan was able to dodge the attack as he continued his assault. Kushimaru grew cautious as he jumped back, unable to decipher the intentions of Dan as he simply charged at him with little care for his own safety. Just as he did, another Dan emerged from the ground and tackled him in his back, leading to Kushimaru stabbing the Dan that grabbed him in the back, though it merely turned into smoke. A clone. Kushimaru thought to himself, though before he could react, another version of Dan emerged from a tree and ran directly into him and threw his blade, making him halt his actions. Kushimaru then suddenly stabbed himself in the neck with the sewing needle, killing himself while widening his eyes in realization. A ghostly version of Dan then emerged from the corpse, with him glancing at Kushimaru's body before heading back to his own body. He could only hope that Akari was safe from the swordsman she had to deal with. Akari. Akari stood still as she waited for the final member of the swordsmen to emerge after having already sensed his position, ready to engage and defeat him to end the battle. It didn't take long for him to emerge as she detected him move in front of her, as if fully underestimating her capabilities. Well, looks like I get to have fun with the little kunoichi. Don't worry, I won't make you suffer too much. The man, who she identified as Jinpachi Munashi, said while grinning at her menacingly. I believe you are misunderstanding something. The only reason I didn't engage earlier is that I simply didn't wish to allow you to get involved in the other battles or escape since I knew you were watching me. Now, allow me to demonstrate why many view me as the successor to the Sarutobi clan's talent. Akari stated before biting her thumb and slamming her hand into the ground. Summoning Jutsu. The smoke cleared to reveal one of the most dangerous summons known to the shinobi world, Monkey King Enma. Looks like you need some help, little Carrie. Let's finish this quickly. Enma said as he and Akari both headed towards Jinpachi, with him immediately sending paper BMBS toward them in an attempt to separate the two. Enma, transform. Akari shouted. Enma changed from his normal form into an adamantine staff, with him flying into her hands to continue the battle. Akari, instead of engaging closely, extended Enma at immense speed at him, with Jinpachi barely able to dodge the blow. Enma, widen. Enma suddenly grew in length, the newfound size knocking Jinpachi back into one of the trees, injuring him in the process. However, before the two could continue the intense battle, a flaming sword suddenly pierced Jinpachi's head through the tree, killing him instantly. You know I didn't need any help, right? Akari said with a small smile while Enma released his transformation. Yes. But Dan would probably try to possess me if I allowed you to get hurt during the battle. Kenta said with a smirk. However, before the two could continue, an immense explosion went off in the distance, making both head off in the direction. Chapter 187, Chapter 181, End of the Swordsman. Tsukumo and Raiga seemed to be moving at speeds unparalleled to common shinobi, as they both showcased their immense mastery of lightning release to move at speeds that made them seem to be teleporting. However, while their speeds may have been comparable, their strength was in two entirely different realms. Damn it. This bastard won't give me any room to rest. The others need to hurry so that we can besiege this bastard together. Raiga thought as he suddenly turned and attempted to cut Tsukumo in half. Tsukumo seemed unfazed by the attack as he easily blocked it before slashing him in the shoulder, after which he delivered multiple flying slashes to Raiga. Raiga could only attempt to flee again, however, this time he noticed a difference in Tsukumo as instead of chasing him, he merely stood in place. What is he planning? Raiga questioned to himself, though he didn't have much time to ponder as he was forced to dodge a fireball sent at him. Oh, it seems some of you swordsmen are a bit skilled. Kenta stated as he emerged from the lingering mist, his person looking extremely terrifying if one were to look at his blood-colored eyes and the flaming sword. What? I thought Juzo was dealing with him. I can't fight the White Fang and the Wicked Eye at the same time. Raiga thought grimly. There is no need to get involved, Kenta. I'm about to end this swiftly. Tsukumo's voice sounded, making Raiga feel a chill go down his spine. However, before he could even mold his chakra, he found Tsukumo in front of him, his blade no longer crackling with lightning, but instead glowing a shining white color. However, the most stunning fact to Raiga wasn't the blade that was embedded in his chest, but the newfound markings that were on Tsukumo's face. It seems that the White Fang is just as terrifying as the rumors make him out to be. I'm afraid that the old coon has no idea who he's messing with. Raiga thought. Those would be the last thing that the second-to-last member of the 7 ninja swordsmen would ever make, leaving only their leader remaining. I didn't think he would need to enter Sage mode to deal with the likes of them. Kenta said leisurely while looking at his friend. I simply didn't wish for the cat-and-mouse game to continue too much longer. For his lack of strength, he possessed considerable speed. Tsukumo answered. Aren't we going to go assist the others? Kenta asked upon seeing Tsukumo merely sit down, as if unconcerned with the lives of their teammates. The other swordsmen have already been defeated, leaving only Fuguki and Guy's battle undecided. And I'm fully confident in Dewey's ability to win. After all, he is arguably the third strongest in our generation. Tsukumo said with a slight smile. Kenta merely nodded, fully agreeing with his statement. Dewey and Fuguki stood across from each other, with each emitting an insane aura that spoke volumes about the level of power they each wielded. I've heard of you, green beast of Konoha. While your strength may have put me in a difficult situation if I was in my prior state, you are completely outmatched by the current me. Fuguki said as got ready to utilize powerful ninjutsu. Your lack of youth makes you an opponent who will never be able to defeat me. Unless your name is Tsunade or Orochimaru, then I'm afraid you will never be capable of defeating me. Dewey said bluntly before appearing directly in front of Fuguki and delivering an earth-shattering punch that created a shockwave. Fuguki was knocked back, though not before he directly molded the water chakra to form needles that he shot at Dewey. Dewey easily dodged them before once again closing the distance between the two, allowing him to send him flying again. Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu. The jutsu that Fuguki spewed was supercharged with a massive amount of chakra, allowing it to turn into a massive behemoth of water that headed toward Due. Upon seeing this, Due jumped into the air and began to send punches at immense speed, with them being so fast that the resulting friction ignited the punches into something reminiscent of hundreds of fireballs. Morning Peacock. The two monstrous attacks met, with the flames boiling the water and turning it into steam that only added to the mist that seemed to plague the area. Due charged with a burst that made it seem as if he stepped on the air, him appearing as if he was both still in his prior spot while also directly in front of Fuguki, sending a terrifying kick to Fuguki's arm that he blocked with his arm, yet he couldn't help but grit his teeth as he felt the bones in it shatter. Due then spun in midair and delivered another powerful kick, though Fuguki was barely able to dodge, leaving Due to leave a major crater in the ground. I have to finish this battle quickly, because if all of his attacks hit that hard, I won't be capable of continuing to fight after a few hits. Fuguki thought as he began to mobilize as much chakra as possible and supercharged his next jutsu to the maximum. Water Style, Exploding Water Colliding Wave. An unprecedented amount of water was blasted from Fuguki, with it being similar to if a tsunami had been sent onto land. The waves came as if a massive natural disaster was about to occur, with this jutsu seeming to be akin to the pinnacle of water release. Due, in response, merely prepared his final attack, ready to end the battle once and for all. Hirudora. A pocket of pressurized air was sent from Due in the form of a punch, with the taijutsu attack shaping into the form of a white tiger, with it charging at the waves as if it were alive. The attack demolished the waves of water, destroying it and charging through it as if it was merely thin paper. Fuguki could only look on helplessly as the attack engulfed him, ending his life due to the sheer destructiveness of the attack. Heh. If the leaf has monsters like this, perhaps the ninja world will soon be changed drastically. I wish I could have seen it. Fuguki thought to himself in his final moments, with the attack obliterating him. It was on this day that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist would be obliterated. Chapter 188, Chapter 182, Insight. Konoha. Inside of the Hokage's office, Hiruzen sat at his desk as he looked over the documents before him, yet his mind was currently preoccupied with the raging developments in the ninja world. Who could possibly be capable enough to eliminate 3 daimyo and the Kazekage? Such an act could not have been committed by anyone other than a madman, because for what reason could they possibly choose to eliminate a daimyo? Hiruzen questioned to himself. The relationship between a kage and a daimyo was one of mutual restraint, yet it was also a relationship in which the kage could never truly overcome the daimyo. The daimyo held full control over the funding of the shinobi villages, with them paying around 50% of the village's annual income. In contrast, the villages had the ability to engage in full autonomy, giving them the ability to seem like their own independent nation rather than merely a vassal. However, during times of war, the village heavily depended on their nation, giving the daimyo the ability to showcase their power that they hold over the kage. And while the relationships between nations were estranged, the daimyo who led the lands usually had very little issue with one another if they respected them, making the daimyo seem above the mere shinobi who only knew how to undermine and war with each other. But, even if someone had an issue with the system, no one would dare to challenge it due to the massive amount of issues that came with attempting a coup. As they were considered to be chosen by the very heavens themselves, many civilians wouldn't accept the shinobi that they saw to become the new rulers for their land. But, the newly formed crisis that created a divide between the shinobi and the daimyo could be seen as a new advent for changing the existing structure. And it was at that moment that Hiruzen came to a realization, causing him to drop his pipe while his eyes widened. They want us to challenge the system. That is why they only killed the daimyo of the fire, earth, and lightning nations. They want one of us to take control over the nation we reside in, so that we can question the very nature of the world as a whole. This could send the world into the third war before any of us realize it, as well as forcing the war to turn from a battle of nations to a battle of ideals. This is danger on an unprecedented scale. Danzo couldn't even hope to achieve something of this level. This was not merely an abrupt decision. Such a plan was years in the making. Yet, to manipulate the entire world to this degree, I didn't believe anyone could be capable of such a feat, and if they are intelligent enough to control the entire world, then their strength might also be at such a level. It seems I'll have to take Enma up on his offer to become a sage. Danzo sat at his desk as he looked at his elite task force assembled before him, the individuals representing the full power that he could utilize as head of the root. Your mission is to infiltrate Iwagakure and Kimogakure and determine what actions that they are about to take. If you discover that they are planning any actions that could contribute to the fall of the current structure of the shinobi world, it will be your jobs to prevent it as much as you can. Now go. Danzo said. All shinobi immediately left, leaving the men in the room. I wish for change, but change like this will only end in the destruction of our world. Who could possibly wish to cause such an immense amount of chaos on the world? Danzo questioned to himself. Both the Hokage and his shadow had similar thoughts concerning the future of their world. And while the two remained questioning themselves, the 3 Sannin arrived at the capital. Chapter 189, Chapter 183, Capital. Nagoya. Jeriah, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were able to arrive at the capital the following day, with them immediately going to meet the Minister of Affairs in a hope to get a better grasp on the situation. Don't do anything stupid, Jeriah. We don't have time to deal with your ignorance. Orochimaru said while looking at Jeriah from the corner of his eye. TCH, stupid bastard. Jeriah mumbled while Orochimaru simply gave him a smirk, irritating the Toad Sannin even further. They arrived in a beautiful room that was adorned with designs that made the trio feel as if they were in the presence of nobility. Be careful with your words. I shall be the one to speak. Due to me having a claim to the throne, he'll be far more cautious when dealing with me. Tsunade said. The door then opened to reveal an older man wearing exquisite robes, with him sitting directly opposed from the three Sannin. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jeriah. I'm Akio Sato, the current Minister of Affairs and head of the Sato clan. I've been looking forward to this since the unfortunate passing of the daimyo and the majority of his family. Akio stated, with Tsunade paying close attention to his phrasing. Could you elaborate on what has occurred in the capital since Lord Daimyo's murder? Tsunade asked. Akio wasted no time in explaining as he told them about the attempted attacks on the noble families as well as the different factions that seemed to be gunning for control over the others. The rebellion seemed to also be gaining more members as the general populace seemed to be losing faith in the nobility. However, Tsunade noticed that the men in front of her didn't seem to hold much worry, as if he knew he wouldn't be affected by the current situation. And she could guess where his confidence came from. Lord Sato, earlier, you stated that the majority of the late daimyo's family met their demise. However, we received no word on any survivors. Could you elaborate on that statement? Tsunade asked. Akio smiled as he motioned to one of his servants, causing the woman to leave the room. Well, for one, you technically hold an honorary position with the daimyo's family. Therefore, you could be considered as the person whom I was referring to. Akio teased while Tsunade just stared at the men. You're no fun. The men said, with Tsunade swearing she heard both Jeriah and Orochimaru snicker in the back. Well, the sage seemed to be blessing us, as instead of the entire family being present, a single member was heading towards Konoha with their pet in an attempt to rest in their favorite location. After hearing about the issue, she immediately returned and I hid them, in an attempt to protect her from a follow-up attack. Therefore, allow me to introduce Lady Shijimi. Akio stated. All three Sannin turned to look at the opening door, with it showing the familiar wife of the daimyo as she emerged, demonic cat in tow. It's a pleasure to see you again, Tsuna. I'm happy to see that you are fine throughout all of this. And I am also pleased that Hiruzen chose to send all three of the legendary Sannin to support us. Lady Shimiji stated while Orochimaru and Jeriah nodded. Lady Shimiji, I am deeply sorry about your loss. I cannot begin to fathom how it feels to lose your husband. Can I presume that you will be taking the daimyo position since I will express that I have no interest in the title? Tsunade asked. Lady Shijimi merely nodded and smiled. Then, can I perhaps offer for you to relocate to Konoha in an attempt to ensure your safety? It would be the safest location to protect you from. Tsunade added. Perhaps we should speak on this tomorrow. I know that you are likely tired and rest will be essential for the stressful talks that we shall have. Lady Shijimi said. Very well. Please excuse us. Tsunade said as the three bowed to her and left, leaving only Akio and Shijimi in the room. I didn't know you were hurt by your husband's death. Akio said as he glanced at her. You know better than anyone that I dislike the old bastard. Why do you think I spend the majority of my time inside of Konoha? But you do know what they are planning, don't you? Lady Shijimi asked. Yes. They wish to combine the military might and economical might of the nation to one location. However, I don't believe that it's a bad decision. But ultimately, the choice is yours, Lady Daimyo. Akio said. Shijimi merely gave a shrewd smile before exiting the room, leaving only Akio in the room. Perhaps, this is the best move to protect us from those things. Akio muttered before leaving himself. AN was not planning on releasing like this, but put some hearts in the comments for Akira Toriyama. May he live in peace knowing he inspired generations of children, including myself and my parents. Chapter 190, Chapter 184, Creature. Inside of a hidden room, Akio sat as he looked at the remains of one of the shinobi who attacked and ended the lives of the daimyo's family. However, calling the odd and strange creature a shinobi would likely be an insult to everyone who holds the profession. The sole detail that Akio had decided to leave out of his report was the situation with these alien-like creatures. One of the daimyo's samurai was able to stab the creature in its chest before succumbing to his wounds. And with him being one of the first to discover the being, he had his most trusted vassal place the body inside of his mansion. He saw firsthand how it morphed from its original appearance to one that was entirely inhuman. And now, he was unable to process who he could and could not trust, with him not knowing if the person he told was also one of the creatures. These things could be everywhere in the world, silently manipulating the world from the shadows in a goal to further their own plans, whatever they may be. I can't even trust Lady Shibi enough to let her know about them. And who's to say that they also don't have influence in Konoha? Perhaps, I could get the aid of that organization, the one that had been gaining subtle influence in the Land of Fire. Akio thought to himself. Immediately afterwards, he stood and headed to the nearest tavern, ready to take a gamble on the current situation. Are you done cooking yet, Tsuna? I'm so hungry. Jeriah said from inside the room, wearing comfortable clothing rather than his shinobi gear. You know, most people would refrain from taking off their shinobi attire and being relaxed in a place that is not their home village. Orochimaru said while taking a sip of liquor. You don't have yours on and you are literally laid out on the bed. Jeriah said as he gained a tick mark on his forehead, slightly pissed at his pale friend. It has been highly proven over the past few years that I am not most people. After all, who else could claim to have become a mastered sage at 17? Orochimaru asked with a slight smirk. I've mastered sage mode. Jeriah yelled. Yeah, after a couple more years of training. Honestly, I don't understand how you managed to become one of the Sannin. Maybe in your next lifetime, you'll be able to understand my greatness. Orochimaru finished with a sigh. Jeriah immediately tackled the men off of the bed, leaving the two to wrestle each other on the ground while shouting at each other. Get off of me, you idiot. No way, I'll make you regret your words, bastard. The duo's shouting suddenly ended when they felt a shiver go down both of their spines, with them looking up to see Tsunade glaring menacingly at them. If you idiots don't shut up, I'll stick my foot so far up your ends that you'll be spitting out my toenails tomorrow. Tsunade said. However, before she could make her threat an actuality, the trio heard a knock at the door, making them all grow slightly serious due to only a few people knowing that they were there. Tsunade opened the door and saw a middle-aged man, with him whispering something into his ear before leaving. What was it? Orochimaru asked. It seems that someone asked for me. Tsunade said while turning to the two. They knew we were here to ask for Tsuna. Jeriah questioned while getting slightly serious. No. They didn't ask to meet Tsunade Senju. They asked to meet the head of the White Lotus. Tsunade said with a smile before she left to meet the men. I truly hope that I have not made a mistake by coming here. Akio thought to himself. He arrived at the bar and performed the subsequent actions to showcase his interest in meeting a member of the organization, with this including playing the game of shogi in a specific way. Once he met with the member who came to assist him, he quickly told them that he needed to meet with a leader of the organization, with it being an issue that could relate to the safety of the Land of Fire as a whole. However, Akio never imagined that Tsunade Senju would sit down in front of him, and with a smile on her face, merely asked. How can I assist you today? Read chapters ahead on patreon.com/killerdj. Chapter 191, Chapter 185, Zetsu. Lady Tsunade. You are the leader of the White Lotus. Akio asked with a shocked expression on his face, unable to process that she was the leader of the organization. I am. I must admit, I wasn't expecting to meet with you again before the meeting tomorrow. Though, what is the topic that made it so sensitive that you could only speak with me about it? Tsunade asked. Akio nervously looked around the room, causing Tsunade to draw a few seals into the air, after which she turned back to him. Now, no one will be able to hear our conversations nor read the words that come from our lips. This shall prevent anyone from learning what we discuss. Tsunade said. Akio seemed reassured by this, with him explaining the entire situation, from the truth of what actually occurred to him storing the body inside of his home. Tsunade's smile had vanished and it had been replaced by a serious expression, with her thinking deeply about the terrifying threat that Zetsu portrayed. While the combat capabilities of White Zetsu were severely lacking during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the intelligence capabilities it had were utterly terrifying. The ability to easily infiltrate any location without detection made the creature absolutely terrifying in a world where secrets are the most important thing. Can you take me to see this creature? Whatever it is something that could possibly be endangering high-ranking official from all of the nations. Tsunade said, to which Akio merely nodded. It didn't take long for the duo to arrive at Akio's home where they found the creature, with Tsunade seeing the terrifying being for the first time. It looks much more monstrous in real life. Tsunade thought to herself as she looked at the grotesque creature. I believe that in the current shinobi world, there is no proper way to detect these things. I doubt any of my sensing techniques or the enhanced perception of Sage Mode would allow me to discover the location of such a being. Tsunade said with a sigh. So there is nothing we can do to protect our safety? Akio asked anxiously. Knowing that there's a shape-shifting creature capable of killing you at any moment would terrify anyone, let alone a man with no combat abilities. I said in the current shinobi world. I'm confident that I can create a seal to offset the ability of this being and protect us. Just give me a few weeks to analyze the material of this being and ensure the seal works. Tsunade assured him, making Akio relax. Tsunade then departed with the Zetsu creature being sealed inside of a scroll. Why would Madara use Zetsus to kill off the daimyo? Is he preparing to take action early? I'll have to talk to Grandma and Grandpa about this. Tsunade though as she arrived back to the room, with her entering to find Jeriah and Orochimaru fighting again. A tick mark became noticeable on her head as she delivered a powerful punch to them both. We're blasting off again. Tsunade merely smiled at the now quiet room, with her finally able to rest from her stressful day. Mito sat in her chair smiling as she watched Kushina, Nawaki, and Naruto play, though her expression suddenly changed. Naruto, take Kushina and Nawaki to the second floor and run some bath water. I'll be up in just a second. Mito said with a kind smile. Naruto looked confused, though he followed his grandmother's directions as he took the younger children to the second floor, after which Mito's expression grew serious while a golden aura shined on her. I see you've learned some new tricks, Mito. A voice said, with the person emerging from behind one of the corners, revealing a man Mito despised. And I see you still remain alive. It seems I'll have to finish what my husband started, Madara. Two of the greatest legends of the Warring States period met once again. Chapter 192, Chapter 186, Message. On the first floor of the Senju home, two individuals of vast might stood diametrically opposed from each other. Both possessed abilities that would make many consider to flee on sight at the mere sight of such monsters. On one side, stood the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, one of the highest-rated Fuinjutsu masters in the world, and the wife of the god of Shinobi. On the other side, stood the demon of the Shinobi world, a former patriarch of one of the strongest clans to exist, and the rival to the god of Shinobi. Mito Uzumaki and Madara Uchiha stared blankly at each other, each ready to act when given even the slightest hint of an opening on the other. Why are you here? Mito asked, with her choosing to break the deadlock and inquire about why Madara was in her home, already preparing countermeasures against him using her chakra. Mito looked at the men who now looked much older, yet also still had hints of black hair in his head. Can I not come to see one of the few people that don't disgust me? Madara responded with a question of his own. I do not see what Hashirama always seemed to see in you. I truly yearn for the day in which I can rip your head off. Mito said while the yellow flames around her seemed to grow much denser. Yet you won't currently. Even if you can kill me, you won't risk it with your worthless family being upstairs. Pitiful. Such weaknesses should be beneath you, Mito. Madara said while giving an eerie smile. Those words seemed to irritate Mito even further, yet she showed none of it on her face as she still stared at Madara, seemingly wishing to perceive his intent. I believe I've wasted enough time. Now, Mito, have you ever heard of the Sage of Six Paths? Madara asked, the eerie smile on his remaining as he looked at Mito. Madara then told Mito of his Eye of the Moon plan, with him expressing his intent to place the entire world into an illusion to finally enact true peace. The conversation dragged deep into the night, with Mito only listening while still remaining in the nine-tailed chakra mode. Finally, Madara seemed to be done speaking, with Mito finally asking her first question. Why have you told me all of this? You can't be foolish enough to believe that I would simply agree to cooperate with a madman such as yourself. Why, of course not. You are too ingrained with the foolish thoughts that Hashirama placed into everyone in this foolish village. I merely came here to express my will. Madara answered. Then why? Mito asked again. To declare war. This is my official notice, Mito. I originally planned to wait and gather my strength until I was sure that no unnecessary situations could arise, but now that seems to simply be redundant. Now is the best time to act. The next time we meet, there will be a battle of grand proportions, one that shall end with my victory and you joining that fool Hashirama in the Pure Lands. Prepare. Grow your forces. Gather as much strength as you can in this pathetic village. Because soon, the world shall know true peace. Madara said while now grinning deeply. Before Madara could react, he was suddenly unable to move, with symbols surrounding him. I know that Madara wouldn't have been foolish enough to come here in person. But he must have some form of relay from himself to whatever you are. So allow me to send a message of my own. You will lose, Madara. And this new generation, I'm afraid they lack the compassion that Hashi had for you all those years. Now, prepare as well, because we shall soon begin the war that will begin a new age in this turbulent era. Mito said. The kanji surrounding Madara began glowing and completely destroyed him, eliminating it for good. Seems I need to update the house's security. Mito thought to herself as she went to check of her grandchildren, seemingly unbothered by the threat that Madara portrayed. Inside of a dark cave, Madara had a smile on his face as he felt the death of his clone, with him leaning back into his chair while the Geto Maza stood behind him. Zetsu. Madara said firmly. The black creature arose from the ground, looking at his master. It seems my plans must be changed. Before I retrieve my eyes, go find that secret technique that Takigakure possesses and a Uchiha with decent aptitude. It seems I will have an eventful few years. Madara said before closing his eyes, resting before his newfound plan came to fruition. Final arc incoming. Read chapters ahead on patreon.com/killerdj. Chapter 193, Chapter 187, Talks of Peace. Atop of Tsunade's hotel building, she sat and looked at the night sky, with the full moon shining brightly on her. As she looked at it, she couldn't help but reminisce on her life inside of the shinobi world, something that would have once been a dream, yet now was an actual reality. From the horrors of being an infant and wishing to remain isolated in this new world and closing off her heart, to becoming the star in the lives of her family, to indirectly affecting the fate of the world with her decisions as she grew older. There were many times that she was forced to question herself, to ask if the changes she was making to the world would negatively change things, stopping the world from becoming peaceful, yet she still decided to abide by her original choice to live by her own decisions. As she sat, she heard 2 sets of footsteps, with her glancing back to see her closest friends of this world coming and standing beside her, with the trio now all looking at the beautiful night sky in silence. Do you two think peace can ever come to this horrible world? Jeriah asked. Even with all the changes in the world, his desire to bring his children up in a world without war was something that remained the same. While he would do whatever was necessary to protect Konoha, he wished that he could find a pathway to peace, something to guide him in ending the chaos that started this world. I don't think true peace is possible, nor should it ever be achieved. Tsunade said after a minute, with both of her friends snapping their heads in her direction as if silently telling her to explain her words. While there could definitely be periods where no conflict happens, or even periods where we hold ourselves in a state of forced peace to prevent mutual destruction, but I don't think a period of absolutely no conflict will ever be possible. The best that could happen would be another figure like my grandfather appearing and putting every nation on notice until their death, after which they may have been able to develop the next generation for the inevitable war. But would true peace even be a good thing? A world where we hold no desire to improve, as it's been shown that warfare breeds innovation. Would a world like that even last? No. I believe that war, at least after long periods of time, becomes a necessity rather than a nuisance. Tsunade explained. If that is the case, then we shall merely have to become these symbols of this generation. Symbols that would strike fear into anyone who even dared to embark on the road of war. We've only been on this world for a mere quarter of a century, imagine what we could do in another decade. Orochimaru said, his eyes looking up as if he could already see them in the future. Honestly, I've never cared too much about the issues that are deeply ingrained in this world. Attempting to topple the system of the entire world is something only fools would embark on. But I truthfully only care about protecting those that I care about. As long as they are safe, I am content with the world. It's for that same reason that I could never wear the hat of the Hokage. I'm not willing to sacrifice everything. But if I were to lose everything, I could see myself making the world burn. Tsunade said before she said goodnight to her 2 friends. I guess I'm the only one of us willing to make the sacrifices that comes with the hat, huh? Orochimaru muttered quietly with a smile before he also went to bed. Jeriah sat alone on the roof, still looking at the night sky. Whose peace should be more important? Jeriah asked himself, with the moon being the only one to accompany him into the loneliness of the night. An novel idea chapter has been turned into its own book called Naruto, True Darkness, with me likely updating it every week or 2. It's really a comfort novel, simply because my favorite character is Danzo while my best friend is Hiruzen. I have a few more novel concepts, but only one will be fully written. As for my existing books, My Hero Academia, The White Queen, is on hiatus, simply because with all the craziness going on in the manga, I rather wait till it wraps up, whenever that happens, to return to it. Naruto, the Sorcerer Supreme, is a comfort book that I write which is pretty much just a plain overpowered old monster. I love that trope too much to stop, and I just write in it when new ideas come to mind, with me stuck on deciding how I want the story to go, especially since it won't be too long. One Piece, Rules of Justice, is a book that I likely will put my full focus into once this wraps up, simply due to it being my favorite anime and wanting to really write that novel with detail. But, overall, I appreciate all the support I've been given, and I hope that you can continue to follow me as I wrap this novel up over the next 30 to 70 chapters. Chapter 194, Epilogue. The night passed quickly, with the official meeting between the Sannin and the representatives arriving. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jeriah sat opposite from Akio, Lady Shijimi, and many other prominent nobles in the Land of Fire, with them all knowing that this meeting would decide the future of the nation. It's a pleasure to have you joining us today, Lady Senju, Lord Orochimaru, and Lord Jeriah. One of the nobles said with a smile on his face. The pleasure is all ours. But, I'm afraid that we don't possess the time to spare in which we can exchange pleasantries. Orochimaru said with a smile of his own. Many of the nobles exchanged gazes with each other, with the Minister of Finance taking the initiative to speak. Yes. We heard overnight about your wish to relocate the capital of the Land of Fire into our shinobi village, something unprecedented in the shinobi world. I would like to ask how you believe that it would be a better option, seeing that we could simply request for Konoha to have shinobi of your caliber reside in the capital indefinitely in the protection of the daimyo's family. While that would be a temporary measure, we also have to look at the fact that any issues that arise internationally would likely force us away from the capital, leaving us fully vulnerable to the same situation we were in prior. Therefore, I see no better way to ensure the safety of the daimyo than to move them to Konoha. Orochimaru retorted. Then, are you suggesting that all of the nobles move to Konoha? How would you accommodate the many businesses, state buildings, and properties owned by nobles who would move to Konoha? How long would it take to build these residencies? We don't have that type of time to put the governmental issues on hold. The Minister of Education asked. I'll personally take responsibility over that, by utilizing my wood release to help build new accommodations for the influx of citizens and to help move over the state institutions one after another. This can help ensure the benefits from the current capital are brought over. Tsunade answered. The meeting went on for another 8 hours, with it mostly consisting of Orochimaru handling the diplomatic affairs, Tsunade chiming in to offer insight, and Jeriah merely remaining quiet. The meeting seemed to be finally coming to a close, with Lady Shijimi saying she wanted to announce something at the end. While I will be serving as the current daimyo, through the rules of the lines of succession, I announce Tsunade Senju as the future daimyo. The words carried immense weight, with the nobles choosing to remain quiet as they knew that they had no input on what occurred. Tsunade merely nodded in agreement, with it signaling her acceptance as the future ruler of the nation. The meeting came to an end, and the items discussed at it were quickly implemented to the village of Konoha once the group returned to the village. The size of the village nearly quadrupled, with new districts such as the Industrial District or the revamped Commercial District making the village become more akin to a metropolis. However, the situations in the other villages seemed to be changing greatly as well, with Iwagakure installing a puppet daimyo, one that seemed to follow the will of Inoki. The Raikage, on the other hand, consolidated his power in his village, using the situation to give him power over the military and economic aspects of the nation, making him the person with the most political power in the shinobi world. The Sand, faced with the assassination of their Kage, were forced to appoint Lady Chiyo as the new Kazekage, with her focused on bettering the standard of her village's shinobi and spending time with her family. The Mist, always the most mysterious due to their border being closed, seemed to be preparing their forces for an inevitable conflict, though the question over whose side they would fight on would be answered far later. And the final force also began its own preparations to combat the shinobi world. Lord Madara, we have located the tomb of the first Hokage. Will you be using them to augment the strength of the Zetsu army? Black Zetsu asked as he looked at the men. Madara, no longer looking old and grizzled, but instead, appearing as if he was still in his youth except for the grey tendrils on his body, smiled sinisterly. Of course. Don't attempt to bring the entire corpse. Just some of his DNA will work all the same. Peace will soon arrive on this wretched world. The era of development commenced, with every force preparing for the inevitable war. And with that, 7 years passed. Chapter 195, Chapter 188, Eyes. Land of Fire. Inside of a lush forest in the most prosperous nation, multiple weapons were being thrown continuously, with a trio of shinobi running from another. Damn it, Fugaku. I told you that being unnecessarily angry would only get in your way of taking them out with that surprise attack. You just had to want to make them suffer with your fire style rather than just burning them up, huh? Hayashi yelled angrily at his teammate, yet he was a bit perplexed when he saw him look at him with similar fury. If they had attacked a squad of your clansmen and stolen their eyes, you would be angry too. Oh wait, they wouldn't have to worry about that with the slave seal on your foreheads. Fugaku said angrily. He was truly enraged that Hayashi didn't see how horrible such an event was, but seeing how the Hyuga rarely worried about it, he probably felt that they should create a similar seal of their own. Enough. We need to wipe these three out now, especially since if they escape, we'll have to deal with Sensei. Use combination 8. Shimanosuke yelled, with his words sending shivers down all of their spines. The other two nodded, with Fugaku and Shimanosuke going to the left and right while Himichi went to the middle, with them all weaving signs at extremely rapid speeds. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. The three fleeing shinobi felt the terrifying heat, with them all turning around and weaving the signs for a single jutsu. Earth style, Earth Wall. A massive and imposing wall quickly erupted to shield the two, but the flames demolished it and incinerated the three, putting an end to them once and for all. Do you think the Sharingan were destroyed in our attack? I apologize for not being able to recover your clansmen's eyes. Shimanosuke said as they all landed and stored the bodies. It would be best that they were. Kaito can rest easy knowing that his eyes will be used against neither the village nor his fellow clansmen. But I don't understand how 3 IWA shinobi could get the jump on 3 of the best shinobi that the Uchiha clan has to offer, and even kill one of them and retrieve his eyes. It seems that the fragile peace we have in the shinobi world is about to end quickly. Fugaku spoke. I apologize, Fugaku. I did not mean to dash. It's not important. We both went too far. Now let's return to the village before Hokage-sama tells Sensei we took too long to get back. Fugaku said as he cut off Hayashi, with the trio suddenly getting a burst of adrenaline that made them faster than before. Inside of the Senju compound, Mito stood in the kitchen as she prepared dinner, with Ayako standing beside her as they both worked in hopes of feeding their family. Just then, the door to the house opened, with Kushina and Nawaki entering, both coming home from their day at school. Mito smiled at the two, with her asking, "How was your day at school?" "Horrible. That bastard Namikaze always beats me in competitions. And then he has the nerve to smile about it," Nawaki complained as he sat on a chair. "Sometimes you have to accept that you aren't the best at everything. If I was jealous of everything your grandfather did, I would have never achieved all I did in life," Tobirama said as he came downstairs, with him being followed by Ashina and Haru. TCH. Nawaki clicked his teeth together, with Kushina just laughed at him. As the family all sat around the dinner table, the final member emerged as she walked through the door, with her showing a tired expression on her face. "Let me guess, you're home?" Kushina asked sarcastically while Nawaki snickered. "Yep," Tsunade said with a smile as she joined her family members at the table to enjoy dinner. Read chapters ahead on p@trian.com/killerdj. Chapter 196, Chapter 189, Departure. The family of 8 sat at the dinner table and enjoyed their dinner as they made small talk. "So, how is Kuna doing at the border? She's been gone for almost 2 months now." Tsunade asked Ashina, with Kushina peeking over once she heard about her mom. "She said she hasn't run into any problems yet, but you can never be too careful." "But, while we're on the topic of children, how has Naruto been, Suna?" Ashina asked. Tsunade thought back about how she took Naruto back, with her missing him greatly. Flashback. On the training grounds in Konoha, 2 figures were flashing around at high speeds, with both of them creating shockwaves every time their attacks met. After a final struggle, one of the 2 stopped, with it revealing a blonde-haired teen with blue eyes panting heavily, while a blonde-haired woman looked at him with a smirk. "Are you already tired, Naruto?" Tsunade asked her son. "Of course. Everyone is not a monster like you, Mom," Naruto answered as he finally caught his breath. Tsunade had begun his more difficult training after she returned from the former capital, with her training him in everything that ranged from chakra control to elemental mastery, though she did get Orochimaru to help with it due to him having a mastery of the wind element. One thing that Tsunade had understood was that Naruto was far from dumb. No, it would better to say that he was a genius. His level of understanding ninjutsu or fuinjutsu stood at an unparalleled level, with Tsunade unable to understand how no one understood that in the original timeline. Though he also had an abundance of excess energy thanks to the yang half of Kurama, with Tsunade guessing that it was the reason why he had never could focus on one thing whilst in the academy. But, with Tsunade's guidance, Naruto had reached a level of power that would allow him to defend himself from any major threats that may arise when she takes him home. While she couldn't say he had stepped definitively into the ranks of Kage-level shinobi, those who have the power to change the tide of a war with their very presence, but he was extremely close to it. At the bare minimum, she expects him to be far past the level of strength that his teammates had reached after his training with them. Also, after his 3 years of training, he had become a level 5 fuinjutsu master, with him being on the same level as Jeriah in his original world. Though, compared to Tsunade, Mito, Kuna, and Ashina, who had all reached level 13, he was still far off from being a master. The 2 then left to get ramen, with Tsunade deeming him deserving of it after his hard day of training. "You know what today is, don't you?" Tsunade asked, her tone a bit somber as she spoke to her son. Suddenly, he stopped walking, with the cheerful smile that he was always known to have no longer being there, instead replaced by a sad look. "Yeah. I know," he said quietly, his eyes staring down at the ground. He was then jerked over to a hug by Tsunade, with her holding him tightly in her arms. "I finished the jutsu I made, with it letting you come home anytime you wish as long as you perform the fuinjutsu I taught you. You can come home whenever you need to talk or need me. And if it's an emergency, the signal I taught you should alert me even from across 2 separate timelines," Tsunade said. Naruto nodded while regaining his smile, with he and Tsunade going home after they finished their ramen. When they got there, the entire family sat in the living room, with Kushina and Nawaki having red eyes, showing that they had already been told Naruto was leaving. "Will you come back to visit us?" Nawaki asked Naruto with his eyes already tearing up again. "Of course. I will always come visit and I'll bring you a gift every time I come," Naruto said as he rubbed his head. "No he won't. He's gonna leave and forget about us," Kushina yelled from beside Kuna. But before she could chastise her daughter, Naruto cut her off by picking her up. "I could never forget about you guys, you know. You're my family. I'll come back as often as I can," Naruto said. He then put her down, with everyone looking at him warmly. Make sure you take care of yourself, Naruto. This has around 100 meals sealed inside of it. Ayako said as she gave him the scroll. I finally got you some finger blades formed from chakra metal. They'll be useful for you. Haru said as he gave them to his grandson. Here are all of my notes on Fuinjutsu. I think they will do you wonders since you won't have us to ask you every single question. Ashina said. Make sure you come home and visit me. I'd hate for this to be the last time I see me grandson. Mito said as she smiled warmly at him. Yeah, right. With the speed you move at when you catch me stealing ramen, you're probably gonna live another 100 years. Naruto thought, though he had said thought when he felt the aura around Mito grow dangerous. Don't die in your timeline, brat. Tobirama said as he patted Naruto on the shoulder. Very reassuring, old man. Naruto thought as he rolled his eyes. Let's go, Naruto. Tsunade said as a large amount of seals surrounded the two, and they then disappeared. Giving a few chapters to show Naruto's departure. Also, with the new update schedule, it'll either be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Strongest Senju. Sorcerer Supreme when I feel good in what I wrote. And either Darkness of Shinobi or Hero's Fist, with me only planning to continue one of the two fully. That'll stay the schedule until Strongest Senju reaches its conclusion. Have a good day. Chapter 197, Chapter 190, Prosperity. Tsunade and Naruto opened their eyes, with them finding themselves in a forest, and from what Tsunade could tell through her seismic sense, it was pretty close to Konoha. Let's go. Hopefully I can check to see if I properly synchronized the timelines so that we move at a similar pace. Tsunade said as both she and Naruto burst off into the direction of Konoha, with them quickly checking in with the guards and going to meet her future counterpart. Walking into the room, Tsuna saw the older Tsunade and Shizen both waiting for them, with them having a smile across their face once they saw the more mature Naruto. Well, how was your training? The Hokage asked. It was great, Granny. I learned so much from Mom in the past 2 years, and I even learned Fuinjutsu from Granny Mito. Naruto said as he began to tell Shizen and her about all that he had learned. While the elder Tsunade looked on with a smile, she turned slightly when she paid attention to a detail that Naruto had said. Did you say 3 years? So Naruto is 15 now. Because it has only been a year here. Tsuna merely smacked her face with her palm, realizing that the timelines weren't fully synchronized with one another. It was at that moment that a white-haired pervert emerged from the window, with him giving his trademark smile to everyone. Well, looks like my eyes get to be blessed as a guy dash, finish that sentence and I'll bury my fist in your throat. Jiraiya quickly stopped his words upon hearing the threat made by the younger Tsunade. I have to get back to my timeline. Since the 2 years you gave us aren't up, let Jiraiya take Naruto to Mount Myaboku to learn Senjutsu. Tsuna said as she began to glow with runes, the deadline of the jutsu about to send her back to her own timeline. See you later, Mom. Naruto said, with Tsuna giving him a deep hug, before giving a nod to the adults in the room, with them doing so in return, signaling their promise to keep him safe from any unforeseen threats that may arise. See you later, Naruto. You know how to reach me if it's an emergency. Tsuna said before she finally disappeared, sending her back to her own world. Flashback end. Well, since the timelines still aren't synchronized, time goes a lot faster here than it does in his world. So even though it's been half a decade here, merely a year has passed in his world. However, I've been reworking the technique to fix errors like that. But last time I visited Naruto, he had finally become a full-fledged sage. Tsunade said with a smile as she reminisced. Incredible. He even achieved it earlier than you Sannin did. I knew that boy was going to be amazing one day. Ashina said with a smile. How has the new card system within the village been received by the factions in the village? Tsunade asked as she thought about the new endeavor proposed by Mito and Ashina. Once she returned to the village and learned that Madara had been able to easily enter their home, she made it her mission to create a new barrier to protect the village. Ashina decided to take this opportunity by creating a new system, one that had seals placed onto the bodies of every active shinobi and using them to allow them access to the facilities in the village. An example would be the library, as depending on the rank of your seal, the level on ninjutsu or knowledge that you could access would be restricted to said level. The seals couldn't even be replicated, as the system created by the village would detect if the seal was either tampered with or if the shinobi was killed, allowing a much more efficient system to be accomplished. Well, the overall feeling has been relatively positive. Even the Warhawks can't find any fault with the system since it leads to us preventing the deaths of many shinobi. And with the new generation of shinobi finally showcasing their skill as the first batches of graduates from the revamped academy have been showing exceptional skill. Ashina answered while praising his niece. The system results in shinobi trained to far greater degrees and has squads that possess far stronger combat prowess. If not for Tsunade's suggestions, we could be looking at a far bleaker situation currently. This has also helped us deal with the newfound expansion and addition of the nobles. Tobirama said as he joined into the conversation. The change to Konoha being the capital resulted in a widespread expansion, as the village's size quadrupled in just the first year to accommodate for the new additions. Now, the daimyo's mansion stood right beside the Hokage Tower, with it representing how the daimyo is guarded by the Hokage, as well as the conjunction between the military and the economic leaders. And with the surge in population, the number of shinobi possessed by Konoha increased so much that they had to increase the size of the academy multiple times, and even construct a second one. The village now seemed similar to a metropolis, as one could take over a day or two merely to walk from one part of the village to another. Now, with the village being in such a prosperous state, it was definitely the greatest shinobi village in the world, with many believing them to have the power to challenge the entire world. The daily family dinner came to an end, with the group all going to their rooms to rest, yet major events were occurring in the rest of the shinobi world. Read chapters ahead on p@trian.com/killerdj. Chapter 198, Chapter 191, Undercurrents. Hokage Tower. Inside of the Hokage building, Hiruzen sat at his desk, with him staring at both his students and his ANBU commander, with them both standing before him with information that was about to alter the landscape of the entire world. Are you sure that it has been confirmed? Hiruzen asked as he smoked once more from his pipe, hoping that somehow, the herbs inside of it had merely made him hallucinate what he had just heard. Yes. According to our information, the general of Kyumo, Asuka, has begun recalling her troops back to Kyumo, with her also doing her absolute best to keep the information hidden. It is likely that they are planning a surprise assault on someone, most likely us. And based on how many spies of ours were killed while trying to send this information, it is likely that we are the group who they plan to assault. Sakumo said. Hiruzen merely stood up, with him looking out of his window at the grand village that laid before his eyes. With a sigh, he turned back to the two in the room. It's likely that we may face the attack of the Land of Lightning. However, I would rather force the war to wait a bit longer. It seems that we must take preemptive measures and attack first. Hiruzen said, surprising both Orochimaru and Sakumo. Konohagakure had never launched the first attack in a war, with the leading many to believe that as long as Hiruzen was the Hokage, they wouldn't have to worry about Konoha wishing to go on a war for expansion. However, it seems that even Hiruzen had his breaking point. If the shinobi world had merely continued its peaceful state of development, Hiruzen would never take the step in sparking a conflict. But knowing that a fight is inevitable, Hiruzen will do whatever it takes to ensure more of his shinobi survive. Orochimaru, how confident are you in eliminating the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? Inside of the Tsuchikage office, Inoki sat with a pensive look on his face, his appearance already seeming reminiscent to his elderly appearance many years late. However, even though his appearance had seemed to represent him being weaker, his power was still at its peak. Are we still unable to gain any more resources from the Land of Birds? Inoki asked one of his advisors. While the Land of Earth had always been a rough environment, they were able to rely on trade with neighboring nations to support themselves, with the daimyo then appointing these funds and resources to their village. But the surrounding lands have been struggling to produce the same amount of goods as they were before, causing the Earth to be forced into a horrible position. Yes. They still keep the same stance that they had before. If they were to trade any more with us, they wouldn't be able to support their own people. The advisor spoke. I see. Inoki stated. Countless scenarios passed through Inoki's mind, yet none of them seemed fully plausible or led to the prosperity of his nation. They only led to its destruction or their subservience to another nation, two things that the Tsuchikage would never want to see. It seems war may be our only option. Inoki thought. While many seemed to think Inoki loved war, the men actually despised it. The dangers that come from it, the loss that his people incurred, the cruelty of having to leave a comrade to die just to save yourself, it was something that any leader would refrain from doing unless they were extremely ambitious. And Inoki didn't get called the fence-sitter for jumping at every chance of war, but for taking advantage of every opportunity that came his way. And right now, Inoki only saw one opportunity that could result in him helping his people, so that his nation didn't fall into the same dire straits that the Sand did. Call Rashi to my office. And send a message to Kyumo that I'll be sending him on my behalf to accept their offer. Read chapters ahead on p@trian.com/killerdj. Chapter 199, Chapter 192, Spark of War. On the following day, Tsunade stood in the Hokage's office with her being joined by the heads of nearly all the shinobi clans, the elite jonin of the village, and the elders. I received word last night that we may be on the cusp of the Third Great Shinobi World War. With that being said, I wish to station troops at every border so that we may be prepared for any unforeseen events that may arise in the near future. I've already recalled our forces to the village, as well as told all nobles to return to their estates as soon as possible. Hiruzen said. I hate to interrupt, Hiruzen, but I'm afraid I have to add to our troubles. The Kiri shinobi have begun mobilizing, with them seeming to be heading towards our border. I received this information from a reliable source early this morning. Danzo said. Danzo had already begun showing why he was viewed by many as the darkness of Shinobi, with him instructing his spies to begin kamikaze attacks in a hope to slow down the Mist Army. I see. Hiruzen said, his mind calculating thousands of ways that he could use to counteract this. Then, I shall now announce the commanders of each front. Tsukumo Hatake and Danzo Shimura will be the co-commanders in charge of dealing with the approaching Mist Army, with them also the support of the Hyuga clan and the Uzumaki clan. The vice-commanders will be Ashina and Hinato. I shall appoint 10,000 shinobi to them. Jeriah and Kagami Uchiha will report to the Land of Grass, in anticipation for an invasion from the stone through their nation. Their vice-commanders will be Dan Kato and Might Due. They shall have the support of the Yamanaka, Nara, Akimichi, and Uchiha clans. 7,500 shinobi will be sent to the border alongside them. Tsunade Senju and Orochimaru shall report to the Land of Hot Water, as they guard against an invasion from Kimobukure. Her vice-commander will be Kenta Uchiha, with the Senju, Aburame, and Inazaka clans supporting her alongside 6,500 shinobi. I will respond to any surprise movements from the Land of Wind. I will tell each of our corresponding allies to assist us however they can, but I expect the Waterfall to send at least 800 shinobi to the battlefield with Kimo to support Tsunade. Hiruzen announced. Where is Orochimaru? Tsunade asked as she saw he wasn't at the meeting. He's currently on a mission, but he will meet up with you once he arrives back at the border. Hiruzen said. I shall be embarking as well. A voice spoke from the back of the room. The Jonin in the room quickly realized that the person who was speaking was none other than Mito, though she looked just as young as everyone else. Lady Mito. If harm were to occur to you, we would know. I shall be going as well. Koharu began, though she was cut off by Tobirama who entered the room. We built this village for the purpose of protecting the future generations. If we were to cower away and let the younger generations sacrifice first, we would be nothing more than hypocrites. Mito said as she stood in the center of the room. We shall let this war be the beginning of an era of peace, one that shall stand as long as this generation lives. Let us show why Konoha stands as the hegemony in the shinobi world. Tobirama said, igniting the fighting spirit in all of them. Hiruzen smiled, as he felt that they could deal with the vast challenges ahead of them. Inside of Kumo, Orochimaru stood at a remote location with it being the home of the eight-tailed Jinchuriki. This poison is odorless and colorless and it should force the nerves in the Jinchuriki to lessen, allowing the tailed beast to take control. It should eliminate the Jinchuriki once and for all. Orochimaru thought. Orochimaru had placed the poison in the meal of the Jinchuriki, however he saw that Blue Bee seemed to be completely fine, rather than turning into the beast. That is only possible, if he has become a perfect Jinchuriki. It seems this has grown more difficult. Orochimaru thought. Realizing that he had to act while he was still somewhat weakened, with him performing multiple hand seals while he gradually transformed into his sage mode. Before Blue Bee could realize it, Orochimaru had a palm on his chest, with him performing a jutsu to sever the connection between a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast. 5 Elemental Seal. Read chapters ahead on patreon.com/killerdj. Chapter 200, Chapter 193, End of B. Blue Bee showed his level of skill as his instincts took over, with him grabbing the blade off his back and attempting to cut off Orochimaru's arm, though his attack was too slow, with Orochimaru able to retreat as he stood before him. No one in the shinobi world was aware of the fact that you had become one of the rare few to join the ranks of the perfect Jinchuriki. If not for me having the element of surprise, I may have had a little trouble when dealing with you. Orochimaru said lightly, with him looking playfully at Blue Bee. You have made a grave mistake in coming here, Orochimaru. I will not allow you to leave after attacking me. Blue Bee said as his blade began to glow with lightning chakra, though his focus was on the seal hampering his connection to his tailed beast. I can't even hear his thoughts anymore. Whatever seal he used on me, I won't be able to undo it without outside help. Blue Bee thought to himself. Blue Bee seemed to have unparalleled speed as he appeared directly before Orochimaru, with him ready to cut off his neck. However, time seemed to stand still as with a single finger, Orochimaru stopped the blade from advancing any further. It seems you look down on me far too much. I can guarantee you that we are in 2 entirely different leagues. The level of the Sannin is not something that a half-decent shinobi and a beast can hope to reach. Orochimaru said, looking down on Blue Bee completely. Damn it. Blue Bee said in anger as his blade emitted far greater power with him attempting to slash Orochimaru from multiple directions. A bracelet on Orochimaru's wrist glowed a blue color, with a blade being released from it, with him giving a small sigh. Well, I guess I can entertain you for a little longer. The jutsu hiding this area off can last long enough for me to play around for a bit. Try not to die too fast, B. Orochimaru said before his sword, the sword of Kusanagi, glowed a white color, with Orochimaru coating it in wind chakra. The two then began a delicate dance of swordsmanship, with both moving at extreme speeds, yet the difference in skill and power was evident, as Orochimaru fought without breaking a sweat, while Blue Bee had nearly died multiple times. I can only use that. I hope Lord Raikage will be alerted by the level of chakra that I release. If this madman lives, who knows how much harm he could do to the village. Blue Bee thought before weaving signs in quick succession. Oh. How interesting. Orochimaru said as he waited for Blue Bee to finish his new jutsu. I have a feeling Tsunade would say I was stupid for letting my opponent power up or whatever she calls it, but I am quite interested in his last resort technique. Orochimaru thought. Lightning style, overdrive. Blue Bee's body suddenly glowed a blue color, yet instead of coating his body in a similar way as to how the lightning style chakra mode, he instead utilized the lightning to stimulate nearly every cell in his body, giving him untold power. Bee moved again, though his speed was far greater, with him again attempting to cut off the head of Orochimaru, feeling that he had to eliminate him. I have to finish him here. An untold amount of Kumo shinobi would die by his hand if he were to live to fight in the upcoming war. Even if they haven't treated me well, this is the village that raised me, and A is the men who I swore to serve till my death. I refuse to let him down. Bee thought to himself. Images of his past in the village flashed in his mind, with them ranging from the people in Kumo secluding him, to the woman named Asuka helping him, to him meeting A and swearing to become the strongest shield to protect him with Asuka as his blade. Yes. I shall die a hero, knowing I took down the greatest threat to our village. Bee thought, with his focus shining greatly in his eyes, his determination and will blazing brightly. This is your end, Snake Sannin. Bee yelled as he appeared to him. However, in a moment which shocked him, Orochimaru's hand stopped his blade and shattered it, with it then extending and grabbing his throat, with him looking at him in disdain. Did you think that just because a python doesn't strike, it's on the same level as a mouse? No, it just wanted to see its food struggle first. If you must blame your death on someone, blame it on your Raikage for wishing harm to befall my nation. I pray you find peace in your next life, Bee. Orochimaru said, before his blade stabbed Blue Bee in the chest. As he laid Bee on the ground, an idea came to mind. Fuin, release. Orochimaru said as he unsealed the 8 tails, with him then retreating afterwards as the tailed beast destroyed everything that was there, destroying any trace of Orochimaru being there. I wonder how you deal with this, Lord Raikage. Orochimaru said as he left the area. And, yeah, the Sannin are on a whole different level now. Read chapters ahead on p@trian.com/killerdj. Chapter 201, Chapter 194, The Tailed Beasts. Land of Rice. Inside of the Land of Rice, 2 individuals that many would consider to be walking deterrents sat opposite one another in an isolated area, with them both having vast amounts of shinobi behind them. On one side, the men known as the Walking Volcano, and an individual who had led to the downfall on an entire island sat, with many considering him to be more akin to a natural disaster rather a mere shinobi. His mastery over lava release stood at the highest echelon, with some even discussing rumors of him mastering something that only a few individuals in Konoha even had knowledge of thanks to his tailed beast, Senjutsu. Known far and wide as the perfect Jinchuriki of the 4 tails, he saw as the representative of IWA, Rashi. On the other side, a woman with a stern look on her face sat, with her looking to be the epitome of a female general. Many saw her as the reason that Kumo had walked away from the Second Great Ninja War with relatively few losses, with some even believing that given enough time, the feline of Kumo could have even overcome the darkness known as Danzo. Her tactical mind let her make plans in battle at least 10 steps ahead, while her combat prowess exceeded most due to her possessing Storm Release, mastery over Kenjutsu and Nintaijutsu, and stood as the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails. While most overlooked the combat prowess of the 2 tails, the special ability that it possessed gave her not just flames that burned hotter than most people's fire release, but the ability to come back to life up to 9 times. Unless someone could completely overwhelm her or possess more endurance than her, she would eventually be able to eliminate any threat if given enough time. The 2 had met to officially sign the alliance between the 2 nations, with them both representing the interest of Kumo and IWA respectfully. I'm glad to see that our villages won't be coming to blows during this upcoming war, though I do admit that I hate the fact that I won't be able to battle you, Rashi. A pity. Asuka said as the 2 sat, the alliance treaty already signed. I'm afraid that the sadness is only on your end. I'm quite happy that I won't be forced to face the horrors of the 2 tails. Rashi said with a blank face. Before Asuka could retort, a shock agent appeared beside her. Lady Asuka, you are asked to report back to Kumo immediately. Please follow us. They stated. Asuka turned her head back to Rashi, with her giving a slight smile before immediately taking off, her body glowing slightly. She turned her head towards the nearest agent, with her giving him a stare that made him feel as if the Shinigami had touched upon him. Explain. Inside of the Raikage building, the Raikage sat in the council room, with his body having a slight wound on it, something that shocked everyone else present. The 8 tails escaped from B's body. I was able to subdue it long enough for the sealing core to come so that I didn't have to kill it. Even though the next Jinchuriki has been chosen, it will take quite a while for him to grow accustomed to it. We are now going to be without one of our key powerhouses in the upcoming war. A said with a slight grimace. Is there any way to tell how the Eight Tails escaped? Asked one of the elders, to which another snorted and responded. Is it not obvious? Konoha are the only ones capable of undoing the seal of a tailed beast. This upcoming war simply gave them their justification to finally attack us first. I have already sent word to Asuka through a summoning beast that two shinobi share. We shall truly need the aid of IWA if we hope to defeat Konoha fully in this war. So we shall begin preparing our troops to mobilize while I discuss war plans with IWA. At the very least, even if we don't work together, the fact that we aren't fighting against each other shall be a major benefit. A said. He then dismissed all of the council, with the only person still in the room being his son, I. Do you think B is ready for the task we are about to thrust upon him? His son asked. It sadly does not matter if he is ready. We have to move forward. But I guarantee he won't be forced to come to the battlefield until he has established some form of connection with the Eight Tails. A said to his son, with them both sighing, knowing the challenges that they would face in the upcoming conflict. With the economic downturn that Kumo had been going through due to the lack of mission requests, the only option they had was this war. And it was not one that they were willing to lose. Chapter 202, Chapter 195, Goodbyes for War. Tsunade stood at the door to her family home, with her and her other family members saying their goodbyes to Ayako, Nawaki, and Kushina, with everyone else in the house heading out in merely an hour. Promise me that you all will return. I cannot stand the fact that any of you may die. Ayako said as she looked at the people dressed in their shinobi attire, with all of them being dressed in their jonin attire except for Mito and Tobirama. I promise you that I will do my best to ensure that all of us survive, Mom. No matter what. Tsunade said as she stared at her mother. Ayako could only relent, with her turning her attention to the living room, with her seeing both Kushina and Nawaki extremely nervous for them. Tsunade walked over to them both and scooped them into a hug, with her holding them both tightly. We are some of the most powerful shinobi known to the shinobi world, with all of us being S-rank threats. No matter what, we will overcome whatever dangers that come our way. Just make sure you both keep doing well in school, and know that we shall ensure that you don't have to fight in this conflict. Tsunade said to them both. She had argued extensively with both Tobirama and Hiruzen about the fact that the academy graduation requirements could be changed during a time of war, with her and them making the compromise that unless fully dire, the graduation age would not be changed, yet that could change. This fact alone made Tsunade ready to end this war as soon as possible, just so she could spare her brother and cousin from the horrors of war as long as possible. The rest of the family joined into the hug, with the entire group holding each other tight, all silently vowing to ensure their family survived this war. Jeriah sat at his table across from three of the most important people in his life, with Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko having severe expressions on their faces. It's not that bad, at least you three aren't being deployed yet. Jeriah said with a slight smile. Yahiko merely glared at him, with her seeming to be holding back his rage. That's likely because of you. What if something happens to you? What are we supposed to do then? Yahiko's words grew quieter towards the end. Jiraiya's eyes widened a bit, before he grew a fond smile towards the three and walked over and hugged them. You're right. I asked Sensei to keep you three in the village as long as he could. I know that you three are shinobi, but even the strongest shinobi can die on the battlefield if they aren't careful. Just protect the village for me while I'm gone. Jeriah asked. The three children merely nodded while still in his grasp, all while he held onto them. As they separated, he was the watery eyes of Yahiko, with him smirking. There is no need to cry, Yahiko. The gallant Jeriah will survive anything that those rock suckers throw at him. Jeriah said. I wasn't crying. That was Konan. Yahiko said while blushing. However, he then noticed multiple paper spears appear above him, with Konan chasing him around the house. Jeriah and Nagato could only smile towards each other, both happy that the two wouldn't be too worried about him. Inside of the Hokage's office, Tobirama stood before all 6 of his students, with this being the first time he had done so since he first met them upon his return. Well, isn't this ironic? The first time we meet up again is when we're heading into another war. Maybe Saro should have gave the Hokage position back to Tobirama-sensei. Kagami said as he smiled. I think I could agree to that. The bastard always tries to throw his paperwork at me and Hamura. It's no wonder you and Torifu turned down the positions. Koharu said while glaring at Hiruzen. Hey, I'm not that bad. Danzo doesn't even dash, shut up, monkey. Hiruzen began before Danzo cut him off immediately, not willing to hear him implicate him in his blame game. Tobirama watched the 6 of them bickering with amusement, though no one would be able to tell under his icy appearance. It's good to see that haven't been corrupted by power yet. Though, if they escape this war unscathed, it'll be time for them to step down. This next generation is more than ready to handle the burden. But I wonder if that bastard will finally make a move after being quiet the past few years. Tobirama thought to himself. The various people in Konoha said goodbye to their families, with them setting off with their respective armies soon after. Read chapters ahead on p@trian.com/killerdj. Chapter 203, Chapter 196, Embers of War. Land of Wind. In the Kazekage office, an older woman sat inside, with her looking over the reports over the current situation in the shinobi world. The woman was none other than Chiyo, the puppet mistress, with her being forced to take the Kazekage position due to them lacking a viable alternative during the years prior. Even now, years later, she had yet to see a proper candidate to take the place, with the current prospects being the 15-year-old Pakura and Raza, both who possessed Jonin-level strength at their young age. But, with the years that had passed, so had her strength increased due to her drive to improve after the humbling loss to Tsunade years prior. Even now, after mastering the other arts of Suna, notably wind release and the use of the fan, to the highest degree, she still felt herself respecting the young girl who defeated her. It was for that reason that seeing the dire straits that Konoha was in, she decided to mobilize their troops in the hopes that they could take the land of birds from them, a land that was subsidiary to the land of earth that provided them great resources. And with them focused on Konoha, the opportunity was perfect. However, with the possibility that they could gain benefits by entering into an alliance with Konoha, she had held off on sending her armies out. Tiger. Send this message to Konoha as soon as possible. I just hope that old monkey knows where to place his priorities. Chiyo said as she closed her eyes, feeling that this was best move for the benefit of Suna. I hope this war doesn't take too long. I'd hate to be gone from Sasori that long. Chiyo thought, with her family being one of the few things that could break her out of her negative feelings. Inside the Raikage's office, Asuka stood seething with rage, with the Raikage sitting opposite of her and looking at her calmly. There is no possible way that the Eight Tails escaped. Their relationship was that of equals, not of a prison and prisoner. Konoha was involved in this. How are we going to respond? Asuka asked. Asuka had honestly been growing angry at her leader, especially with his seemingly lack of care towards her fellow Jinchuriki. Don't tell me that you plan to change our plans at the last minute. With the economy suffering, our only option is war. And I refuse to let B's death be in vain. Asuka said sternly. However, her words merely made the calm facade of a snap, with his chakra enveloping her, making her feel as if she was in the presence of something greater than even her tailed beast. Do you think I don't care about my partner? B was just as close to me as he was you. I am just as infuriated. But marching into war without a proper plan would be throwing away all the lives that believe in me. You should not let your emotions cloud your logical thinking any further. You of all people should be aware of the dangers that we will face very soon. Stated with an eerie calm that seemed wrong with his expression showing her displeasure. Even Asuka, for all her power, was afraid of the power that A wields, as even she didn't know how many lives she would lose in the attempt to face him, with him likely able to kill her all 9 times. The Raikage held absolute power in the land of lightning, that much was obvious. And don't mistake it. B shall not go unavenged for long. A said, his words finally losing the calm edge, instead, being filled with a seemingly endless amount of malice. Those words were all that Asuka needed for her to show a grin reminiscent of a Cheshire cat. She quickly left to begin mobilizing the troops, with them planning to set out for the land of hot water in mere hours, with the third Raikage leading the charge. On the raging seas, a large plethora of ships sailed towards the former Uzumaki village homeland, with them knowing that an army of Konoha shinobi would be meeting them upon their arrival. The third Mizukage sat with his eyes closed, with his sensory prowess allowing him to detect when the enemy shinobi would arrive. However, on the sole moment that he opened his eyes while staring at the vast sea, one could see a Sharingan faintly in his pupil. Read chapters ahead on p@trian.com/killerdj. And, so, I just heard a theory that stated that while Hashirama died due to an illness, it was because he didn't disinfected his wounds after the battles and they simply healed over them, letting the bacteria and germs enter his bloodstream. Do you think it makes sense? It kinda does to me. Chapter 204, Chapter 197, True Dangers. Land of Whirlpools. 2 days after initially embarking, the army led by Danzo and Tsukumo had arrived, with them making their base directly at the former home of the Uzumaki thanks to the former patriarch being with them. The army had fully settled in, with them and the route agent standing alert as they checked the oceans for the approaching mist shinobi. Are the Fuinjutsu traps created to protect the Yuzu still functional? If they are, we may have a far superior advantage to the invading mist shinobi. Danzo asked Ashina as they sat at their camp. Inside of the tent, Danzo, Ashina, Tsukumo, and Hinato had gathered as they discussed how they were going to battle the incoming shinobi. Yes. They should be capable of slowing our enemy down greatly as long as they don't have a Fuinjutsu master of the same level on their side, which I doubt they do. We should be more than capable of taking down the remaining shinobi. Do we still have no clue as to who they have sent? Ashino answered before asking a question of his own. Surprisingly, no. That fact alone is one of the few things that concerns me, as my agents should have been capable of sending me some form of information. Danzo said grimly. Well, we should be fine with whomever they sent. With Lady Mito stationed in the Land of Waves, we can have her support us if the situation arises, which I doubt it will. Hinato remarked. Why do I have a feeling your words will come back to bite us, Lord Hyuga? Tsukumo said with a wry smile. Before they could speak further, a root agent appeared before them. We have detected a large amount of chakra coming towards us from the northeast. It is likely the Mist Army. The agent reported. I see. Danzo said as they all three glanced at Hinato, with him only able to grimace slightly. The group of four quickly arrived at the shore, where they saw a shocking sight. The ocean was no longer that, with it instead being frozen solid, while the men responsible calmly walked towards them. Tsukumo quickly began gathering nature energy to enter Sage mode while Danzo and Himichi prepared for battle as the Mist Shinobi began disembarking from their ship. Ashina quickly sent a message by use of his Fuinjutsu, with him letting Mito know that the largest threat that Kiri had possible had come. The White Walker, Koriyuki. In the Land of Grass, Jeriah, Due, Kagami, Dan, Kaido, Shirkai, Choma, Inoka, and the current heads of the Uchiha, Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clan sat inside a tent, with them all preparing for the danger that was coming towards them in the form of two Jinchuriki and the Tsuchikage. So what combat information do we have on both Rashi and Han, as well as the other major players of IWA? Kagami asked, feeling himself already get an oncoming headache. Well, if we start with Rashi, then you are aware of his title of Walking Volcano, due to his mastery over lava release. It is estimated that he is a perfect Jinchuriki as well, giving him access to a near-endless amount of chakra. However, the most alarming issue is that in recent news, he has done something that only those in Konoha have prior been able to do, becoming a sage. Somehow, we feel this is relevant to the unique abilities that each tailed beast grants their hosts. Shirkai said. As soon as he finished his statement, Jiraiya's unfocused nature changed, with him fully aware of the power a sage could wield. But, he decided he would await for Shirkai to finish. On the other hand, Han also stands as a perfect Jinchuriki, known as the Cataclysm. He possesses the 5 tails, giving him the power over boil release. However, unlike Kiri, who can only use their boil release to corrosively melt other objects, Han is capable of boiling his own chakra, increasing the power of both his taijutsu and ninjutsu. He is dangerous in both long distance and close combat, making him a terrifying foe. And I don't believe that I need to speak on the dangers of tailed beast in their transformed state, right? Shirkai asked rhetorically as he looked at everyone. And finally, there is Inoki, the last major threat we may have to face. Honestly, he is the most terrifying man in the shinobi world. With his mastery of earth release, in particular his earth golem technique as well as the possession of techniques that can affect gravity, and use of the world's only Keki Aitoda, particle release, gives him a terrifying level of presence on the battlefield. One wrong move and he could wipe out an entire platoon. And even the slightest graze of his jutsu could be deadly. And with his massive chakra reserves, the toll of the Keki Aitoda seems negligible. Even I'm having an issue knowing how to deal with him. Shirkai finished. I shall summon the full aid of Mount Myaboku's boss summons. They will allow us more freedom in dealing with IWA. But I will be forced to deal with Rashi. Anyone else battling a sage could be catastrophic. Jiraiya stated while staring at Everyong. Due will deal with Han, with him likely able to overpower him. The Nara Patriarch, Shikado added, to which Shirkai nodded. That leaves Inoki. I believe that I and Dan can take him on, since my jutsu abilities and speed are able to avoid his particle release. And with Dan's spiritual technique, we will be able to at least keep him at bay while the rest of you ensure we win this battle, no matter what. Kagami said as he looked at everyone, with them all agreeing as a fire burned in their eyes, ensuring they would protect their home at all costs. It's likely that they have already set out, and that they will be attacking us as soon as they arrive, just as the other battlefield will face, with this being their hope of preventing us from formulating a proper battle strategy between all of our battlefields. So, we should be prepared for combat at any moment. Shirkai added, with everyone nodding grimly. Chapter 205, Chapter 198, Battle of Yuzu, I. Tsukumo remained where he was as he collected nature energy, while Danzo's blade began humming as it seemed to come to life with vibrations. They both stood cautiously, as they knew they would be forced to face the third Mizukage, otherwise the monster would go unopposed due to Ashina retreating to ensure he could direct their forces properly. He froze the entire sea. I knew that he was supposed to be a master of ice release, but to freeze the sea to the point that it becomes as solid as the ground, it seems our intelligence underestimated his threat level. This bastard is likely on the same level as Hiruzen. However, I refuse to be outdone. Danzo thought to himself as he burst into speed. Continue gathering your Senjutsu chakra. I'll need your aid if we want to take this bastard down. Danzo said to Tsukumo, with him manipulating the wind to carry the sound of his words to him. Danzo appeared above Kori in an instant, with him bringing his blade down with the intent to behead him completely. However, Kori paid him no attention as he made ice appear from nowhere, with him blocking the attack as if it was nothing. He could form ice thick enough to block my blade without even needing a water source. It seems this bastard is as terrifying as I thought. However, all I need is a single touch. Danzo thought to himself as he jumped back to avoid being impaled by a spear of ice. So he can manipulate the terrain as well. It seems that I will be forced to use my advantages already. Danzo thought as wind-natured chakra began coating his entire body, with him floating above the ice. Danzo then threw multiple shuriken that vibrated greatly, and when Kori attempted to make a shield again, he was finally forced to become alert by Danzo, with the shuriken shredding through the ice, forcing him to dodge. Danzo was not the decrepit old man that needed to rely on external resources that he would become later on in life, but he was instead a master of wind release that rivaled any of the Kazekage, and he stood as the foremost wind ninjutsu master of the leaf, one who had mastered many of the darker arts that Tobirama had created. Danzo headed towards the men, though Kori finally went on the attack, with him weaving to separate jutsu with both hands. Ice style, icy mist jutsu. Ice style, ice dragon jutsu. While Kori began spewing mist from his mouth, with Danzo seeing his vibrating shuriken becoming frozen once they touched it, two dragons made of ice appeared from the frozen water, with them heading towards Danzo from behind. Danzo seemed to pay the dragons no mind, with him heading towards Kori while blasting a massive gust of wind from his mouth towards the fog. He cleared a path through the mist to arrive at Kori, while the dragons behind him seemed to be about to devour him. However, before the jutsu could connect, the two were destroyed, with Tsukumo being revealed, him now being adorned with red markings appearing on his face. Tsukumo then blasted at Kori, his blade shining greatly on the battlefield as he attempted to decapitate Kori. But, Kori responded by easily forming a blade made of ice that blocked his attack, though based on the cracks that appeared, it wasn't powerful enough to fully block the attack. Ice Age. Kori said, his face showing emotion for the first time in the battle. However, his jutsu created a blast of cold air and ice that pushed Tsukumo fully back, with it making the temperature in the area decrease even further, leaving Danzo to halt as he flew further up to avoid the full effect of the attack. On the other side of the battlefield, Ashina fought against the patriarchs of the Kagaya and Hozuki clans, but upon seeing the incoming blast which he felt would take the lives of many shinobi, he quickly drew seals in the air, with him using his chains to propel himself towards the attack as he formed a purple barrier. The barrier was barely able to stop Kori's attack, with it having cracks all around it, though it was able to save the lives of hundreds of shinobi. Did I tell you I was done with you yet? An angry voice yelled. The Kagaya clan patriarch charged towards Ashina with a deranged look on his face. I can no longer afford to play games with you, Kagaya. Ashina said as he began weaving signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Ashina's jutsu finished as he spewed a monstrous amount of flames towards not just the Kagaya patriarch but also the Kiri shinobi behind him. While simple jutsus might not seem like much, when supercharged by someone with chakra reserves on the level of the Uzumaki, they become equivalent to S-rank techniques. It was for that reason that the Konoha shinobi held the upper hand all throughout the battle, alongside the fact that the Hyuga were able to see through the mist technique, the main support technique that Kiri shinobi use for their assassination style of combat. The Konoha shinobi were taking down 2 to 3 Kiri shinobi for every one that they lost. On the other side of the barrier, Tsukumo stood with his clothing torn and wounds adorned on his body, with him looking at the third Mizukage, as the men had blades made of ice floating all around him. Danzo floated in the air as he formulated a battle strategy, with him transmitting his plan to Tsukumo, starting the next stage of their battle. And, so with me having to work to pay for my college tuition, I have to work, so the chapter comes early. Also, this book only has around 10 to 30 chapters left, with this being the first of the great battles. The next novel I'll be doing in Naruto, the first avatar, as I've already written the storyline up until the 4th arc chapter 206, chapter 199, Battle of Yuzu, 2. Tsukumo blitzed directly beside Kori, with him attempting to slash the men in half, though Kori manipulated his blades to block the attack and begin counterattacking, with him nearly decapitating Tsukumo if not for the man's enhanced senses granted thanks to his Sage mode. Sage Art, Lightning Fong. The lightning off of Tsukumo's blade suddenly took form, with it shaping into the form of hounds that charged at Kori. However, before the attack could hit Kori, the men suddenly created 2 soldiers made of ice, with them both blocking both hounds while seemingly acting autonomous from him. Just then, Danzo swooped in and attempted to impale Kori, though one of the soldiers merely pushed him away and took the attack, with it being destroyed by the sharp winds that the blade emit. TCH. Danzo clicked his teeth in frustration as he spun around and attempted another attack on Kori, though the men could only retreat. I gave him a perfect opportunity to use the jutsu again, but he didn't. It must mean that the technique is far too chakra extensive for him to use it repeatedly. So, Tsukumo and I will need to trickle down his chakra reserve so that he can't avoid that. Danzo thought as he spat several wind blades at Kori. Ice style, ice clone. Suddenly, the ice at their feet morphed to become around 10 copies of Kori, with him then sending 5 towards Danzo and 5 towards Tsukumo while he took off in the direction of the rest of the shinobi army. Seeing this, Tsukumo morphed a massive amount of lightning around his blade, with him blasting straight through all 5 clones and stabbing Kori through his side. However, before Tsukumo could fully retreat, Kori responded immediately by freezing Tsukumo's shoulder, though he wasn't able to majorly damage it. The men then immediately turned back around, with him freezing the sword wound to prevent it from hampering him any further. Summoning Jutsu. Tsukumo but his thumb and slammed it into the ice beneath him, with it summoning a massive dog that he stood atop of. "Oh. I didn't expect for you to summon me, Tsukumo," the old dog said slowly, with him immediately understanding the situation as he smelled the massive amount of blood in the air. "I apologize for bothering you, Elder, but I need your assistance in battling the Mizukage," Tsukumo said humbly, though the glow on his blade showed he was ready to attack the Mizukage as soon as he moved. "The Mizukage? Oh, it seems you picked a decent fight then. Very well, I shall assist you today," the Dog Clan elder said before he blasted a massive amount of water at Kori, though the men simply froze it as soon as it came upon him, with Tsukumo appearing above him at the same time. Tsukumo slashed downward, to which the men avoided it, though the slash cut extremely deep into the ice beneath them, showing the power behind the strike. Kori weaved hand signs, before a massive version of himself made of ice appeared through his use of the frozen ocean, with it then engaging in combat with the Dog Elder. Tsukumo showcased his swordsmanship as he sent several flying slash towards the Mizukage, with each carrying the power of an A-rank Jutsu, with one even able to hit the man in his back. Tsukumo then used his lightning chakra to extend the blade, with him stabbing straight towards the chest of the Mizukage, yet the man was able to force the attack to avoid anything vital, yet the attack still left the Mizukage greatly wounded, with him being forced to free that wound as well. However, before the Mizukage could make another move, Danzo, who had taken down the 5 clones, appeared from behind and grabbed the man's shoulder, with it serving 2 purposes. First, it sent a Juinjutsu to momentarily force the man's movement to stop, with it having the ability to see someone's ability to move or mold their chakra. Secondly, it allowed him to utilize a jutsu that his teacher used frequently, one that gave him to the win in many battles thanks to the momentary stop that his opponents had. Bringer of Darkness technique. Danzo then prepared to finish the man once and for all, with him sent him vibrating blade towards the throat of Kori. However, before the attack could reach, the Mizuki's chakra surged, with it sending Danzo back due to the icy feel of it. What? He should have been unable to do anything. This should not be possible. Danzo thought to himself as he looked at the Mizukage. But, instead of the men being prepared to continue, he instead had an expression of unparalleled anger on his face, with his chakra only growing more oppressive as time went on. "I knew I would need to come to the battlefield, though I didn't expect their techniques to allow you to escape my control. I figured you'd die still under the Genjutsu, especially with you lacking the power to escape from it." A voice sounded from the distance. "Impossible." Danzo muttered under his breath as he looked on with utter shock and a bit of apprehension at the man that was approaching. "You should be dead," Danzo said as he finally regained his bearings. Tsukumo looked at the man that could make the darkness of Shinobi feel fear, with him widening his eyes upon realizing who he was. "Madara." The third Mizukage yelled in anger as he charged towards him, though the man in question easily impaled him with his hand that extended thanks to the grey tendrils between his body parts. "Pitiful. You disgrace the name of the Kage. Though I guess your heart could be of some use to me," Madara said to him before he stared at Danzo and Tsukumo, the 3 Tomei Sharingan in his eye spinning rapidly. "At least try to keep me entertained," Madara said with a smirk as he blasted towards the 2. At the same time, a massive amount of white creatures began attacking both the Kiri and Konoha shinobi, dealing major damage to the armies. Madara Uchiha had joined the Third Great Shinobi World War. Read chapters ahead on Patreon. Chapter 207, Chapter 200, Battle of the Grass, I. Land of Grass. Inside of the sky, Dan's spirit floated through the air as he scouted the position of the approaching IWA army, with him being their best form of detection against them. Only a sensor on the level of Tsunade would have even been able to scout the IWA shinobi at a greater speed than he did, and that was simply due to the special technique that she possessed. Just as Den was about to return to his body, with him not detecting anyone, he saw the large group of shinobi in the distance, and the one leading them basically made this the worst-case scenario that they could have asked for. At speeds that seemed similar to light, Den quickly returned to his body, with him alerting everyone immediately. "Did you see the approaching army?" Jeriah questioned upon seeing Dan return. "Yes. And it is the worst-case scenario. Anoki is personally leading the army." Dan responded somberly. "I see. If Anoki is leading the charge during the first battle, then it's likely that their goal is not a battle of attrition, but instead a plan to take us down in one fell swoop." Jeriah though as he gained a determined expression on his face. "Or it could even worse. Maybe, the goal of IWA is to keep us fully occupied, with a full-scale battle taking place on 2 or even all 3 fronts. And that's not forgetting the danger that Suna possess, since we still don't know if they will be our ally or foe. Either way, start preparing our troops for battle. We will perform the same strategies that we planned in our earlier meetings. Kagami said as he stood, his Sharingan already activated as he prepared for the inevitable battle. Everyone in the camp began to mobilize, with them all having a nervous expression as the forces spread out for the war. However, it was at that moment that a large cloud of smoke spread over the future battlefield, with toads the size of mountains appearing and standing in front of them as if they were the guardians that would protect them from the incoming enemy. Listen up. In a few minutes, some of you will enter your first battle with an approaching army of shinobi. This battle will be fierce. On the other side, they possess shinobi of vast power like Inoki of the 2 scales, the walking volcano Rashi, the cataclysm Han, the mountain shaker Kitsuchi, and many other prominent jonin. I can't guarantee you that everyone here will survive this fight. Jeriah began. Many shinobi began to grow nervous or slightly fearful, as it sounded as even one of their illustrious Sannin were afraid of the battle. Yet those doubts were extinguished when Jeriah continued. But, I can guarantee you that we will do our best to ensure that every single one of you returns to the village that you love. On our side, you possess the Devil of the Sharingan Kagami Uchiha, the Toad Sannin known as the Great Sage Jeriah, the Human Wrecking Ball Choma Akimichi, the Mind Walker Inoka Yamanaka, the Menace of the Shadows Shirkai Nara, the Blank Spirit Denkado, the Toad of Mount Mayaboku, and the leaders and members of 4 of the most prestigious clans in the history of the shinobi world. You represent the will of fire that Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobirama created. You represent the will of fire that each of the Hokage passed along to us, to burn so bright that our village shines throughout the entire shinobi world, and to ensure that our sacrifices allow the next generation to not know the horrors of war, nor the great evils that we had to face. So. Jeriah's words stopped as he turned towards the direction of the oncoming IWA ninja, his eyes locked on the small figure that flew in the air, one whose eyes were also locked on his. Let us show them why Konohagakure is the #1 ninja village in the world. Jeriah said while smiling, knowing that Inoki could read his lips. Jeriah then burst off at extreme speeds, with arriving in front of Inoki in a blink of an eye, yet neither man seemed shocked by Jeriah's speeds. However, Inoki saw Jeriah's lack of seals, with him assuming that Jeriah wished to begin the battle between the two in a contest of taijutsu, something he didn't fear due to his ability to manipulate gravity. But, when Jeriah held his palm out, Inoki was slightly confused until a ball of pure of chakra emerged in his palm, with him slamming into Inoki's body, with the men in question being stunned by the attack. Raiznan. Oh, how I'll miss this novel. By the way, all the battles are occurring at the same time. Chapter 208, Chapter 201, Battle of the Grass, 2. Inoki's body blasted into the ground, with Jeriah immediately following him down and attempting to smash into him with another Raiznan, yet Inoki decreased his weight and swiftly avoided it, with him floating back in the air while holding his chest. What the hell was that? None of our intelligence reports stated that Jeriah possessed a jutsu of that caliber. And to be able to use it without any signs is what makes it truly dangerous. It means at any moment of the battle he can use it to deal major damage. And that attack didn't seem to target my body, but affected me more internally rather than externally. Inoki thought as he quickly analyzed and examined the nature of the jutsu. Inoki then held his hand out, with him morphing the chakra of his Kekiai Toda into a blade, with him charging at Jeriah. It seems you tree huggers are much more dangerous than I thought. I'll have to take care of you personally to prevent that jutsu of yours from making us lose any of our major shinobi. Inoki said. Looks like it didn't do as much damage as I thought it would to him. I'll need to enter Sage mode to use the higher level variants of it. Jeriah thought to himself. One of the few things that Jeriah had learned while he was spending time with Tsunade's family was a jutsu that his alternate self had taught Naruto, the Raiznan. The jutsu possessed overwhelming destructive power, with even Jeriah fearing the amount of power that it possessed when paired with the elemental chakra natures. Jeriah had learned to use the fire, earth, and water variants of it, yet he needed the bonus of Sage mode if he wanted to do the jutsu without harming himself. And while he had a shadow clone preparing Senjutsu chakra for him, it wasn't yet the time for him to use them. Jeriah turned to the side, dodging the blade, yet he saw the ground that it hit completely disappear, as if it had never been there in the first place. Jeriah immediately began using his frog kata instead of his Konoha taijutsu style, with him knowing that Inoki had faced plenty of Konoha shinobi over the years and likely knew the weaknesses of it. However, just when the battle was about to properly be underway, suddenly, Kagami burst through the ground baying Inoki, with him attempting to stab him through the chest. Inoki saw the attack and was able to avoid it, with it only stabbing him in the should before he jumped back. Just like you tree huggers to resort to tactics like that. Well, I hope you're ready, because the true battle is about to begin. At that moment, the gravity around both Jeriah and Kagami suddenly increased greatly, with both struggling to move. I am known as Inoki of the 2 scales for a reason. Unless Hiruzen himself makes a move, I have little to worry about in regards to this new generation of brats. Anoki said as he began to float, with him performing multiple hand signs before forming a small white cube, with him pointing it at the pair. At that moment, the atmosphere around Jeriah changed, as markings appeared on his eyes while he suddenly stood easily, as he seemed unaffected by the gravity. At the same time, Kagami's eyes began to change rapidly, with them morphing from the usual 3-tome Sharingan into a new and unique pattern that looked like a 5-pointed star. Chakra began to emerge around him as it took the shape of a skeleton, with Kagami then looking directly at Anoki, something that made the men immediately feel a great deal of fear. Madara. Anoki thought grimly as he glanced at the pattern, knowing the great dangers of staring directly at an Uchiha. Suddenly, Jeriah blasted towards Anoki again, yet this time, his speed seemed nearly instantaneous as he avoided the direction Anoki made for the particle style and attempted a punch. Anoki increased the gravity on his fist and met Jeriah's attack, with them both creating a shockwave simply from their immense power. However, Anoki suddenly felt as if he had been struck in the face, with him being sent flying into the earth again, something that had him irritated. But, before he could respond, he was able to use his intuition to avoid an attack, with him turning to see Kagami staring at him with his palms stretched out, yet nothing had occurred, making Anoki slightly confused. Anoki was unable to think about it further, as he suddenly felt an explosion go off on his back, making him blast into Jeriah, with him delivering another powerful punch that cracked Anoki's ribs. What was that? A controlled explosion of some kind? Or is it a special ability belonging to those eyes? Anoki asked himself as he regained his balance before flying at supersonic speeds, with him arriving directly in front of Kagami and forming a blade made of chakra from his particle release. Kagami could only avoid it slightly, with part of his side disappearing due to Anoki making the size of the blade grow once it missed its initial thrust. However, Anoki suddenly felt his surroundings shift, with him suddenly feeling as if he were drowning. He immediately flared his chakra repeatedly, with him not understanding how he was caught in a genjutsu when he never looked into Kagami's eyes. Just then, Jeriah reappeared, with his holding a Raiznon, though instead of the usual blue color, it was brown. However, before the attack could hit, a man covered in lava appeared, with him attempting to block the attack for Anoki. Rashi attempted to send an attack of his own, one made of pure magma, to counteract Jeriah's jutsu, yet he suddenly felt as if he was attacking the heaviest object he had ever encountered as soon as their attacks touched. What is this Son Goku? Rashi asked his Bijou as he felt the attack seemed to be absorbing his chakra from his attack and increasing its own weight. It seems to be an attack made of pure chakra and earth chakra combined. It's creating some sort of singularity that is absorbing any other form of chakra into it, and I am not confident that we can survive if you don't immediately enter your tailed beast state. I didn't believe humans could reach such a mastery over shape manipulation. Son Goku said as he began focusing his attention on gathering nature energy for his host. He had seen many jutsu in his long, but the one being used against him currently was one of the most powerful techniques he had ever seen, with it likely even rivaling his tailed beast bomb. Just as Rashi began to prepare to fall back, Jeriah suddenly smirked as he said a simple sentence. Sage Art, Okami Raiznon. Chapter 209, Chapter 202, Battle of the Grass, 3. The attack was the advanced version of the Raiznon, with it being imbued with earth chakra and consolidated to the highest degree. The attack worked in two stages, with the first being it using high amounts of gravity to absorb all nearby chakra, with it using it to increase its own weight, which in response would allow it to absorb more chakra. The perpetual cycle created an attack that was so heavy that Jeriah, the third physically strongest shinobi in Konoha, was only able to lift it when in Sage mode. But, it was the benefit of Sage mode that created the second part of the attack, with it turning the jutsu from a small singularity that just increased its weight into a jutsu which had the capability to destroy entire villages. It did this by sending in nature energy, destabilizing the jutsu enough to force it to expel all the absorbed chakra, with it blasting into whatever target Jeriah had. Even Tsunade stated that without her healing factor, the jutsu would be hard for her to casually take. The smoke on the battlefield cleared, with it showing Rashi panting heavily as he kneeled on one knee, his clothing and skin torn at certain parts from the powerful jutsu that had nearly killed him. So this is the level of the Sannin. Looks like I'll need your help, partner. If I don't, I'm afraid that I might die here. Rashi told his friend, with Son Goku laughing loudly from inside. Of course. But you'll need the chakra cloak and Sage mode if you want to fight this monster. The Toad Sage mode grants them immense physical power. Son Goku responded. Rashi suddenly gained a red hue over his body, with lava beginning to drip of his body while red markings appeared on his face. I apologize for not taking you seriously originally, Jeriah. That was disrespectful on my part. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the Jinchuriki of the Great Sage equaling the Heaven Son Goku as well as the Lava Sage, Rashi. A distorted voice came from Rashi's mouth, with it sounding like an amalgamation of both his and Son Goku's voices. Jeriah could feel the immense power that was coming off of Rashi at this moment, with his stepping into the class that only monsters like Anoki, and Hiruzen belonged to. A class that even he had only recently joined while in his base strength. Feeling the danger, he immediately performed a summoning again, with it forming a large cloud of smoke that fully blocked the surroundings. Damn it, Jeriah boy, I was just about to eat my favorite dish. It took all day to convince Shima to cook that for me. A voice in the smoke said. Stop complaining. If he summoned us, that means he wants to use the thing we've been practicing on. He must be facing a strong opponent. Another voice stated. I apologize for bothering you too as well, as I have already enlisted the boss Toad's help. But I'm afraid I'm still unable to properly use the techniques we practiced without your help. After all, I'm still a tadpole compared to you two. Jeriah said as he began to emerge from the smoke, but now there were 2 toads rested upon each of his shoulders. Allow me to reintroduce myself as well, Rashi, since I didn't expect you to be this strong. I am the great holy hermit sage of the Mount Myaboka Toads, the Toad Sannin, and the primary student of the Toad Elders. I am Jeriah. Smoke suddenly came from behind Jeriah, with Rashi and Son Goku both being stunned by Jiraiya's eccentricity, yet the man's joyful appearance disappeared immediately, with his gaze alongside the 2 toads on his shoulder making Rashi feel a massive presence. Is this chakra? No chakra wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Then Senjutsu chakra. But to pressure me with Senjutsu chakra means that in his current state, he possesses more of it than I do. That should be impossible. Rashi thought to himself, yet when his body twitched an inch as he prepared to move, a sharp water blade was shot at him from one of the toads, with Rashi jumping into the air to dodge it. While the 2 sages were about to begin their penultimate clash, the 2 armies battled fiercely, with a specific battle taking place that would decide which side truly had the advantage. Dway looked at Han with a determined gaze, while the large man stared back at Dway, with neither moving an inch, knowing that both would be fighting this battle to the death, with only one able to leave. I apologize if I cannot show you every step of my youth, but I'm afraid that the longer I take the more my comrades will suffer. So, prepare yourself, Cataclysm, because I'm coming at you with all of my youth. The blue beast roared. I feel the same way. Han said shortly, as steam began to be emitted from his suit, with the ground around him cracking due to the sheer pressure from Han's boiled chakra. 7th Gate of Wonder, open. Similar to Han, Dway began to have a massive blue aura around his body, with it the earth beneath him shaking as he took a step towards Han. I wonder if this is why you taught me that technique, Tsunade. Did you think I would need such strength one day? Either way, I will showcase the pinnacle power of my youth, but I'll have to break my promise if even that isn't enough. Dway thought to himself as, in an instant, he arrived beside Han and delivered a roundhouse kick. Han countered it with his elbow, yet the momentum behind it pushed Han back, though Dway immediately continued his assault by throwing multiple straights at Han, with each sending a powerful wind current towards him. Han boiled his chakra further and imbued it into his arms, with him returning the favor by sending his own pulses of air towards him, the blasts countering each other out while destroying their surroundings. Seeing this, Dway moved in for another close combat fight, with him preparing to use the technique that Tsunade had taught him, something she guaranteed would make him the undisputed greatest taijutsu specialist in the world. Han attempted a punch towards Dewey's head, though Dway was able to duck it and deliver a staggering punch to his chin, with this punch also having the benefit of Dway manipulating his smaller pool of chakra into his fist, and using pinpoint accuracy, releasing it at the moment of impact, with the punch being so powerful that it destroyed the part of his armor that covered his chin and sent Han in the air. Dway immediately continued his assault by using one of his simpler moves, yet it now possessed nearly untold amounts of power. Dway spun in the air as his feet hit Han in the chest, yet he continued as the combo unfolded. Leaf Whirlwind. Chapter 210, Chapter 203, Battle of the Grass, 4. Dway looked at the battered Han with a tired expression, with him feeling that even his strong body was beginning to feel the stress of using the 7th gate. Years prior, Dway had reached the limit of what he could with the 8 gates technique without resorting to the final gate of death. So, he and Tsunade decided to focus on him learning to use the chakra-enhanced strength, with that being an avenue to him due to his smaller reserves that gave him an easier time with chakra control. So, after 3 years of study, Dway had perfected the technique to be used alongside of his 8 gates, with him now being able to deliver punches that could cause earthquakes. Just as Dway was about to move, demonic chakra began to emerge from the body of Han, with him transforming into his full-tailed beast state. Now, what Dway faced was no longer the Cataclysm, Han, but instead, the 5 tails, Kokuo. Kokuo wasted no time as it charged at him with its horns, with it moving at impressive speeds even with its massive size. Dway immediately burst into the air to dodge, with him arriving above Kokuo as he thought about how he should take it down. I'm not sure that I will be able to use more than one Hiradora without my body fully giving out, so I'll need to save it for when I'm confident I can defeat him. The war around us won't let me recuperate. But, maybe I can bait it into using that technique. Dway thought as he delivered punches so fast that they turned into massive fireballs. The attacks forced Kokuo to retreat, with Dway then preparing to send some of the fireballs in the direction of the IWA troops. Seeing this, Han asked his Jinchuriki to help them through their mental link, with Kokuo nodded in agreement as he prepared his attack. Chakra began to become pressurized in Kokuo's mouth, with a sphere with a deep color beginning to form. The amount chakra he collected seemed to surpass nearly anything that Dewey had felt, with him growing a serious expressing as he put his hands together. As he placed his palm forward, he hit it with his other hand, now balled up into the shape of a fist. The power he had created a concentrated blast of air, one that began to grow more and more powerful as it traveled and began to take the shape of a tiger, with the ground itself shaking due to the immense power that was carried in the attack. Hiradora. The tiger slammed into the tailed beast bomb that was being concentrated in Kokuo's mouth, with it being pushed back until both it and the Hiradora imploded, with that occurring directly in Kokuo's face. Inside of Han's mindscape, Han and Kokuo stood directly opposite one another, with both having a sad smile on their face. It seems that this is the end, old friend. Han said to Kokuo. Yes. I didn't expect humans to be able to outpower a Bijidama. It seems that we still underestimate you all. Kokuo said politely, with him bowing his head slightly. It was a pleasure to meet you, Han. I know that we only truly accepted each other after Son Goku and Roshi worked so hard to build our relationship, but I truly feel that you are one of the few of your kind that accept us. Kokuo said. Han placed his hand on one of Kokuo's horns as he responded. The pleasure was all mine. When you return, try to travel to the west. The land of darkness should be able to hide you for some years. That way you won't have to worry about being sealed again. Kokuo seemed a bit surprised, though the two friends merely shared their last moment in silence, until a darkness took over them both. The resulting explosion knocked Dewey back, with it sending many of the lower-rank shinobi of both sides flying simply due to the after-effects of the attack, showcasing the sheer power that the jutsu possessed. Dewey panted heavily as he stood again, with him awaiting to see if his attack had did severe damage to Kokuo. However, when the smoke cleared, it revealed Han's lower body, with his upper half completely disappearing. Dewey stared at the remains of Han, his emotions complicated, with him then releasing the seventh gate and entering the fifth while he took a few ration pills Tsunade had made to help alleviate the aftermath of the gates. Dewey then turned towards the remaining IWA shinobi, with him charging into them to help defend the lives of his comrades. So Han's been taken down. Damn it. It looks like we have already suffered great losses. The Mizuki's plan better work. Inoki thought to himself as he avoided another boulder in the air, with it being thrown from Kagami. At least, that's how Inoki interpreted it, as the men seemed to be doing the impossible and throwing the attacks around with his mind. Inoki prepared for another attack, when he suddenly found himself unable to control his body. Possession complete. Inoki said as he possessed the body of the Tsuchikage. Just then, Inoki saw a massive fist hit his body, with him being helpless to defend against the giant punch. Choma stood in his giant form while butterfly wings flapped behind him, with him punch carrying enough power that it created an earthquake once his punch reached the ground. Shirkai stood in the distance, with him nodding to Dan, the next stage of his plan about to begin. Finals week. YK how this goes by now. Chapter 211, Chapter 204, Battle of the Grass, v. How the hell were they able to avoid my senses? I should have detected the Yamanaka's attempts to get past my mind, or at least the giant Akimichi. Wait, Kagami. However that bastard put me in that genjutsu earlier, he used that same method to dull my senses, with him blocking me from being able to feel them. This was their plan from the beginning. Well, since the board is stacked against me, it looks like I'll have to flip the board. Inoki thought from inside of a crater, with him only alive due to him using his earth chakra to harden his skin at the last moment. Floating up, he saw the still giant Choma, Inoki in the distance, and Shirkai closing in on their location, while Kagami began approaching. Particle style, atomic destruction jutsu. Inoki said as the white cube appeared in his hand, yet instead of it being aimed at the five of them, it was aimed at the army of leaf shinobi. Everyone's eyes widened, as Inoki's jutsu was about to be fired off. On the other side of the battlefield, Jeriah and Roshi moved at immense speeds, their punches being akin to blurs to any outside shinobi. Roshi's blows carried immense heat and power, with each seeming to even burn the air as a whistle sound was heard. Jiraiya's punches carried such physical force that each one likely had the capability to easily kill nearly any other shinobi that wasn't as powerful as Roshi. However, even though the battle seemed even, Roshi was gradually being pushed back due to the invisible attacks that the frog kata allowed Jeriah to make. Just as Jeriah was about to go for another punch, Roshi sent a burst of lava towards him from his hand, with Jeriah being forced back. How about we kick up the heat too, Jeriah boy? Fukasaku said as he weaved a few signs, with Jeriah and Shima doing the same. Jeriah then quickly closed the distance between him and Roshi, with Roshi seeing the nature energy around Jeriah coalesce towards his mouth, with him spewing oil directly towards him. But before he could retreat, Shima spat a large blast of flames while Fukasaku supported it with a blast on wind. The three attacks combined to form a raging inferno, with it blasting at Roshi. Sage art, bath of boiling oil. Roshi immediately compressed the lava so much that it turned into molten magma, with it then shaping into a hound. Lava style, Red Hound. The two attacks heated up the environment, with them both clashing and forcing the surrounding earth to begin to melt. However, Jeriah wasted no time as he and Fukasaku molded their fire chakra into a ball in his hand, with it forming a spherical shape that seemed to shine like a miniature sun. Kagutsuchi Raiznan. The ball was then slammed into the abdomen of Rashi, with him being shocked as he felt himself being burned by the attack, something that he thought was impossible. The fire-natured version of the Raiznan used the fire chakra to heat it and then spun and rotated it, making the heat increase even further until it became hotter than anything Jeriah had ever seen. The attack was so powerful that he wasn't confident in using it unless he was in Sage mode, especially since it even burned his head while he was in Sage mode. Rashi was sent flying back by the attack, with Jeriah standing with his shaking hand as he began to think about how to finish Rashi off. It seems I'll need to use that one. I'll have to throw it if I don't want the backlash of it to fall on me. Jeriah thought as he charged at Rashi one final time. Rashi could feel the after effects of Jiraiya's jutsu, with him only being alive due to Rashi using his chakra to heal him and filter out some of the effects of the technique. That attack. It was hotter than my magma. We might not walk out of this battle unscathed, or we may not walk away at all, partner. Son Goku said as he focused on gathering more Senjutsu chakra for his host. Rashi jumped towards Jeriah again, yet instead of continuing their prior taijutsu battle, another spherical jutsu appeared in Jiraiya's hand. However, unlike the previous brown of flaming variants, this one seemed to be a perfectly ocean blue, with some likely even saying that the jutsu could be viewed as beautiful if one were to see it. It looked perfectly still, as if it was a perfect orb of water that was taken directly out of the ocean's grasp. At that moment, Jeriah then threw the orb at Rashi, with him immediately falling back in an attempt to dodge the aftermaths. Seeing this, Rashi immediately sensed something was amiss, with him preparing to retreat, yet the jutsu suddenly expanded, consuming him completely. Sujin Raiznan. Jeriah looked at his technique once he made it to a safe distance, with awaiting for its end. This was, in Jeriah's opinion, the most dangerous version of the Raiznan in direct combat. While the Okami Raiznan increased gravity and created a disruption that could become a super bomb, and the Kagutsuchi Raiznan could incinerate nearly everything, the Sujin Raiznan represented the base Raiznan pushed to the highest degree. The water inside rotated so fast that it appeared still, and once he stopped funneling it with nature chakra, it would grow before becoming still again due to the containment property of it, with anything inside it being victim to the devastating rotation of sharp water, with the water only getting faster as time went on. And finally, the jutsu would implode, sending a raging flood worth of water in every direction while destroying the surroundings. The jutsu finally imploded, with Jeriah seeing no sign of Rashi anymore, causing him to sigh while Shima squinted her eyes. However, before any of them could speak, they saw Inoki in the air aiming his particle style at the Leaf Army, with Jeriah blasting off to stop him. But, just as the end seemed to be about to arrive for hundreds of Leaf Shinobi, Inoki stopped, with him suddenly changing his aim from the Leaf Shinobi to those of the stone. We yield this battle. Spare the lives of our remaining Shinobi. I will bear all responsibility for this failure. Rashi's voice sounded. Jeriah turned his head in the air to see Rashi limping forward, his body seeming to be on the verge of collapse and only still moving thanks to the demonic chakra that was healing him. We can't afford to keep fighting. All of us are tired, and since my jutsu didn't kill Rashi, he'll likely do his best to take out as many of us as he can before he dies. And that's not even counting Inoki. Jeriah thought grimly as he landed. Inside of Inoki's mind, Den looked at Inoki, with him being chained up inside of his own mindscape. Do you agree to end this war, Lord Tsuchikage? We will take both you and your son as prisoners if you do, but we swear to allow your shinobi to retreat. Den asked after receiving a mental message from Kagami to ask that. Inoki looked at the battlefield grimly, but seeing their lack of options, the man could only nod his head in agreement. The leaf, it truly has grown. Inoki thought to himself as Dan manipulated his body to return to the ground, after which seals were placed on his to prevent him from manipulating his chakra and moving. It was at that moment that Jeriah turned his head, with him seeing two individuals he never thought he would see in his life, at least not at the same time. On one side stood a man with a mask over his face, the same man that had been proclaimed to be the demigod of the shinobi world and had been barely defeated by him and his teammates years prior, Hanzo. On the other, there sat an individual who had defeated him in the past, the current fourth Kazekage, the puppet mistress Chiyo. Seeing their tense state, Chiyo cracked a smile. I'm afraid we are too late. But we are here as the new allies of the Leaf. We surely did not expect for the battle to end so soon. Chiyo said, as the armies behind them began to be shown. Jeriah let out a sigh of relief, as he knew there would be some major sacrifices if they had to fight against them, especially Hanzo. The leaders met each other in the commander's tent, with the bound Inoki and Kitsuchi inside alongside them. The other rock shinobi had returned to the land of Earth with Rashi as their leader. Jeriah sat in a relaxed position as he deactivated his sage mode, with him looking at Shirkai and Inoki negotiating with a smile. Looks like I can finally take a Brea dash. Jeriah boy. Gametsara that was with the boy signed to the dogs just stated that Madara Uchiha has appeared on the battlefield of Yuzu. Fukasaku said as he ran into the tent frantically. Everyone in the tent held their breath and froze, with Jeriah thinking a single thought that echoed everyone's feelings. Fuck. Chapter 212, Chapter 205, Battle of Yugakure, I. Tsunade and her troops stood at their base, with her awaiting the inevitable attack from the lightning shinobi. The base that they had set was nearby their ally, Yugakure, with them pledging to assist them in the war to the best of their ability. But, the difference between the 5 great nations and the smaller nations was apparent in the quality of their shinobi villages, as Yugakure could barely aid them with around 1,000 shinobi, with only around 30 of those being jonin. However, Tsunade chose to simply accept the troops, as she felt that their presence there wouldn't change anything either way. Just as she was planning inside the tent, a presence made itself known behind her, with her turning around and looking at her friend with a smile. It's about time you made it. I was beginning to think that you died on your mission. Tsunade said as she punched him in the shoulder. Oh. I didn't think you thought so little of me. I'm truly hurt. But, if I were to die to the 8 tails, I'd become the disgrace of the Sannin, and I cannot give Jeriah that satisfaction. Orochimaru explained with a smirk. Orochimaru then looked at the corner of the room to see a unique armor, with his eyes widening once he realized what it was. Looks like you wish to battle in style. Orochimaru said. Tsunade smiled as she nodded, yet her face changed to a serious expression in the next instant. Gather the troops outside in their combat formation. Let Kenta know that he will face A and you will deal with Asuka. Tsunade stated. And what will you be doing? Orochimaru asked. Tsunade merely gave a slight sigh in response, yet she then gained a determined look, as if she came to a decision. The entire army stood in their positions, with them all having determined appearances on their faces as if ready to die to protect the people they loved in their village. I am glad to see that each of you are ready to sacrifice yourselves for the preservation of our home. It seems that my grandfather's wish truly still live on. Tsunade's voice sounded as she landed at the front of the army. Tsunade no longer wore her usual garments or robes, instead, it was replaced with an armor that was as legendary as the person who inspired it. It consisted of a dark red armor, one that was worn over a black bodysuit alongside a pair of sandals. Each metal plate of the armor was forged from chakra metal, with it imbued with senjutsu chakra from Shikatsu Forest through the aid of the great sage Katsuyu, and each of her shoulders were adorned with a symbol, one representing the Senju and the other representing the Uzumaki. Seals adorned the entirety of the armor, transforming it to an entirely new level as it reached an unprecedented level of defense. Her forehead protector shined greatly, as the leaf symbol seemed to embody everything about her current appearance. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Tsunade Senju. Daughter of Ayako and Haru Senju. Granddaughter of Mito Uzumaki and Hashirama Senju. I was formerly known as the Empress of Shinobi. I am a Fuinjutsu master of the highest order. I have mastered all 5 elemental chakra natures as well as both yin and yang release. I am the greatest medical ninja to ever live. But today, I will lead you into battle. I guarantee you that none of you will die as long as I stand. For that is my will, that is my promise to each of you. And only I, in the current shinobi world can say something like that, because today, the world will learn me by a new title, one that I earned by surpassing even my grandfather. Tsunade said as wood clones of her began to emerge from the ground. Kenta drew his blade as flames seemed to dance around his entire body, with him becoming something akin to a flaming samurai. Orochimaru closed his eyes as his body went through a unique transformation, with him opening them to reveal an unprecedented level of coldness. The clearing gradually showed the arrival of the Kyumo shinobi, yet Tsunade showed no sign of fear, with it being replaced with an immense level of indifference. The actual Tsunade jumped high in the air, with her creating a blade that seemed to be made of light, with her slashing towards the ninja from the cloud, with it creating a massive divide between her and them. Anyone who steps over that line will lose their life. That is the promise I make as the Goddess of Shinobi. Chapter 213, Chapter 206, Battle of Yugakure, 2. Tsunade stared down the opposing army, the indifference and coldness in her eyes being something that couldn't be ignored by any of them, with her seeming as if she was a divine being looking down on mortals. How dare you? A booming voice said as a figure seemingly teleported in front of Tsunade nearly instantaneously, with A's face showcasing his anger. He was ready to take out this insolent girl in one fell swoop, as he felt that she was too dangerous to live if she wished for the end of the era in which Konoha led the world. However, at that moment, a figure with flames covering their body blocked his punch, with him getting pushed back due to the immense heat that they emit. Is it a fire variant of my lightning cloak? It seems similar yet also different. A analyzed as his cloak began to grow even thicker. Let me deal with this bastard, Tsuna. After all, if I let a mere Kage battle my end goal, what kind of rival would I be? Kenta said from inside the flames, with Tsunade giving him a smirk. He had learned the jutsu from seeing her use it in their spars, yet he was able to adapt it to form a style similar to a flaming samurai rather than powerful punches. But, he had never used the technique against Tsunade, so even she wished to see how far he had grown in the use of its power. Kenta then turned his head to dodge a punch from A, immediately using a genjutsu on the Raikage, with it only working a sliver of a second. Yet that sliver of a second was all that Kenta needed as he placed 2 fingers onto A's chest, with him blasting him off to the distance and charging after him. Well, one's done. Now, where's the kitty? Tsunade asked, with her looking up to see a dark-haired woman blasting towards her, her fist coated with blue flames. Tsunade prepared to fight her, with her ready to utilize her innate advantage against Jinchuriki that would release to suppress the 2 tails. However, just as Asuka was about to reach the ground, a massive serpent burst from the ground, with it devouring her and going off in the opposite direction. Can I have my fun? Orochimaru asked as he walked beside his friend. Want to take out all the Jinchuriki, huh? Go ahead. And try not to be too cruel. Tsunade said with a smile. No promises. Orochimaru said as he smiled back, with neither of the 2 wishing to show any mercy to an enemy. Now. Where were we? Oh yes. I was about to recreate an iconic scene. Well, no use in waiting. Tsunade said aloud as she began taking slow yet purposeful steps towards the Kumo army. How dare you belittle us? An elder of Kumo roared, with him being the voice that they needed to escape their stupor and head towards the largest threat present. But, Tsunade only slowly increased her pace, with her gold hair waving in the wind as she took step. For my peace. Tsunade silently thought before she burst from her position as if she simply disappeared. She reappeared above the center of the army, with her punching the ground, creating an earthquake that shook many of the shinobi while those closest fell between the cracks and were crushed. Tsunade immediately grabbed the throat of a nearby shinobi and crushed it before throwing the body at monstrous speeds at a group of nearby shinobi. A Kumo shinobi immediately attempted to stab her from behind, yet the blade was snatched from his hand and stabbed into his head before he could even realize what happened. Chains emerged from her back as each stabbed into their own shinobi as if it was the simplest thing ever, with the chains killing one shinobi after another. Tsunade twisted and delivered a powerful kick to the side of a shinobi, with her elbowing another in the chest. Both attacks possessed enough force to destroying entire city blocks, so each one easily ended the lives of the shinobis. She then turned to see a group of approaching ninju who were weaving signs, with her instantly creating a deadly poison and blowing it towards them, with it being able to both disable their chakra networks and paralyze their respiratory systems, killing them due to suffocation. Tsunade then began to shine brightly as he speed blitzed tens of shinobi in an instant, with her then jumping and beginning to channel a massive amount of light into her hands. Yasukani no Magatama. The light began to be blasted towards the shinobi as small balls of light, with each moving at extreme speeds. The destructive power of each was comparable to an A-ranked ninjutsu, with the taking down hundreds of shinobi due to the sheer destructive nature of the technique. Don't you Kumo ninja know better than anyone that speed is power? Tsunade asked as the light coated her body with her traveling at speeds greater than the Raikage. She appeared above the Kumo elder, with her fist hitting his chest as destroying it, blasting a hole into his body. Tsunade then landed on the ground again as she made a sharp vine erupt from the ground and stabbed the shinobi behind her through their heads, with the vines then blasting towards others. She created another blade of light and began slicing through the Kumo shinobi as if they were nothing, with the sheer heat that the blade possessed allowing it to seamlessly cut through them all. Tsunade then used her seismic sense to detect the layout of the battlefield, with her preparing a counterattack upon seeing tens of Kumo jonin preparing a combination jutsu. Lightning style, false darkness. A passive blast of lightning was sent towards Tsunade as if it was the punishment of the heavens, yet Tsunade simply performed a few hand signs before speaking. Wind style, typhoon. Tsunade made a massive tornado appear and block the attack, with it first seeming to absorb the attack before it was suddenly sent back at the jonin, yet this time it was alongside a massive tornado. Tsunade looked to see a few other prominent members of Kumo, with her simply grazing them with poison kunai, yet the aftermath came a few moments later, as their bodies suddenly had branches emerge from it, as if an entire tree had grown inside of them. She then manipulated the lightning chakra around her to throw off the electrical signals that everyone's body in her close vicinity was sending, with them all falling to the ground as she prepared another powerful attack. Tsunade made just 3 hand signs before the atmosphere around her got noticeably drier. Water style, Hydra. Tsunade spewed a massive amount of water from her mouth, with it turning into a 3-headed hydra made purely from water, with it blasting towards each of them at such a speed that very few could respond. Magnet style, Iron Wall. Storm release, Laser Shield. The clan leaders of the major clans of Kumo immediately used their strongest defensive-based ninjutsu, with one of them manipulating the weapons of their fallen comrades to form a wall that was enhanced with his chakra, while the other manipulated light to form a shield. The attacks were barely capable of stopping it, yet the last attack hit, with it doing so much destruction that a tenth of the army was wiped out. Tsunade seemed unfazed by that, with her then channeling an immense amount of lightning chakra into the water on the ground. The Chunin and Jonin trained in elemental chakra manipulation were able to offset its effects, yet the Genin and weaker Chunin who didn't found themselves electrocuted to death, with Tsunade charging into the remaining shinobi as if the mass amount of death she had just caused had no relation to her. The remaining Jonin tried to use their numbers to their benefit, yet Tsunade's taijutsu skills far surpassed their while her physical strength meant that even the slightest touch could cripple or kill them if they were not careful. Tsunade then looked to see the last two pillars for Kyumo, the elders of two of their major clans, and the only two individuals with decent strength left on the battlefield. The patriarch of the Izada clan immediately tried to manipulate the magnetic forces around her, though he suddenly found the world upside down with him not knowing until his last moment how he had died. The patriarch of the Gobetsu clan attempted to form a blade, yet Tsunade's light blade pierced his heart, ending his suffering. Tsunade, seeing that the battle was no longer having any major high-level shinobi, jumped back and performed a jutsu that no one had seen the true power of since the end of the Warring States era. Wood style, deep forest emergence. Trees began taking up the entirety of the clearing that the battle took place on, with the trees grasping and taking hold of the remaining Jonin who could not flee fast enough. The trees drained them of both their chakra and life force, with the remaining shinobi only being able to look on helplessly as they died. Tsunade looked at the scene and simply shook her head, as if she had already made this decision years prior. If a temporary peace is needed, then I'll be the deterrent the leaf needs for the next half a century. Tsunade spoke to herself before she looked over to the direction of the two battles, while the leaf army behind her simply stood in their place with their mouths wide open, unable to believe what they just saw. Close your mouths. You'll catch flies. Tsunade spoke as she sat down, waiting for her friends to finish their battles. Chapter 214, Chapter 207, Battle of Yugakure, 3. Kenta looked at the Raikage, with the men glowing ominously as the ground shook due to the immense amount of energy that was coming from his body. Step aside, Uchiha brat. If you do, I'll make your death as painless as possible. The Raikage stated, with him looking past Kenta and staring at the direction that Tsunade was in. So you're looking down on me? Looks like people underestimate me too much. Kenta said as his body began to glow due to the fire armor on his again, with him drawing his blade and charging straight at A blocked the attack with one of his arms, yet he noticed that Kenta's attack concentrated the heat to such a degree that it could cut through his lightning armor, making him grow slightly serious. A immediately went for a clothesline afterwards, with him beginning to showcase his specialty of Nin Taijutsu against Kenta. However, with the bonus of his Sharingan, Kenta was able to predict and block the attack using his blade, though the sheer pressure from the strength that the Raikage exerted pushed him back, with Kenta flipping onto one of the nearby trees to regain his standing. However, rather than continue his assault, a fundamental change happened to the Raikage. His lightning chakra armor, something that was viewed as invincible in the shinobi world, suddenly began to darken, yet the lightning it emitted seemed to crackle with a newfound intensity as the cloak fully turned black. A now stood in his new form, a secret technique that he created and for now, only he was able to properly use due to his durable body. Kenta could hardly believe the level of chakra that was coming off the men, because through his Sharingan, he could see the immense amount of chakra within each crackle of lightning that came from him. The black lightning chakra cloak stood at what A viewed was the pinnacle of lightning manipulation, as with it, he became not just the most durable shinobi in the entire world, but his speed and power went through a quantitative leap that showcased why he was one of the most feared Kage. Seeing the danger, Kenta also prepared to use his full strength, knowing that anything less than that would end with him dying before he could even realize it. The heat and flames that Kenta were emitting suddenly seemed to disappear, with the Raikage noticing that the flames that surrounded his body began to lessen. Kenta then opened his eyes again, yet the three Tomei in his Sharingan spun ominously, making the Raikage slightly cautious. Did you know that the Sharingan represents the gift of an affinity to Yin released to all Uchiha, with it basically giving us an advantage to most regular shinobi? But what happens if an Uchiha specializes not simply in Genjutsu, but in the very chakra that fuels it? And what happens if they combine that with fire release of an unprecedented scale? Kenta asked, his Uchiha arrogance shining brightly as he moved at speeds that only the Raikage could respond to. Kenta swung his blade at the Raikage, and even though A knew that the attack should not be able to harm him with his armor, his instincts screamed at him to dodge in the last moment, with him moving at the last moment. However, he felt the lightning chakra that came into contact with Kenta's blade seemingly be destroyed, with his eyes widening as he quickly analyzed what Kenta had done. The flames. He's concentrated the fire chakra to such a degree that it's practically plasma rather than merely fire. I've heard of people being able to achieve such feats with water or wind, but never with fire. It seems this brat is quite talented. A thought as the chakra on his body began to take the shape of a panther. Kenta had learned to consolidate his flames to such a degree that the level of destruction it was able to do was far superior than the first form he used. If the first form made him nearly unbeatable in large-scale battles, then this version made him unstoppable in individual battles. In the new state, he could not only burn any defenses that an enemy has, but he could also burn away any ninjutsu sent towards him as long as he used enough chakra, nearly making ninjutsu useless. The panther then blasted at Kenta, yet instead of dodging, Kenta merely spewed a powerful fireball at it, causing a massive explosion between the two. A immediately pointed a single finger out, ready to skewer the Uchiha and head to fight off against Tsunade. The sheer amount of energy that was concentrated at his finger could power entire cities, and he charged to send all of that power straight at Kenta. But, A was stunned when the Kenta in front of him suddenly faded from existence, with him taking a slash straight across his chest, with it going through his chakra armor as if it was butter. A genjutsu. How? That should be impossible. A thought to himself as he amplified his speed with the body flicker technique and retreated. His lightning cloak was constantly sending small shocks throughout his chakra system and his nerves, with that making him the worst opponent for genjutsu users as their abilities would practically always be nullified. So seeing that Kenta was somehow able to influence him, the Raikage wished to retreat so that he would be caught off guard. However, the Raikage suddenly found a blade protruding through his chest, with him only able to lock down in shock. How? A asked. I'm no ordinary Uchiha. I asked you what would happen if an Uchiha specialized and studied purely in release rather than just genjutsu. The result is being able to manipulate that which is not tangible, no matter if it's my mind, showdown, or even my opponent's senses. I am the worst enemy for anyone who is not an overwhelming sensor. It is why I view that only Tsunade is my equal, as no one else can properly contend against me. Now, I'm afraid this battle is over. Kenta said as he removed the blade. A, seeing that Kenta merely wished to capture him, immediately went for another hell spear, yet he suddenly found Kenta place 2 fingers on his chest, with him uttering 2 words that would haunt the Raikage for the rest of his life. It was a technique Tsunade taught him, and she stated that only people who reached the true peak of fire-natured chakra could hope to use. Crimson Moon. Chapter 215, Chapter 208, Battle of Yugakure, 4. How dare you? Asuka's voice sounded from inside of the serpent, with her bursting out from it through the use of her storm release. You know, I really like that snake. I was even planning on naming him one of these days. Orochimaru said as he wiped his dry eye, with Asuka growing more agitated before she forcefully calmed herself down. So this is Orochimaru? Looks like the Sannin is more terrifying than the report stated if I couldn't sense the snake he summoned. Asuka thought as she transformed into a new and unique form, one that covered her with the flames of the 2 tails. Asuka charged at Orochimaru, her blade already unsheathed and her strength being enough to leave scars in mountains. Yet many would doubt the claim, as Orochimaru easily caught the blade with his hands, his body undergoing a unique change while strange markings appeared on his eyes. Try not to die too fast, dear. I'd hate to be disappointed by the other Jinchuriki. Orochimaru said before he delivered an immense punch to the midsection of Asuka, with it knocking her back while creating a shockwave. You. Asuka's voice sounded, with her chakra flaring greatly as her anger took the better of her, something that was rare for the general. You killed B. Asuka asked, though at this point it seemed she wished to confirm it rather than just asking. Guilty as charged. Orochimaru said with a smirk, with him stretching his body before charging at Asuka at great speeds, with her barely able to guard the first attack with her blade. But, Asuka was unable to dodge his second attack, with it driving a kick straight into Asuka's spine with enough force to shatter. Seeing her taken down so quick, Orochimaru waiting for her to get up again due to him knowing of the unique attribute that the 2-tailed Jinchuriki possessed. About damn time. Orochimaru muttered upon seeing her get up a few seconds later. So, 8 more to go. Orochimaru asked, with Asuka transforming into her full-tailed beast state rather than continue to battle Orochimaru. Oh. Orochimaru thought as he saw the 2 tails beginning to coalesce a massive amount of chakra in its mouth. Orochimaru immediately summoned Manda, with the snake seeing how urgent the task was, and being quite fearful of Orochimaru's strength, and immediately attacking Madatabi. Manda quickly bound the feline, with him forcing its mouth to point towards the sky as it fired off the attack, leaving them safe from the aftermath of it. Orochimaru stared at the creature with cold eyes, with easily placing a seal onto it, forcing it back into its cage and undoing the transformation. Asuka then stood before Orochimaru while slightly panning, with her knowing that the battle was getting slightly dangerous, and that the serpent could likely kill her with Madatabi's help. Asuka attempted to take advantage of her maneuverability by circling around Orochimaru using her lightning body flicker technique, with her then charging her blade with her storm release chakra, with the blade turning into a shining saber that shined brightly as she prepared to end Orochimaru, once and for all. However, she was stunned when Orochimaru suddenly disappeared, with her surprise turning into fear as she heard something that utterly terrified her. I wonder what you're waiting for. Orochimaru's voice sounded in her ear, with Asuka turning around and sending a slash, yet nothing was there. Decent attempt. I think Sakumo would rate your swordsmanship as a 6 out of 10. Orochimaru said as suddenly made a hand sign. Sage art, Serpent's World. Suddenly, Asuka found the surrounding area twisted, as if it were falling in on itself, with the only thing that Asuka could hear being Orochimaru's ominous voice. Try not to die too soon. Because if you die to this jutsu, the Shinigami won't be able to let you rest in the Pure Lands. Tsunade sat on her rock, with her turning her head slightly when she saw Orochimaru appearing with a woman on his shoulder. Is she dead? Tsunade asked as she looked at the Jinchuriki, though she faintly detected the chakra in her still being active. Not yet. It'll depend on the strength of her will. If she is unable to survive, then that's her fate. Orochimaru said, not caring if the woman survived or not. Tsunade agreed with her friend, but before she could continue with their conversation, an immense explosion went off in the opposite direction, with both Tsunade and Orochimaru turning their head in surprise. Did you know he had an attack that strong? Orochimaru asked, as he didn't know Kenta was that powerful. We discussed a technique like that, but I didn't know he had learned it already. Looks like I'll need to be a bit more careful during our spars. Tsunade said. The two then talked casually about many topics. Meanwhile the army behind them attempted to comprehend the fact that 3 people took down an entire army, their Jinchuriki, and their Kage. Chapter 216, Chapter 209, Battle of Yuzu, 3. How are you alive? Danzo asked as he readied his blade, yet the slight tremble in his pupil showed how unnerved he was by the fact that Madara stood before, as in his recollection, the men should have died to the first Hokage. Oh. One of Tobarama's brats. I should have wiped you out near the end of the last war. Allow me to correct my mistake. Madara said as he looked at the duo in front of him, yet as he took a single step, a massive barrier appeared around him, with it trapping him inside. Madara. Ashina said solemnly as he landed on the ground, him already drawing hundreds of seals at the same time in the hope of containing Madara immediately. Insolent. I told you years ago to stop painting with brushes, Ashina. Otherwise, you would never amount to anything important. Madara said. He then spat a powerful fireball, with it cracking the barrier that trapped him, after which he blasting through the wall and straight at Ashina. But, Tsukumo and Danzo both moved to guard him, as they knew that Ashina was likely their best chance of eliminating Madara for good. Hold him off as long as you can. Ashina yelled as created tens of seal every second. Tsukumo's blade crackled with lightning as he tried to decapitate Madara, yet the man merely drew his sickle and easily countered it, with the two then beginning a masterful exchange of swordsmanship. Tsukumo attempted a slash to what he perceived was Madara's blind spot, yet the man was able to twist the blade in an unnatural way to block it. He then delivered a strong kick to the side of Tsukumo, with it forcing him back, while at the same time, Danzo's body flickered behind him with a humming blade. Madara simply smirked as he unsealed his gumbai and blocked the attack with its flat side. Uchiha rebound. The powerful lightning was blasted back towards Tsukumo, with it doing significant harm as it practically decimated him, leaving him in tattered clothes while he laid on the ground. Uzumaki sealing technique, Heaven's Bind. Ashina's voice resounded over the battlefield, with the seals surrounding Madara and creating an intricate prison, one that began to shrink as if it wished to crush the Uchiha. The seal was one that utilized chakra to create a tangible construct, one that would constantly shrink by using the user's chakra, and could be capable of ending most shinobi due to the fact that it was immune to ninjutsu thanks to its ability to absorb chakra. Ashina then continued reinforcing the seal, not stopping even as he poured a bit of his own vitality into it, just in the hope of ending Madara once and for all. The seal finally began to seem as if it would crush Madara, yet at that moment, his voice resounded once again. Ice style, Ice Age. Suddenly, large spears of ice appeared, with one of them piercing straight through the back of Ashina, with his eyes being forced to widen. Looks like the Mizukage actually was useful for something. Who would have thought? Madara said as the seals began to fade due to Ashina no longer being able to focus on imbuing them with chakra, with him then taking slow steps towards Ashina. Madara already possessed 5 hearts thanks to the Tachinki used to sustain his vitality, with 4 of them belonging to the Senju or Uzumaki Jonin who died on missions. And now, with Koriyuki's heart, he possessed the ability to use ice release, with it being how he was able to take out Ashina. You evil V-vermin. Ashina spat while removing the spike from his chest, with him using a seal to stop the bleeding and enhance his healing. Uzumaki always were like cockroaches. You weaklings just don't know how to die gracefully. Madara said as prepared to finish Ashina. Suddenly, before he could make a move, a wind blade came directly in front of him, with him turning towards the source with a raised eyebrow. Do you truly think a Shimura could take on someone like me? Madara asked as if he was legitimately confused by Danzo's actions. I am no mere Shimura. I am a student of the second Hokage, and I studied under the first. I am the patriarch of the Shimura clan. I am the leader of the covert operations inside of Konoha, and the men known as the Darkness of Shinobi. Of course I believe I can stop an Uchiha scourge like you. Danzo said as he walked towards Madara. Most of his chakra had been expended, and the wounds he had gained throughout the course of the battle were making him quite tired overall. But he would never allow an evil like Madara to endanger Konoha, as it went against everything he stood for. Danzo paused when he walked past Tsukumo, the man still unable to recover from the rebound of his attack due to the damage it did to his nerves, yet he was still alive. Tsukumo. I declare you as the successor to the root. Plans in case of my death are in Hiruzen's possession, so he will have no issue with it. Ensure that Orochimaru sticks on the path of making the village strong and always prosperous. And always support Tsunade, for she is the greatest hope for the village since Lord Hashirama. You brats and your White Lotus can do a lot of good. Danzo stated, though he then continued walking towards Madara. How did you I am called the darkness of Shinobi for a reason. Of course I would know everything that happens in my home village. Danzo cut off Tsukumo's question while continuing to walk. Arriving directly before the men, Danzo seemed to be about to stab Madara, yet even he was surprised when the sword went into Danzo's own chest. Allow me to show you the peak of a craft that I have perfected, Juinjutsu. Danzo spoke with a cruel smile. A seal appeared on the chest of Danzo, with Madara suddenly feeling great danger as he attempted to retreat. Yet at that moment, two hands appeared from the ground and grasped Madara's ankles, with it being a shadow clone that Danzo prepared in advance. I'll see you in hell, Madara. Danzo spoke his last words as the seal activated, with 4 symbols forming around them from his blood. The seal then spread, with it forcing everything around them to be drawn in and sealed inside the corpse of Danzo. Danzo showed no trace of fear in his eyes, his determination so resolute that death meant very little for him, especially when he was prepared for it at every moment. In terms of regrets, Danzo hated he couldn't achieve his ambition of bringing peace to Konoha or the world, yet he felt that his ambition would be accomplished under the new generation, especially Tsunade, as they embodied what it meant to be shinobi. I finally beat you, monkey. I wonder if you and the others will be sad after my death. I'll miss all of you. I won't miss the paperwork. But I finally get to rest. I leave the remaining work to you, old friend. Danzo thought, as he went into the afterlife with a smile, content with his sacrifice. Konoha. Hiruzen suddenly felt a strange sensation come over him, with him looking up from his desk, yet not discovering anything. Just then, 2 separate shinobi burst into the room, with them giving equally alarming reports. Lord Hokage. We just received word that Madara Uchiha has appeared on the mist battlefield. Lord Hokage. It was reported that Lord Jeriah's home was attacked and the eyes of one of his children was stolen. Hiruzen could only stand alarmed as the pieces in his mind clicked together, with him throwing off his Hokage robes to reveal his battlesuit. Prepare all remaining forces in Konoha to follow me. Hiruzen said, ready to join the battle against a threat such as Madara. Land of Grass. As Kagami traveled to the Land of Water, he felt a slight tremble in his step as a strange feeling overcame him. Hold on, Danzo, Tsukumo. We're coming. Kagami thought. Tsukumo stood up with the help of his blade, while he stared at the crater before him, with there being no sign of either Madara or Danzo. Ashina helped himself up by the use of his chains, with them both seeing that they needed to help their troops deal with the white Zetsu that they were battling against. What a terrifying technique. I guess even ants can be dangerous if underestimated. A voice sounded, with both Ashina and Tsukumo being stunned by it. Oh. Looks like playtime is over. Madara said as he was revealed, his clothes tattered and one of the 2 Sharingan in his eyes being grayed out. But, a black slime-like creature appeared from the ground and handed 2 objects to Madara, with him placing them inside of his eye sockets. Nothing beats having your own eyes. Madara exclaimed in joy as he looked at Ashina and Tsukumo, the sheer chakra coming from his eyes being enough to paralyze them both. But, just as things seemed hopeless, an Uzumaki bathed in orange flames arrived on the battlefield, with Mito staring down Madara while Ashina was healed by Tobirama. A fated battle between an Uzumaki and an Uchiha was about to commence. Chapter 217, Chapter 210, Battle of Yuzu, 4. Oh. Mito. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Madara said with a smirk as he looked down on the Jinchuriki. Well, I couldn't peacefully go to my grave without knowing that you were burning deep in hell. Here, allow me to give you a preview. Mito said as she drew a kanji in the air, with it turning into a massive inferno of flames that headed at Madara. Madara responded by performing multiple hand signs before sending his own blast of flame from his mouth, with the 2 powerful attacks equaling each other and melting the ice beneath them due to the sheer heat that they produced and making steam rise. However, Madara was unable to do anything as Mito appeared directly in front of him from the steam, with her delivering a powerful punch through the use of her chakra-enhanced strength. The blow knocked Madara back, with him back flipping to regain his footing, yet he immediately was forced to dodge again as tens of chain attempted to impale him, with him dodging each as if he was flowing through a small challenge. Is this all you can amount to, Mito? If so, then Hashirama would be disappointed. Madara spoke as he blocked another 2 chains with his gunbai. But, he suddenly found 2 chains come from under the ice and snake around his ankles, with Mito appearing before him while holding a dense dark orb in her hand, her expression one of anger. Do not spill my husband's name. You sully it just by letting it roll off your tongue. Mito said as she slammed the ball into Madara's hands. While it initially seemed to be about to explode, the attack suddenly stopped as it vanished, with Madara looking at her with an amused grin. Such volatile chakra. Looks like you've become friends with my pet. But it's a bit too weak to deal with someone on my level. Madara said as his arm suddenly transformed like a machine, with it firing multiple rockets at Mito. Mito dodged the majority of them, with her simply redirecting the rest to another direction using her chains. But, she was suddenly redirected towards Madara, with him delivered an earth-shattering kick to her midsection that created a shockwave as she was knocked away. Mito was able to recover quickly, yet she was forced to dodge a spike of ice that erupted from the ground, with her still being wounded by it. I see an old mutt can still learn new tricks. Mito said as the mark on her forehead spread all over her body, with it rapidly healing her body while she began drawing kanji. Fuin, heightened body. The seals Mito wrote engraved into her body, with them changing the very nature of her body to become nearly 10 times denser, yet her speed didn't decrease in the slightest. That was what made Fuin Jutsu so terrifying, as it could alter the very rules that formulated reality, and by doing so, make what should seemingly be impossible become easily done. Mito burst off again, yet this time, the shear behind her movement nearly broke ice beneath her, with the shockwave she generated showing just how much she had just increased her already monstrous strength. Madara seemed to realize this as well, with him choosing to create a large ribcage from his Susanoo to protect him, while at the same time, sending a massive dragon made of fire at her. Mito paid the dragon no attention as she literally went through it, with her arriving at Madara and delivering a powerful kick that destroyed the ribcage fully and headed towards Madara. Almighty push. Madara said blankly after dodging the blow, with the gravity itself blasting Mito back at speeds similar to those she had used to come at him, with it creating a massive explosion when she hit the ground. But, just as Madara took a single step, kanji illuminated on the ground, with Madara's eyes widened as he attempted to absorb the energy from the attack yet was unable to. The attack created a massive pillar of light that was intent to disintegrate everything inside of it, with Mito standing again while rapidly regenerating thanks to the Een seal, with her then drawing more seals as she knew Madara would likely not be finished off so easily. At that moment, a massive figure could be seen flying from the smoke, his eyes staring deeply at Mito. I didn't know you could use Senjutsu chakra. Or were you just using raw nature energy? Madara asked as a blade from the construct appeared in one hand while one made from ice appeared in the other. Raw nature energy works very well as a conduit for seals. And seeing that you are unable to absorb it like you did that jutsu, it means that should be my proper way of attack. Mito said, with her finishing her seals while the chakra around her suddenly began to grow. Then, in a single moment, she suddenly gained a chakra construct that looked similar to the nine-tailed fox, with her seal going to different parts of the fox's body. Fuin, heavenly nine-tailed fox. Mito said as she stared straight at Madara, with both her and Kurama resolute in taking him down. You may be a bit of a challenge in this form, Mito. Madara said with a crazed smile appearing on his face as his giant warrior moved nearly instant above the fox, with Kurama blocking both blades. Entertain me, Mito. Allow me to have a dance that I only had with the likes of Hashirama. Madara yelled as his giant warrior attempted to bisect Kurama, but the kanji on his chest shined and blocked the attack, with it sending the power of the blow back towards Madara. That was the first of the 5 seals that the heavenly state gave Kurama, as all forms of physical damage up to a certain degree would simply be destroyed. Kurama then delivered a powerful punch to the face of Madara's warrior, with him following it up with him blasting a tailed beast bomb wave at Madara, though the madman simply cut through it with the ice blade. He then added flames to his regular blade, with the flaming blade and ice blades forming a powerful duo of heat and cold that attacked Kurama. At that moment, the second and third seals activated, with one serving to absorb any of the 5 elemental chakra natures while the other turned it back into regular chakra and absorbed it. Mito then used the absorbed chakra to fuel her kanji as she made 2 massive kanji, one representing fire while the other stood for wind, with both blasting towards Madara. The 2 attacks then transformed into their respective elements, with both going towards Madara as a raging inferno that threatened to reduce him to ash. Madara looked at the attack and sneered, with him stabbing the ice blade into the ground, forcing massive spikes of ice to rise and head towards the attack, with Madara jumping into the air before flying towards Mito with his flaming blade. However, Mito seemed to be waiting for this, as she and Kurama sent a punch towards Madara's head, yet the blow was different. With Kurama knowing the principle behind the chakra-enhanced strength, he had the ability to push a vast majority of his chakra to a singular point, the same way that Mito did. And the result was a punch so powerful that it destroyed the upped part of Madara's Susanoo. Kurama then unleashed another tailed beast bomb wave, with Mito also drawing another few kanji to add to the damage. The aftermath of the attacks as the ice they were fighting on nearly destroyed while Mito looked at the ash, hoping that Madara had been thoroughly taken down, though she didn't let her guard down in the slightest. I believe I've had quite enough. Madara's voice sounded from inside of the smoke. In a moment that stunned Mito, Madara not only emerged from the ruins of the attack, but he now had part of his upped body showing, with it revealing the face of Hashirama Senju resting on his chest. Madara. Mito's demonic voice sounded as she realized what Madara had done, her anger so palpable that she literally cracked the ice around her due to the pressure of her voice. How dare you? Mito yelled as he figure blurred towards Madara, the chakra on her becoming far denser as she appeared before Madara. But, vines and trees erupted from the ground as they bound her and drained both her and Kurama's chakra, with Madara then stabbing directly towards her heart, with Mito barely able to twist her body to avoid the fatal wound, yet she still took great damage. You know, Hashirama possessed a few cheap tricks, but the greatest of those would have to be the art known as senjutsu. And lucky for me, when you have his cells, it becomes far easier to enter that state. Madara said as Mito's eyes widened, with the face on Madara's chest suddenly gaining the marks that Mito had only seen on her husband and granddaughter, the sign of Shikatsu Forest Sage mode. Madara then grabbed Mito by the throat, but before he could make another movement, he jumped back as a water blade hit his prior location, with Tobirama appearing while staring at Madara with a cold expression. Madara seemed to pay Tobirama little attention, as when he attempted a water dragon jutsu, Madara merely froze it before sending it back in the opposite direction. Mito sent hundreds of chains from her back, with them forming an intricate barrier around them as Mito's cold and hollow eyes stared at Madara. Mito slowly performed multiple hand signs, with her summoning the creature that had been synonymous with the Uzumaki clan for hundreds of years, with the price for summoning it being either a large amount of chakra, something only the Uzumaki possessed, or their soul for those who couldn't provide it. Summoning Jutsu, Shinigami Summoning. A ghastly figure appeared behind Mito, with it then floating towards Madara and attempting to grasp his soul. Madara utilized the soul manipulation granted by the Rinnegan to counteract the Shinigami soul-snatching abilities, though the otherworldly entity showcased its prowess as it floated directly above Madara, intending to take the mortal's head. Madara simply smirked as he summoned his own entity. Black flames appeared on the ground as an entity that was similar to the Shinigami appeared, with that being the King of Hell. The two beings that specialized in souls then battled against one another, with Madara then bursting towards Mito with such speed in his new Sage mode that even she could barely react. Madara's punch to her chest caved in her ribs, with Mito coughing up blood as Madara continued with a roundhouse kick to her skull. Tobirama attempted to utilize his flying thunder god slash, yet he found himself lifted into the air as Madara held him by the throat. You should have stayed dead. At least now, I can make sure that you're truly dead. Madara stated as he crushed the windpipe of Tobirama before throwing him aside. I'll deal with you permanently once I finish off Mito. Madara said as he walked towards the downed Uzumaki. Madara then created a massive wooden warrior, with the outside of the warrior being covered with his Susanoo armor, though this time the warrior possessed 4 arms rather than 2. Do you have any last words, Mito? You were a decent opponent, but I was a fool to think we could properly dance together. Even Hashirama isn't on my level anymore. I have become the successor to the Sage of the Six Paths. Madara exclaimed. He then lifted one of the blades into the air, ready to cripple the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails so that he could proceed with his plan. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kenta sat together in their tent, with them talking fondly about the battle they had just had while the charred body of the Raikage sat in a corner, with him barely being left alive thanks to Kenta limiting his attack so that they could have a prisoner. And then I said Crimson Moon, and it totally decimated him. Honestly, how many techniques like that do you have, Tsuna? Kenta asked with a slight smile. Well, I dash. Tsunade's voice stopped as she felt something that had not been activated in nearly 2 decades. The seal that Mito placed upon her shoulder. She never did remove it as she wanted to keep it a memento of her first major loss in this world, with the seal also letting her grandmother know if anything was wrong with her. But, if she was fine, then that only meant one thing. Mito was in trouble. Tsunade's chakra responded within the millisecond, with her teleporting thanks to the flying thunder god seal she had on Tobirama from their training. It was there that she saw a wooden golem covered with a Susanoo swinging a blade toward Mito while Tobirama lay on the ground, him finally showing his age as he gasped for air to be able to breathe. All hell was about to break loose. Chapter 218, Chapter 211, Clash of the Gods. Tsunade moved so fast that it was akin teleportation, with her forming a massive Fuinjutsu formula with a wave of her hand, one that rebounded the attack Madara had made while she arrived before Mito. Grandma. Tsunade choked out as she poured her vitality into her, with Tobirama also being healed by her shadow clone. Oh. Has the prodigal daughter finally arrived? Try not to disappoint me. Nothing disgusted me more than a weak Senju. Madara said as he stood from the rubble atop his giant, with him looking down at Tsunade. However, though he seemed to be looking at her with contempt, he was distinctly wary of her, as he saw that she moved at speeds that even he would barely be able to react to. Weak is not a word in my vocabulary, you pathetic scum. I hold no fondness over you in the same way that my grandfather did, and I won't spare you the same way he did. Tsunade said as white flames began to morph around her body as if it was alive. Tsunade blasted directly in front of Madara, with her sending a casual punch that destroyed the head of his Susanoo covered with golem and knocked Madara off. While in the air, Madara inhaled deeply before spewing a massive dragon made of fire at her, with Tsunade countering by creating a water dragon, with both attacks clashing in the air and creating a cloud of steam. Using her sensory skills, Tsunade blasted through the steam at Madara, with her creating a blade made of light and attempting to decapitate him directly. Madara merely blocked the attack through the use of his gunbai, with him then spinning and delivering a roundhouse kick towards Tsunade's side. Tsunade caught the leg and threw Madara in the opposite direction, with him flipping before landing on his feet. But, Tsunade continued the assault as she delivered an earth-shattering punch to Madara's chest, with it sending the men into the ground and creating a crater. Water style, Water Dragon Wrath. Tsunade said as she spat a massive amount of water, with it then taking the shape of 10 dragons made of water then went towards Madara, with them all spinning at high speeds. But, when they arrived near Madara, all of them froze, with Madara sending them all back as ice dragons. Seeing this, Tsunade blasted each of them with light beams, with it destroying multiple dragons while she used her strength to destroy the majority of the others. Since when did Madara be able to use ice release? Is that the only one he can use, or can he do it with others as well? Tsunade thought in her head, though her momentary distraction led to her being grabbed by one of the dragon's jaws as it attempted to swallow her. You dare to be distracted while in the middle of a battle against me? What type of shinobi doesn't place their full focus on the battle in front of them? Honestly, what did Hashirama teach you? Though, seeing that you became a medical shinobi rather than fully focus on battle, I'm not surprised by such weakness. As I said before, nothing disgusts me more than a weak Senju and a weak woman, and you happen to represent them both. Madara said as he began regaining his footing. At that moment, Tsunade burst from the head of the dragon, with her being enveloped in a green aura while staring at Madara. Weak? You mean like the type of weakling that couldn't even control his own clan? A man who could never best his rival and only lives due to the compassion that the men possessed for him. A weakling who couldn't even protect his own brother. Tsunade said, with her last sentence enraging Madara as the men seemingly teleported before her, his eyes staring into hers with pure coldness. I'll make sure that your death isn't an easy one. Madara said as he threw a punch towards the face of Tsunade. Then that makes 2 of us. Tsunade responded, with her delivering powerful attacks that Madara redirected rather than blocked. The two entered a close contest of taijutsu, with Madara demonstrating his greater levels of experience and familiarity with the Senju taijutsu style as he expertly redirected Tsunade's blows to the side so that he wouldn't face the powerful blows. So he knows my taijutsu style that well. Looks like I'll have to switch it up then. Tsunade thought as she shaped the yang chakra onto her hand and formed a chakra blade, with her then using the precision of a medical ninja to attack. The change in attack pattern seemed to surprise Madara, as he was barely able to dodge the blade from nearly decapitating him, with him then placing his palm directly in front of Tsunade. Tsunade was then blasted into the ice a great distance away, with Madara looking over at Mito's beaten form. Is there an issue? Madara said to her, though he paid the price for losing focus as Tsunade jumped into the air, her fist becoming concentrated with fire, wind, and lightning chakra. Compound ninjutsu, Ragnarok. The powerful burst of chakra combined with the morning peacock technique to form miniature bombs that bombarded Madara, with him creating his Susanoo to block the attack while looking at him with his arms crossed. Let me introduce myself again, Madara. I am Tsunade Senju, goddess of shinobi and the woman who shall succeed where my grandfather failed and put you down. Tsunade said as the aura surrounding her changed from green to blue as she entered the 7th gate. Tsunade burst forward again, with her blasting into Madara's Susanoo with both fists, making it crack due to the force behind it. Fine. You want to be viewed on the same level as your grandfather? Then I'll treat you like him. Madara said as his eyes reverted to their Mangekyo state, with Madara then teleporting in front of Tsunade. What? Tsunade thought as Madara kneed her in the stomach before giving her a spinning heel kick to her head. Tsunade was unable to understand how Madara had just somehow teleported directly in front of her, especially since she was sure it was not simply a genjutsu or a Rinnegan ability. The white flames on Tsunade reappeared, yet this time they were joined by green lightning chakra, earth chakra, sharp wind chakra, and fast-moving water chakra, with her entering the new variation of her elemental chakra mode. Tsunade then began converging the elements into a sphere in her palm, with her then blasting towards Madara. Madara attempted to block the attack with his gunbai, yet in a moment that stunned him, the gunbai was knocked away due to the immense power that was inside of the singular jutsu. Compound ninjutsu, Raiznon. Tsunade said as the attack slammed into Madara's body, with it having the power to grievously injure him. But, just as the attack seemed to be about to completely destroy the body of Madara, his EMS spun, with him suddenly reappearing a distance away while still holding his gunbai in his hand. Time manipulation. Tsunade guessed as all of the pieces fell into place in her mind, with that being how he was able to appear in front of her instantly and how he just appeared unharmed from the attack. Looks like you figured it out. But even so, what will you do against eyes that can see through your past and your future? Madara taunted as he created a massive wooden golem and covered it with a thick layer of ice before topping it with his Susanoo. Seeing this, Tsunade performed her hang signs as she summoned her second strongest wooden construct. Wood style, obsidian. The wood began to morph into the shape of a giant woman, one made of the most durable and heat-resistant wood Tsunade could make as heat began to flow through the giant's veins, making it seem even more intimidating. 6 arms appeared on the being, with Tsunade forming a massive blade of light for it to wield. The 2 titanic beings swung their swords at each other, with the sheer force created by the clash of ice and light being enough to shatter the ice beneath their feet. The Shinobi and White Zetsu both were somewhat displaced by the power behind the strikes, with them both merely looking at the power that the two wielded with absolute shock. They're like gods. Someone mumbled, and both the Mist and Konoha Shinobi couldn't help but agree with them. Tsunade created a splintered form of herself through a wood clone, with the clone performing hand signs as slamming it onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu. At that moment, a gigantic slug that surpassed the height of both giants appeared, with looking down at 2 giants that had stopped battling. I didn't think you could summon all of me, Tsunade. Good job. I'm sure you wish for me to help take down Kagaya's pawns and heal the people on the battlefield, right? Katsuyu asked. Tsunade nodded from atop the giant woman, with her then looking at Madara with a slight smile, as if she was about to do something she had wished to do for years. You know, Madara, even if you stole the wood release of my grandfather, a mere imitation could never compare to the real thing. Allow me to give you a demonstration. Tsunade said. Suddenly, 4 more giant constructs reminiscent of the first woman that Tsunade had formed joined the one she was standing atop of. Then, without warning, the constructs each charged at Madara, with each holding different weapons made of light. Madara formed an ice blade with his right arm and a Susanoo blade with his left. The first obsidian swung the blade overhead, with the second one firing arrows towards Madara. Using the ice blade, Madara blocked the overhead sword while swinging the second sword around to dissipate the arrows. But, the third obsidian then swung a hammer into the back of Madara's Susanoo warrior while the other 2 tackled him into the ground. The light blade in Tsunade's hand then began to glow with white flames, with Tsunade swinging it down towards Madara so that she could finish him once and for all. Madara's eyes spun again, with him appearing a distance away from the attack while looking at Tsunade with a crazed grin. Come on, Tsunade. Continue to dance. Show me that you are on the same level as your grandfather. Madara yelled as he made a hang sign, with him manipulating his control over gravity to call forth meteorites from the sky, with them heading straight towards her. Tsunade weaved hand signs of her own, with her then manipulating a large amount of lightning into her hands, with it spreading in to become massive dragon-like creatures. Lightning style, Hydra. The attack flew towards 7 of the 8 meteors, yet one of them was left alone as Tsunade jumped towards it. Then, in a feat of monstrous strength, Tsunade grabbed part of the meteor and moved its direction as if she was throwing it straight at Madara. Madara then utilized his chakra to form another Susanoo, with him using its blade to split the meteor in half, though it still caused immense destruction in its aftermath. Tsunade then blasted towards Madara's Susanoo and punched it, completely destroying the chakra construct once again. Coating her body with light, Tsunade's speed reached an entirely new level as she appeared beside Madara. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Tsunade taunted as her foot landed into Madara's shoulder, with it breaking his arm while sending him skipping on the ground. Tsunade then continued her onslaught by delivering power blows to Madara, with each knocking the man back again and again. Then, wood began to emerge from the ground as it bound him, with Tsunade staring at the demon of the shinobi world with contempt. This was the level that my grandfather possessed. A level above you in nearly every regard. And this is why the only reason you live it due to his kindness. But that ends now. Tsunade said while she created a saber made of light. But, Madara's eyes then changed into the Rinnegan once again, with him blasting Tsunade close range with the full might of his gravity manipulation, sending Tsunade flying as he absorbed the chakra out of the wooden construct binding him. If you dare to look down on me then you will not survive. Madara said as his chakra spiked again, the cold and dark feeling of it seeping out as it cracked the ground around him. However, Tsunade stood once more, yet this time she now possessed signs on her face, with that being the signal that she had entered into Sage mode. Tsunade appeared before Madara before he could even realize it, even with his Rinnegan, with her clotheslining him and spinning him into the air, and her then pressing a palm on his chest, creating a power lightning blast that electrocuted him. Then, Tsunade weaved her hand signs as she stared at Madara with a look of finality. Sage art, wood style, Buddha's thousands of hands. The ice and ground beneath Madara and Tsunade shook, with a massive wooden object morphing from the ground. Tsunade stood atop the vast statue as it continued to grow, with it reaching heights that rivaled even that of the true form of Katsuyu. She stared down at Madara, with her imagining how her grandfather might feel about her putting an end to his closest friend. It may have been her mind attempting to comfort her, but she somehow felt a palm rest atop her head, with it somehow feeling similar to how her grandfather did when she was younger. Her family each flashed through her mind, with her resolving to end this so that she would no longer have to worry about any major threats for the time being, letting her get a proper rest. Falling heaven. Thousands of palms fell towards Madara, with each of them possessing the force that was on the same level of S-ranked ninjutsu. The aftermath of the jutsu completely destroyed the area where Madara was, with Tsunade jumping off of the statue and down to the ground, with her feeling the location that Madara was. She moved one part of the debris, with it revealing Madara with only the upper half of his body while he was breathing heavily. "Looks like you won, Tsunade." Madara breathed out heavily from the ground, with him accepting his defeat at the hands of Tsunade. But Tsunade chose not to let down her guard, as she knew that Izanagi or Izanami could be dangerous. "This is the end of all of this, Madara," Tsunade said as she tapped her foot on the ground. At the same time, a black goo-like creature emerged from behind her and attempted to latch onto her, yet a chain emerged from her back and pinned it to the ground, with a ceiling formation appearing from the tap on the ground that Tsunade did with her foot. "I mean it. I hope that you find peace in the Pure Lands. Peace is an elusive concept, but it will be accomplished one day. I will become a beacon of it in the same way my grandfather did. Go to your grave knowing that," Tsunade said, with Madara then succumbing to his injuries as he closed his eyes for the final time. The ceiling formation bound Black Zetsu, with the creature attempting to escape. "There are fates worse than death for creatures like you. Be tortured eternally knowing that Kaguya will never be resurrected thanks to you," Tsunade said as she used a large portion of her chakra to perform a summoning jutsu. At that moment, an eerie and creepy figure appeared behind her, with the creature looking at Black Zetsu with a great deal of anger. Shiki Fuin. Zetsu was then sealed into the being's stomach, though instead of leaving afterwards, the being turned back to her. "Clear our world of these creatures. Give it back to the mortals like it belongs." The eerie voice of the Shinigami sounded, with him leaving afterwards. Tsunade sat down on a nearby boulder, a bit tired after how much chakra she had expended. "Just when I finish one problem, two more pop up," Tsunade said to herself. "Well, you won't be dealing with the problems alone." Mito's voice sounded as she walked over to her granddaughter. "Yes. I assure you that as long as we live, we will make sure you face whatever problems you have with aid," Tobirama said as he limped over there with them. The three sat in silence as they looked over the battlefield, with them seeing that most of the Zetsu had somehow withered away. "Do you think he's proud of me?" Tsunade asked, with both Mito and Tobirama looking at her with a smile. "Always," Mito said, making Tsunade smile as well. At that moment, a large amount of noise came from multiple directions, with Jeriah and his forces, Orochimaru and his, and Hiruzen all arriving at once. But, upon seeing the completely devastated landscape, they all could only look at it in shock, especially at the wooden statue that was bigger than most mountains. "You're late," was all Tsunade could say as she looked at them with a smile. And so, originally the story was supposed to end after a recap and 4 epilogue chapters. But, upon thinking, I figured why not expand my story into when she becomes a biological mother, when she helps Naruto in his world, and her battles against Jigen and the Otsutsuki. So, rather than end, the novel will go on hiatus after the next few chapters. Thanks everyone for reading for so long. Chapter 219, Epilogue 6, I. The aftermath of the Third Great Ninja World War was one that would be remembered for decades to come. In the war, a new alliance between the Sand, Rain, and Konoha was forged, an alliance that basically turned them into a threat to anyone who wished to spark a war. Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure were all completely devastated by the results, with all of them facing either a decisive defeat or a crushing one. Anoki and A were sold back to their nations for immense prices, yet both subsequently resigned due to the vast amount of shame that was brought onto their nation by their defeats in a single battle. Kirigakure was left as a desolate land, with it becoming a ninja village in nothing but name, as the village had no shinobi that could contend with the more powerful individuals in the world. Amegakure, with the newfound alliance made by them with Sunagakure and Konohagakure, became the official sixth great nation, with their power under Hanzo boosting them to an unparalleled level. Sunagakure, under Chiyo, became a strong pillar in the world, as the additions of Pakura, Raza, and Sasori made the village reach an unprecedented level of strength in its history. But the major winner of the Third Great Ninja War was undisputedly Konoha, with them emerging as the dominant force that everyone in the shinobi world would be absolutely wary of. From the Blue Beast Might Dway, the Spritwalker Dankato, and the Hell's Ikenta Uchiha, to the legendary Sannin and the White Fang, everyone understood that they were people capable of contending against the mightiest of powerhouses, as all of them faced shinobi on the caliber of Kage and walked away from the battle still alive. But, a single woman now stood at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, and she was accepted by the entire world that she was the current shinobi no kami. That woman was Tsunade Senju. Hiruzen sat alone at his desk, with him thinking back on how he would always scold his old friend for barging into his office, yet now he sat wishing that he would enter through the doors one final time. The two of them had been friends since their first day at the academy, with them always competing against one another in everything that they did. From their mastering of the first step of chakra control, to them learning their elemental affinities and relevant ninjutsu with it, they each trained with their fathers until their bodies could no longer move. It was Danzo's teasings about his relationship with Biwako that led to him gaining the nerve to even wish to ask her out on a date. He stood as the godfather of his first child, with him wondering how he was supposed to inform Shimonosuke that his godfather was now dead. Even if their relationship had grown increasingly complicated over the past few years, he knew that there were very few people that he would have trusted in a battle over his best friend. Even when facing Madara Uchiha, you showcased the true spirit that every Konoha shinobi should possess in the face of death. I will never allow your memory to be forgotten. Hiruzen thought to himself. Heavy is the head that wears the hat. It's a saying that I once heard Hashirama say, and I am sure that you are feeling a similar way right now. Tobirama's voice sounded as he entered the room with his cane, the bandages on him showing that he still had not fully recovered from the battle against Madara, and he likely never would. I'm sorry to show you such a disgraceful sight, sensei. Hiruzen said as he began concealing his emotions, yet Tobirama raised his hand to the action as he sat across from his student. There is no need. If anyone understands your current heart, it could be no one greater than me. I was forced to remain in the village while my brother faced the threat that was Madara, and it could be argued that it was that battle that led to my brother's decline in his health. So it's fine to let yourself feel deeply about this issue. Tobirama began. But Danzo would likely look down on you if you didn't treat him the same respect that you do to everyone else. Because before you are his friend, brother, or rival, you are his Hokage. Now dignify him in the same way that you do every other hero of Konoha that falls in battle. Tobirama stated, with Hiruzen closing his eyes to the words that his teacher spoke. The life of his greatest rival flashed in his mind, with him thinking back to every single good moment that two had shared during their lifetime. When his eyes opened, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer lamented the death of his best friend, but the Hokage felt saddened by the fact that one of his greatest shinobi and strategic minds had passed away. He then placed his hat on his head as he headed to the cemetery, with him having to deliver a speech for all the shinobi who lost their lives in this war. Chapter 220, Epilogue 6, 2. Jeriah stared at the hospital bed with a sad expression on his face, his mind racing with nearly 100 thoughts a second as Nagato laid in the bed. Ever since his eyes had been taken during the war, he had been sent into some type of coma due to either the spiritual imbalance that the loss of the Rinnegan or simply shock and trauma from his attack. Tsunade had examined him and come to that conclusion when she returned to the village, with her concluding that there was nothing physically wrong with Nagato, and that it was an issue related to his Ine. Therefore, Jeriah had set up a time for Inoka, the foremost expert in Ine release that resided in the village, to come and examine his son. Both Yahiko and Konan blamed themselves as they were not home when the attack occurred, but Jeriah assured them that it was no one's fault. But even if he said that, deep down, he blamed himself for this issue. From the thought that Nagato would have been safe if he placed greater Fuinjutsu defenses on his home, to the thought that he should have allowed them to come to the battlefield since he would have been able to watch and protect them more closely, to even the thought that he should have known that the eyes belonged to someone else in the first place. The guilt that a father possesses is something that most people are unable to rationalize or make sense of. And that was the reason why even a week after the incident had first occurred, he still sat in the hospital room of his son, hoping that a miracle would occur and he would awaken. The door to the room then opened, with it revealing not just Inoka, but also Tsunade, and Orochimaru. I spoke with Dan about a potential way that we can help Nagato, but we need you to agree for us to perform it. It is fully hypothetical and could include multiple risks for him. Tsunade spoke first, with her staring Jeriah directly in the eyes. He could see that she was speaking to him from the stance of the chief of the Konoha hospital and not as his friend, and he appreciated that greatly. Jeriah simply looked over to his son, with him seeing that he had what looked like no chance of awakening on his own. Scenes of his flashed through his mind, with that being the exact thing that solidified his decision. If you feel that it can help him, then please do it. If I didn't trust you guys with his life, then who could I trust? Jeriah said as he stared at each of them, with all of them giving him a small smile. Tsunade then lost hers, as she looked at each of them, with them all going to a certain position around Nagato. Tsunade first began by drawing kanji around the body of Nagato, with them being used to both calm his body and nerves while also allowing them to enter his mind more easily. Inoka then looked over to the two and began using his mind intrusion technique, with him also bringing Tsunade and Orochimaru in, with them finding themselves in a rainy environment that seemed to be consistently coming. This seems to be the land of rain. Orochimaru said as he felt the reminiscent state that the land was in, one where rain poured continuously for long stretches of time. It is. If this was the place where he was found alongside Yahiko and Konan, then it's likely that this is where his mind reverted back to due to it being a place of great importance to his spirit. Inoka informed them. Tsunade then entered into the cave that was nearby, with her signaling for Orochimaru and Inoka to remain back while she went alone. Not long after entering the cave, she spotted the red-haired boy sitting in the corner by himself, with her walking over towards him and simply sitting down beside him. It's about time to come home, Nagato. Your dad is quite worried about you. And I'm sure that Konan and Yahiko are worried as well. Tsunade said softly as she rubbed the boy's back. But I'm not special anymore. I overheard Dad say that I could be the one who brings peace to the world. Can I still do that even without my eyes? Nagato asked her as he looked at her with his hollow eyes. Of course. Your eyes aren't the reason you mastered the second steps of all 5 elemental chakra natures. They aren't the reason you could achieve your rank at such a young age. And they aren't the reason that you can achieve the same thing that I or my grandfather have. Tsunade said before she placed her palms onto the face of Nagato, with her channeling her chakra through him so that he could see through the mind's eye of the Kagura. You can achieve anything you set your mind to. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Tsunade said to the boy with a smile, with Nagato then embracing her. Tsunade began to feel themselves ejected from the boy's mind, with her hearing his last words as he spoke. Thanks, Mom. Jeriah hugged Nagato as if he would lose him if he let go, with Inoka, Tsunade, and Orochimaru leaving the room, letting the father and son share their moment. Chapter 221, Epilogue 6, 3. Tsukumo stood inside of the underground base, his mind spinning as he looked at the intricate and complicated seals that were embedded into the walls of the building. Now why in the hell would Danzo choose me as his successor? I mean, Jeriah has a spy network and Orochimaru literally is the perfect successor since he has the whole dark and gloomy thing down packed. Tsukumo thought to himself as he walked through the halls, with him finally finding himself at the office that previously belonged to Danzo. Entering the room, Tsukumo found himself surprised by how normal the room actually looked. I was kind of expecting more of a dark and demonic theme to be going on, especially when you're nicknamed the Darkness of Shinobi. Am I right? Tsukumo said as he looked at the guard hidden in the corner of the room, yet the guard seemingly ignored him as they only focused on their job. Of course, the emotionless puppet would not respond. Tsukumo thought as he saw a letter sitting on the desk, with him opening it as he saw it was addressed to him. But, upon opening it, Tsukumo dropped it and jumped back upon seeing the seals spread across it and then the ground. And, in a moment that Tsukumo would swear that he didn't get slightly terrified by the phantom version of Danzo that appeared from the scroll and stood in front of him. Well, if you are seeing this message, then it's best to assume that I am either dead, missing, or have been eliminated due to a rebellion in the village. No matter what the reasoning may be, I am now dead. And since the scroll is playing the first level of its message, then it's best for me to presume that you, Tsukumo Hatake, are the new leader of the root. Danzo's projection spoke. Well, isn't this some pure foolishness? Tsukumo said as he sat down in the nearby chair while watching the projection. Now, while I'm not sure what killed me or if it even mattered, what I can tell you is that this is a job that you cannot take unless you are absolutely sure of it. Your name may strike fear into the hearts of many, but the hard decisions that Hiruzen, or whoever the Hokage is at that time, are unable to make due to moral issues will have to be made by you. You will not receive a thank you for your job. The shinobi who join you practically sign off on their lives not being a major focus for the village, and their deaths will not be honored by the village as the missions that they go on are completely unsanctioned. Are you willing to bear that burden, Tsukumo? The shinobi in the room will escort you out if you are not. Danzo's projection stated. Tsukumo thought back on the issues he had with Danzo, yet he couldn't doubt that the man had his uses. Perhaps I can turn the root into a new version of the White Lotus rather than its current state. That way I can still do the job so that others won't have to. Tsukumo thought to himself as he nodded to the shinobi in the corner, with the shinobi then threw a kunai into the scroll that made the projection of Danzo change slightly. Danzo's image started smiling as he spoke. I'm glad to see you made the right decision, Tsukumo. I am already gone, so the way that you lead the route is up to you, but I have scrolls similar to this one that can prove to be of assistance to you if you were to need my guidance on anything. However, Danzo then loses his smile as he stares at Tsukumo, the change in demeanor being something that Tsukumo easily perceived. But, now that you have accepted, there is something that you need to know. Tsukumo, there is a danger in the shinobi world, one of an unprecedented scale that is merely hiding inside the chaos that was occurring in the world. It was the reason why my final operation, one that you can find the records for in my files, was cancelled prematurely before I caused the true revolution in the shinobi world. This group is dangerous. I am unsure of how I can stretch this enough. They have spies in every single village, every daimyo's court, and every government official's office. Tsukumo, if you truly wish to lead the route and become the person who guards this village from the shadows so that no one else has to bear that burden, then you must prepare to go against this group. They are so powerful that I was afraid that if they knew the village was becoming aware of them, they would destroy the village completely. I can't even trust all of my own organization, and I represented the very concept of having obedient subordinates. Danzo finished. Tsukumo couldn't believe the information that Danzo had just spoken, as it basically implied that a threat of an unparalleled degree was in the world, and even the darkness of shinobi seemed terrified by them. Tsukumo closed his eyes for a moment before opening them again, with him glancing at the shinobi in the corner and giving his first order. Looks like Danzo trusted you. Bring me all the information on this group that Danzo is speaking about, as well as all of his recorded messages like these. The new leader of the root then sat at his desk, with him seeing that he would be the one to take on the mantle of the leader of the darkness. Chapter 222, Epilogue 6, 4. Tsunade arrived in the village square, with her seeing that Hiruzen already stood on the balcony in his robes, with hat bearing the kanji that read, fire, sitting on his head. Unbeknownst to the crowd, Hiruzen was about to give his Hokage's address, and it would be the final one that he would give as the Hokage. The secret election had occurred, and the winner was decidedly overwhelmingly once it was established that the other candidate did not wish to run. Thousands of the citizens in Konoha crowded the area, with them all looking up at the man who had led the village through 2 world wars. He was the professor, a man more knowledgeable than most when it came to the shinobi arts, and he would now say his goodbye to the people he viewed as his responsibility. Hiruzen gained a peaceful smile on his face as he looked down and began. When I was 12 years old, I, alongside the others in my class, became the first batch to graduate from the Konoha Shinobi Academy. At that time, the academy only went up that far and I was blessed enough to be taught by Lord Second and Lord First. The 2 of them taught me and my fellow shinobi everything pertaining to the shinobi arts. Lord First dedicated his life to protecting the village, and even when his health began failing, his presence alone protected us from any foreign threats who even possessed the thought of attacking us. Lord Second guided us in establishing the facilities that would go on to become cornerstones of the village. He sacrificed everything for the village, even his health and time with his family for years, simply to protect the tree that he and his brother planted. I inherited their will, and thanks to them, as well as the efforts of the thousands of shinobi who supported me, I was able to protect the village from any dangers. But before I continue, I would like for us to take a moment to give respect and reverence to all of the shinobi we lost during the war. It was thanks to these heroes that we are able to live as well as we currently do. Hiruzen then lowered his head, with the rest of the village doing the same thing in an attempt to give thanks to all of their friends, family, or fellow shinobi who died protecting the village. Tsunade suddenly felt Jiraiya's chakra signature appear beside her, with her using her Kagure of the mind's eye and Een released to speak directly into his mind. "Why are you so late?" Tsunade asked. "I had to get something from home." "Is it time yet?" Jeriah answered before asking a question of his own. Tsunade simply responded that she didn't know before the 2 quieted down. After around 10 seconds, Hiruzen raised his head, with him looking at all of the citizens before him and steeling his heart, solidifying his decision. In this last war, it became apparent that my era in this village had come to an end. This could be seen as the new generation of our village shine through. I wish to give thanks to a few shinobi in particular, as their actions are what led to the end of the war as a whole. First, there is the White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. He, alongside Danzo Shimura, fought valiantly to hold off against Madara Uchiha. His actions saved hundreds of lives simply by him stopping him from advancing. Next, there is Kenta Uchiha. This man showcased the true might of the Uchiha clan as he fought against Almighty A and won, showcasing just how powerful he is. He represents the greatness that the Uchiha clan can accomplish. After him is the Toad Sannin, Jeriah, with him being the men who fought against the Four Tails Jinchuriki and helped bring down the 3rd Tsuchikage. These 2 feats alone put him in a class of shinobi that seemed nearly mythical. It is a pleasure of mine to see my student surpass me. And in terms of surpassing me, I'm sure that none have done so more than my other student, Tsunade Senju. She is the goddess of shinobi. There are no words to describe her greatness, and if not for her declining, she would likely already be wearing my hat. But, there is one student that I have yet to describe, and the reasoning is because he is the precise reason that I called this meeting. It is with careful consideration and great respect for his abilities that I announce our new Hokage. He is a man of extraordinary talent and intellect, whose contributions to our village have been immense. His knowledge of ninjutsu is unparalleled, and his dedication to the safety and prosperity of Konoha is unwavering. Hiruzen turned slightly, gesturing to the men who stepped forward, his presence commanding and enigmatic. "I present to you, Orochimaru, as the 4th Hokage of Konohagakure." Orochimaru, clad in his own version of the Hokage's robe and hat and with a slight smile took his place beside Hiruzen. His golden eyes surveyed the crowd, a sense of prestige and pride flickering within them. "I am honored to accept this great responsibility," Orochimaru spoke, his voice smooth and charismatic. "I pledge to use my knowledge and skills to protect our village and lead it into a new era of strength and prosperity. Together, we will face any challenges and emerge stronger than ever." Konoha erupted into cheers, with the villagers happy to celebrate the new Hokage. Tsunade smiled, as did Jeriah, with them both happy to see their friend achieve his dream. Tsunade and Jeriah stood on the Hokage faces, with them discussing a various amount of things while looking down at the village. "Do you think the peace will last?" Jeriah asked as he looked down at the peaceful nation. "It will as long as I am alive. Unless the future generations forget how terrifying I am. Other than that, it is likely that this era of peace will remain." Tsunade answered. Jeriah simply nodded before growing quiet as he continued watching the serene scene as the sun set behind them. Jeriah, usually full of bravado and humor, was uncharacteristically quiet. He glanced at Tsunade, her blonde hair catching the last rays of sunlight, and took a deep breath. His heart pounded in his chest, and he knew that this moment, long postponed, could not be delayed any longer. "Tsunade," Jeriah began, his voice softer than usual, "we've known each other for so many years. We've been through battles, heartbreaks, and countless memories together. Tsunade turned to look at him, her amber eyes reflecting the fading light. She raised an eyebrow, a small, curious smile playing on her lips. What's gotten into you, Jeriah? You're sounding unusually serious. Jeriah chuckled, scratching the back of his head nervously. Yeah, I suppose I am. But I've just been thinking about stuff, that's all. Tsunade rolled her eyes, but there was a hint of a smile on her lips. Thinking. Now that's something new. Jeriah chuckled, but his laughter quickly faded into a serious expression. He looked out over the village, the sun casting long shadows and bathing everything in a warm, golden light. Tsunade, there's something I've been wanting to tell you. Tsunade turned to face him fully, her amber eyes locking onto his. What is it, Jeriah? He took a deep breath, his heart pounding in his chest. We've been friends for a long time, right? We've trained together, fought together, and we've always had each other's backs. Tsunade nodded, her curiosity piqued by his sudden seriousness. Yeah, of course. We're a team. Jeriah took a step closer, his eyes reflecting the sunset's glow. But there's more to it than that. Tsunade, I really like you. More than just a friend. Tsunade's eyes widened, surprise flickering across her face. Jeriah, what are you saying? I'm saying that I love you, Tsunade, Jeriah said, his voice steady despite the nervous fluttering in his stomach. I've loved you for a long time. I know I'm just a goofball most of the time, but I'm serious about this. You're amazing, and I can't imagine my life without you. Tsunade was silent for a moment, her expression unreadable. Then, she took a step closer, her eyes softening. Jeriah, you idiot. Jeriah blinked, taken aback. Idiot. Tsunade smiled a genuine, warm smile that made Jeriah's heart skip a beat. Yeah, idiot. Why didn't you say anything sooner? Jeriah's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, you. Tsunade nodded, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Yeah. I like you too, Jeriah. You're a goofball, but you're my goofball. Jeriah's face broke into a wide grin, his heart soaring with joy. Really? Tsunade laughed, a melodic sound that made Jeriah's grin widen even more. Yes, really. Now stop standing there like an idiot and come here. She pulled him into a hug, and Jeriah wrapped his arms around her, feeling like the luckiest person in the world. They stood there, holding each other as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the village in the soft glow of twilight. As the first stars began to appear in the sky, Jeriah whispered, "Thank you, Tsunade. For everything." Tsunade tightened her embrace, resting her head on his shoulder. No, Jeriah. Thank you. And so, atop the Hokage faces, two young hearts found a shared moment of happiness, bound by a love that would grow stronger with each passing day. Hinata kneeled down with sweat pouring down his face, the fear on his face being fully evident as he was terrified of even gazing at the person who sat across from him while drinking wine. He grew tired of never achieving the greatness he thought he could, so when a person approached him saying that their lord could offer him power, he accepted. But, just gazing at the monster in human skin with his Byakugan made him regret his decision nearly immediately. He had never seen anything with this much chakra before. Even the Jinchuriki paled in comparison to him. The man then spoke, with his voice sounding like a devil giving an order rather than a mere man asking a question. Tell me everything you know about Tsunade Senju. And, this novel began simply because I felt that no one had written a Tsunade novel on webnovel. It developed into me writing a story that grew with me, and the people did as well. Through all my breaks. Through me being a junior in high school to a sophomore in college. I just want to clarify that this is not the end of my novel. It will be on hiatus as I storyboard and map out my book. When I started writing it, the first 140 chapters were mapped out. I plan to map out the final arc until the very end. I can promise that the updates will continue before October. I plan to make the schedule Friday. And check out my other books, I've been getting my storyboards together for them, which is why there aren't a lot of updates, but once I get it going, it will be great. And thanks to all of you guys. If not for the small comments or remarks I saw on the novel, I likely would not have continued to write so long. Be safe guys, King Killerge 2023.